Kutoka vijijini, mijini hadi jijini. Hii ni Sound Kanti Talk Live.
The argument that we should even have, like, let's have a mosque. I saw the speech, whatever the statement from Mombasa, let's have a mosque on other things, or what happens if the next president is not Christian. That question shouldn't be there, because there should be nothing to do with religion or religious groups or groupings in the State House. Therefore, what I'm asking here is for people to think that this is an illegal issue that must be curtailed there without further questions of whether who will be the pastor, what denomination, should the other regions also require to build a mosque and a temple and all that, because the constitution is very clear. And for that reason, I remember in 2022, when we were busy in the middle of the campaigns, and I did indicate that Ruto, and then I have to declare my bias, Ruto is going to be the reason why the church in Kenya will be clean, because it's going to show even the people what church is not. And indeed, whether it's God who has allowed it to be, it has been demonstrated through his acts that this is not what church was meant to be. And for that reason, there will be remnants. So what I'm expecting is, at the very minimum, to have pastors and bishops by the end of this weekend, we're going to come up strongly and declare that what is happening, it is not what it was meant to be. The other thing why I believe this is really critical and significantly important is that it has actually brought to the front for people to understand there has actually been a church there, Yamabati, another illegal structure in the State House. So it has given us room for us to demand for the demolition of anything religious in the State House. So what we really need to push for is that this, number one, what is being discussed here is something that is against the Constitution, and therefore we expect at least the legal minds and the legal people here to move forward for us to rally behind them, to challenge that admission by President Ruto that, number one, there's already a church there, but number two, that is trying to build a permanent church in that place worth 1.2 billion. Oh, okay. I guess my time is up. Okay.
Not really. Your time is not out.
I don't think I want to ask a question.
Your time is not out. Justice
it,
for all.
Okay.
I think the concern myself, or probably most of us are here having here, it's not even the fact that a church is being built. Probably you can tell us from your understanding, for those of you who practice Christian faith, churches or community of churches, they do something called planting of a church. And then when the structure comes, there is the overall overseeing organization. Maybe it could be the Assemblies of God, the Anglican Church, or whatever other ones you think about that comes to your head, that will say, now we want to have a church at this and that location. And by the way, this is required by the state itself. So the question we are asking is, irrespective of all these irregularities that are happening, we are trying to prove a point beyond what we are seeing, that we understand the process, even if there was supposed to be a church. That's question number one, that I think maybe we cannot say it's not a question to be asked, because who is then the bishop, the pastor, whoever it is, that is going to see that church or pastor that church?
Well, I mean,
is it going to be Ruto?
No, really. I think we had a situation, and I think probably Weston is a good student of this, and they can tell us, when President Trump came to the White House, he actually appointed Paula White as to a position of being the minister for the White House. Now, actually, Ruto has appointed quite a number of religious people as the ministers to spiritual leaders in the White House. So we know he's a non-denominational kind of evangelical person. My speculation is that he will go in that direction. But I don't think he would even reach there, because what's going to happen legally, that's my own speculation now, is that this is going to be stopped. And again, we are going back to the constitutionalism where this has to be stopped. The other point I wanted to make in regard to this issue of a donation, and that is where we failed the other time when he talked about friends donating to him or whatever plane he used to go to the state visit in the US. The parliament failed completely because we have an act that is supposed to scrutinize these kind of donations, because it was a private donation as it was indicated. Then the intention, and this was supposed to be declared ahead of time, then be scrutinized and see if that was regular or irregular. When we start admitting having somebody in the position of a president accepting these gifts, this is something that is addressed in our laws. Even the ESCC needs to have come in to really look into this, because this is a public a state officer or whatever public officer. But on the part of donating 1.2 billion, God forbid, we move past the aspect of the illegality of setting up a church in the State House. And he says that this is my personal funds. Then the question comes in, anytime you are donating something that's going to affect a public property, and this is, everybody's allowed to donate. You can donate to private, you can donate to a church, you can donate. We want people who are philanthropic. But when you get to that level where it's donating something that's affecting a public property like what we are dealing with, you're supposed to declare. And then we are including the source of the funds. And obviously, this needs to be very clear on where this source of 1.2 billion is coming from. So we are really trading in a way that, if you think very carefully, there's so much that is going on that has made this country to be a personal property for Ruto. And that's why he can come in and do anything he wants, because to him, he thinks the State House belongs to him. I learned by saying this. Huyu jamaa vile mnaona anaanza kurenovate the State House na kujenga kanisa hapa, hatoki uongozini. Do you guys hear me? Let me whisper to you. This guy is not planning to leave. So this thing that is happening here, this guy believes he wants to be there forever. And that's what he's doing. I am so sorry to break the bad news to you. But for now, this is bad news. He's in for a rude shock on how the country is going to react in the next 3 days. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Justice for all, I'll tell you. You realize Ruto is the first president who has the title doctor. He's the smartest president Kenya has ever had, but he's done the smartest things you can imagine. An affront to the Constitution. He's the smartest person in the room, but his choices and decisions, God knows. Karomo, I give
But
you
as
2
you bring
minutes to
Karomo in, let me ask you, Obed, why
Yes.
did he come in, as Karomo, you come, why did he come in to respond that way today without thinking? What is happening that every reaction, it is so blatantly wrong and evil, arrogant, that he didn't even think. Did he even think how to respond?
Justice for all again. Do you have a PhD? Do you have a PhD? You don't.
When he dropped out, he dropped out. He was about to. He dropped out. Let me just tell the audience. We know you dropped out. You're about to become a doctorate. You refuse to have permanent head damage.
Eli, I think I like what them to say. The president did say that yeye amesoma, ninyi wote mwenye mnampigia kelele amjasoma kama yeye. So there's no way you Kenyans are telling him what to do when he knows best. He's amongst the elite in this country. So let's not even have an argument. But yes,
Obed, before you invite in Karomo to finish his submission, there's something that Justice has touched on, and that's something was also bothering me about the issue of donation and the source of money. Now, we know that President Ruto does not own State House. He lives there by virtue of him being the president and the current head of state, because that is official residence. That said, he has no power to come and decide this is the constitution he's going to come up with. And even you, Obeds, in your private property, before you build anything, you know you need authorization from the county or sub-county offices, your own property. Now, this is a president who is a tenant at State House, courtesy of Kenyans, decides he's going to build a church in the name of God, goes ahead to procure the materials, fundi wa mjengo, na amesema nitajenga, hata shetani akasirike. Now, these shetanis that are here, I'm supposed you guys are the shetani because mmekuwa mkikasisha president sana. Mumejawa na mapepo. So hii mapepo yenyu isiwalete kisirani, mfikirie mtasimamisha kazi ya Mungu. But what I need to understand is now that he's donated 1.2 billion approximated amount of cash to the state of Kenya, is he going to declare the source and the reason of this gift to the state of Kenya? Back to you, sir.
Ella, I like your eloquence in asking questions. And I think logic is a very good thing to many who believe they understand. But as we stand in this country, everybody else is dumb except for one man. And that's why he gets decisions that are working in his favor and not in our favor. So I'm not trivializing what it is. What I'm trying to say is, when you have a man, and God is very faithful, at least he allowed us to have this man to show us every sense of incompetence in a man who is well-read. I cannot rephrase it in a better way because, one, he's aloof. Two, he's the smartest person in the room. Three, he does not respect anybody's opinion, including people who he has appointed to listen to, to advise him. What do you expect? Karomo, I allow you to speak, then I get to hear from Mayo and then Japonji.
Thank you very much. Let me finish in about 2 minutes. I was talking about money laundering. I want to steer your minds from mambo ya spiritual na mambo tofauti to money laundering, because I really feel somewhere deep inside, I think this church is about money laundering. William Ruto has been accused or suspected of having links with watu suspicious sana in the mambo ya gold in Sudan, mambo ya UAE, his friends there. That fat guy from Zimbabwe who is a known money launderer. And this church will be used for that same thing. Already he has laundered money, 1.2 billion, because he cannot explain where he got that money from to build this church. Wameamua sasa hawataenda kule mashinani kwa zile churches ambazo wanaendanga wanafanya hiyo mambo. They want to do it themselves under their protection, under the confines of State House. So for me, this issue is about money laundering, but time will tell, and we should really think about that. Let us not ask the wrong questions. Let us ask the right questions. Because when somebody is aloof, when somebody is very arrogant, when he believes he's the only smart person, something is up. Tunahatarisha mboka ya Ruto by kuuliza maswali. Because Ruto is not a church guy, he's not a religious guy. Si mtu ati anapenda Mungu vile, because we know his acts. Why is he building a church? He's only building a church because he's greedy. That's where greed yake imemfikisha. Thank you, I learned.
Karomo, your point is not far-fetched. I totally agree. But Eli, I don't want Subaru's following me. Ayo, please make your contribution.
Bwana, kama wewe ukiamua wewe ni Mkenya, usiogope Subaru. Ukishakuwa Mkenya na uko Twitter space, usiogope Subaru.
I have an intention of buying one. Kuna zile change number plates all the time.
Obeds ambia watu saizi kushikwa ni kitu mbaya sana na Subaru kwa sababu ni Julai, baridi ya serikali utawezana nayo mpaka kwa nyumba tu
bro.
His space imewaka moto, and I love how people are reasoning. I'm by then nimengoja hapo for 1 hour 30 minutes. Hata si complain. I'm just loving how to hear what other people are saying.
Hatuna ubaya.
Ju, tell me why. Nasikiza tu wase nasema na snap tu, that's a point. And by the way, huyu ni ule mtu mmoja mwenye aliban watu kwa kanisa, anataka kuwajengea kanisa. Ule mtu mmoja alisema ban that church, ndio anataka kuwatengenezea kanisa ya 1.2 billion. Aliona hiyo kanisa ilikuwa very cheap.
Allegedly.
Aliona hiyo kanisa ni very cheap. Tutachoma tujenge ingine tutajenga wapi? Ikulu. Bwana, what are you telling me? What are you telling me? Okay, kwanza, to begin with, State House is a public institution that belongs to all the Kenyans from all the 42 plus tribes, not one religion. All it belongs to Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, non-conformists, wanasemanga fuck religion, it also belongs to them. And while our constitution recognizes the supremacy of God, it also guarantees freedom of worship. And Kenya is a home to Christians, Muslims, Hindus, atheists, and even others. And trust me, building a church at the State House risks alienating non-Christians citizens. And what happens if the future president is Muslim or an atheist? The other day we had this presidential candidate, alikuwa anaitwa nani, huyo Mabangi, alikuwa anasema, he had some very interesting takes on religion. What happens to such people? Yeah, and national spaces, I believe, must remain neutral because they represent everyone. A president is a head of state. Head of state inamaanisha kila mtu, see a selected few, see a selected tribe or a selected
He's about
religion.
to become a head of church.
Yeah, right now, to come from a president to a head of a denomination or a head of a selected inaitwaje religion
He's the head of
believers.
government, head of church
Yeah.
at the same time, and we know one that is like that in the world.
He visited Vatican. Sasa akapiga hesabu akasema, mama yangu, ile pesa wa Katoliki wana collect inakuja hapa yote.
Anataka nini religion yake pia. So I think national spaces must remain neutral, and personal faith should not be imposed through public office, to be honest. And actually this Ruto move, it risks dividing and not uniting the country, because other religions are starting wataanza kufeel ni kama they don't belong. Yeah, and Kenya belongs to all of us. Kenya ni home kwa every one of us, not just those who share the president's religion. And I was doing, as guys were speaking, I was doing a research here, and I realized that Kenya peke yake, where's the document? It consists of 85% Christians, and 47% of those are Protestants, 23% are Catholics. And other non-Christian groups are like Orthodox, Anglican, African Independent Churches, 15%. Islam is 11%. And traditional African religions are about 1.5%, right? Hinduism, Buddhism, and other religions is 1%, right? And unaffiliated, those are atheists and agnostic human beings, they're 1.5. So as much as Christianity is the dominant religion, it doesn't mean that Kenya is just for the Christians. That is besides the point. My main point is, constitutionally, Article 8 of the Constitution is unequivocal. It states that there shall be no state religion. And that simply yet a profound statement anchors Kenya's identity as a secular republic where governance remains neutral in matters of faith, right? And the framers of this constitution intentionally rejected models of religion, or rather religion, since as seen as other places in Africa, they recognized Kenya's complex interfaith tapestry. So a state, as I conclude, I don't even want to talk much. A State House church would, shatter that careful balance. It would institutionalize Christian privilege to begin with. The physical presence of a Christian place of worship in the seat of the executive power would literally send an unmistakable message, not only to the country, but to the world at large and Africa at large, that the State House endorses one faith tradition above others. So we are trying to say that Kenya is just a Christian country. So all these other religions, what are they supposed to do with themselves? So, and that move is also going to create exclusionary state spaces. Because does that mean that all the Muslims that are in government, or all other leaders that are coming from other religions that are in government, they are not supposed now to go to State House because they'll be forced to go in church, if that makes sense in any way, right? So how do we? How is the president creating equity in the country? Because I feel that the equality principle is under threat. Yeah, Article 27 guarantees the freedom from discrimination, and it takes on particular significance in the context that the Constitution prohibits both direct and indirect forms of religious favoritism, including the use of state infrastructure to promote particular beliefs. That could be those could consider implications like taxpayer-funded post-realization. It could consider coercive atmospherics, like the psychological impact on government workers and visitors could be profound. Do you need to tell me that? Then that means kama anajenga church that 1.2 billion, ajenge mosque hapo kando, ajenge nini ya Buddhist hapo kando. Sisi watu wenye atuendangi kanisa pia tujenge kitu hapo kando. What is he trying to say? Because at the end of the day, atujenge klabu yenye tutakuwa tunaenda tunda hapo.
Unataka ujengewe mti, unajua dini yako.
Atujenge klabu hapo kando, tukuje tukisikia rumba, tukitoka tunakuja makwetu, right? So because I feel at the end of the day, another question is, Ruto anajaribu kusema anataka kwa hapo State House for the longest time possible, because anajenga church, anataka is trying to feel at home. In short, Ruto is trying to feel at home. State House is my home, nitaishi hapa milele. Yeye ni kama the guy that we read in our tamthilia Kifo Kisimani. Alikuwa anaitwaje huyu mtu? Alikuwa anabudiwa kama king. So ataishi kurule milele na milele because amejenga church. Next atajenga nini hapo? BNB yake ama nini? Right? So I don't understand. And Ruto is such an arrogant human being, and he tends to look at us as very stupid, that he tends to even create every reason of everything he's doing. Like he'll do something and he tries to attach a reason to it and tries to gaslight us in return. Mtadu, mimi nitajenga, mimi ni mcha Mungu. Unasikia venye anaongea? Mimi ni mcha Mungu na nilisema nitajenga kanisa. Kanisa ni ya Mungu. Is he forcing God on us? Ama sisi ndio hatujui God vizuri? Unaget? I believe in God. I don't go to church. And I'm okay with it. Yes, jakanyaga kanisa. Nimekufa? No. Don't I believe it? I believe in God. Sisi ni wale. I'm landing. So what I'm asking is, and it's quite pertinent, what I'm asking is, what happens to this president who's violated almost basically 90% or 70% of the Constitution, and he does it in broad daylight, and it seems like we can't do shit about it. Sorry for using the S word.
Obeds, ile hasira umeamsha hapa. Please.
Sasa mimi nalaumiwa kwa nini? Mimi si president.
Remember, because of you wametublokia chat section. Sasa sijui watu wanatuma wapi tweet zao.
Ila I have never been president na sijaitisha kuwa president. Sasa mimi sikasirisha watu na sijengi kanisa State House. However,
kabla ruendelee, I think it's good we read some of the comments from the earlier chat, if you don't mind, Obed. I don't know if you're able to locate a few of them, but I like the fact that Asma is saying it is not a propaganda. Don't forget the political culture that has shaped Kasongo and his religious idiocy. It's Moism. The church is one thing. What else hasn't he done to level up with Moi's dictatorship? From corruption akin to Goldenberg to economic, political cannibalism. His God love bloodshed. Okay. Even the mama kuongelea rais. Colossians 1:18-25, we should understand that church is a body and Jesus Christ is the head. Haya basi, kama mko mmefikiria tumeacha Biblia ndio hiyo mtasikia. That is according to A003. Aizo says Islam wamesema ajenge msikiti pia. Well, that's where we are headed, kwa sababu mumeamua mtaharibu the State House. I want to challenge him, aombe mvua inyeshe. Kwani mnaongelea Rais Deputy Jesus namna hii? Amjui he's capable of a lot of stuff. What we have in State House is a demonic altar for human sacrifice. It's not a church. That's according to Kiari Njau. Mustafa Anikota anasema this kind of narrative is made to conflate our narratives of Sabasaba Sireni numbers, Occupy Space and State House 2025, among others, should be the issue we should be discussing about, and the reconstitution of IEBC etc. We are wasting our time, which is very precious. So nyinyi mko hapa unaharibu wakati na ni IEBC inaendelea tu. Umesahau Ruto ndio chief appointing officer huko. Sijui nyinyi mnajisaidia namna gani. But then again, Kabuya is asking us, or rather say, the paradox box, rather the Pandora's box, wonders never cease. This confirms the inseparability of colonial religion with political power. Josephine, now the Muslims want Ruto to construct a mosque in the State House. Nafikiri nimesikia such a press statement earlier on. I think we had already looked at that one from Joseph. Let me go to Matt, who is saying he's also had an MOU with evangelicals before the elections. It could be part of their share. Well, Mudoni says church is not first priority for Ruto to build. Ajengo Sugoya Wachani in a State House, maybe a title deed already grabbed. Mnajua, as we speaking, walikuwa wamesema to whom it may concern. Just in case uko unapita polepole Nairobi, ukakutana na barua imeandikwa title deed ya NEC. Tafadhali, Mkenya mzalendo, tulete hiyo kitu. Hiyo kitu hatujui nani alibeba. Obels. NEC haijui mali title diko.
Tukienda State House, kwa room ya ule kijana mkubwa mwenye ni lawyer, naweza ipata huko. But that said, imagine tunajenga kanisa. But we promised wamama, when we get into power 3 months, watu watakuwa wapigwa diapers. Bro, tangu msia kwa prezo, wamama wajaiza.
Sasa hata utatoa wapi nguvu ya birth rate in this country? Wababa hawana kazi. Akina mama akiona mbaba hana pesa, hana kazi, atampea kazi kwa vijana? Haiwezekani ndugu. It is that serious.
Kazi kwa wazee. Japonji, and then have gentleman. There's a gentleman who was there, Potea, Metrop. So Japonji, then Limenik.
Actually, I think Redemptor had a question. If you don't mind, allow her to ask the question and then we can have Japonji. And guys, kindly be patient. Leo hatuna haraka, even though mambo ni mengi.
Sorry, the guy I wanted to ask the question has gone, but justice for all and Ronyo, when we bring the money laundering aspect to this conversation, and sometimes the reason why I talk about very vague things is because the president has mastered this class, these elitist discussions. What he fears are the Gen Zs, because they talk the way he talks. So the question is, what is the end game? So he has cupboards, and they said allegedly Saitoti also had a bunker, and ilipimwa na Ronyo shaisikia stereotype, your theory. Ilipimwa na tape measure, the bundles of the way Gachagua said, there's a container. So I'm thinking now from the container there's going to be a bunker. So my question is, since he doesn't respect the law, he's saying, let me play with your emotions and say it's a church so that you react, we get it over with. Since the law cannot work, what is the end? There's a tunnel, there's this, all these theories. Is there a solution, au tutakuja hapa tuseme sasa ametushinda akili? I would really want to know. And even anybody who's speaking after that, the theories we have, what is the end game? Because he's staying there forever, according to these signs. I wanted to know what, if you can think about the money laundering, because for Saitoti, they said they even found uniform, police uniforms, allegedly.
Yeah.
My quick start
na wewe
that.
Redemptor.
Okay, go ahead.
Redemptor believes tutakuwa tunatafuta rais tukunywe chai, kumbe ako chini ya madhabahu anaabudu akihesabu pesa. Sio mimi nimesema, ni story tu tunajaribu kufuatilia. Justice for all, malizia alafu tuendelee.
Yeah, my quick stab at that, Redemptor, is that I'm reading politics in this, and I want you to walk with me to the beginning of the presidency. What he did, he brought in some evangelicals, the Makariokis, and all the guys to the State House, and he told them to walk around the place, the entire compound, to pray, including you could hear them saying, pray in tongues to cast out some demons out of this place. And one of the other phrases, go back to that recording, it was like, let's build an altar for God. I remember Rachel said, telling as they were praying, walking around, blah, 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 they were saying, let's build an altar for God. Now, to really actualize this, because he knows that the church put him to power, and this is politics 101, as a Western will explain about how religion and politics. So then, now to have to erect that physical altar for God, it's actually a response, as someone else said, that this was the promise to the religious group, especially the evangelicals. So they did the spiritual part of it to break down all those strongholds. Now here to actualize it. And as you've seen many people, even Itumbi trying to manipulate us today in his writing, is that, is it wrong to build a church for God? But you see, that's not what we are saying. Nobody says it's wrong to build a church for God. And then the other question he asks in his same question, I think is one of the commenters, I don't know if him or someone else. And then he says, is it wrong to worship God? You see, now they're trying to manipulate this, but I can tell you, this whole game is that everything is slipping away. My last chance I have is the church. And which church? The evangelical, the prosperity one that Western scholars talks about Ethiopia. So I will tell you, this is about what I promised you. And by the way, back in my really good religious without following the constitution, I always wanted us to build a church in the State House. I always talked about church in the State House. If you met me a few years ago, I'll be the one championing for this. But
You're
guess
part
what?
of the problem.
No, we are redeemed. We are redeemed now. Our brains have been taken. So that's what I would say. That's where the end. That's where this thing is going.
I want to allow. No, I think
Can
everybody
I
would
speak
like
now?
to chime in. Japonji, I'm allowing you to speak. Everybody wants to chime into this conversation, so I'd like us to really try and allow each other to. And my apologies, but it's an interesting conversation, and we're here. We're not going anywhere. Sisi ni mashetani, tuliambiwa tupende tuspende, kanisa lazima ijengwe. Japonji, I'd like to have you, and then Limenik, then DT Mwaniki, then Sam. After that, I'll have West. In that order. So Japonji.
Thank you so much, Obeds and Eli, and to start. But today, Obeds and Eli, to your disappointment, today I'm not in the Shetani side. Ninyi mkae pande ya Shetani. Today I'm on the good side today.
We sisi tumebaki nyuma, waenda na Yesu.
Yes. So okay. So I was waiting for someone to say or to quote where the president said that after his long term, after his term, his long-term calling is to be an evangelist. That's what he had said before, but he didn't tell you where. So this church is building Redemptor. He will be the pastor of this church. He said that last year, September 2024.
After he's retired.
Yes, he said that after retirement, he will be the pastor of the church. That has been his long-term calling. So I don't know why you are confused about that. Anyway, now that you remember that, let's move on. These articles you people are reading about constitution, I don't know. You people, I don't know why you think this guy doesn't know that he's going against the constitution, or you think it's the first time that he has gone against constitution. You know, this guy has been contravening constitution for, like, even if I can state the example of he went against the Kenya police to Haiti, KDF against protesters, those, I don't know, Article 240, 241, all those. So these are things that he has been doing. And why now? I mean, he's been doing this since, I don't know, since his term. So even himself is wondering that I went against this, against constitution, against my attorney general, but now I'm going against the same thing for church, and they think there's a problem. So I want you sometimes to put yourself in his shoes. And some people think he's very naive. He knows exactly what he's doing. And your response also sometimes is exactly what he's waiting for. And he's listening, by the way, because it was record time today. He spoke about the church and there were reactions on social media. Within no time, he was responding, which means he's getting the feedback now. You don't have to wait for the next day. Okay, moving on. So sisi wenye tukosaidia nini ya Mungu, nyinyi mkae saidia ya shetani. Sisi, we just want him to continue building that church. It's 8,000 capacity, so we can register 7,800 Gen Z to go and help him, open that church. He just need to give us a date. That day that that church will be officially be opened, we go there. We want to see, this is a national monument. We want to see what kind of church. This is 1.2 billion church. I'm interested. I want to march there to State House, see in good faith with Bibles. That day we'll carry the Bibles. We want to go there, Nasadaka, and pray with him, help him pray. We will be exactly 7,800, and then we leave 200 seats for people work inside. So, nyinyi watu wa shetani, nyinyi mkae kando. Sisi tunaenda kuomba. We just need the date, and then we will be there. Moving forward, on a serious note, let's go back
Japonji mkiingia hapo hamtatoka, mtachinjiwa hapo.
Yeah, that's why we are going with the Bible, Redemptor, and we will carry people like Olwande. Anyway, going forward to serious matters now. If you look at the Bible, it was translated into different languages. And then you look at the Constitution. You see, the Bible's widespread translation into local languages was driven by missionaries and religious organizations. This is like a form of cultural or religious indoctrination, And this brings in the spiritual and moral frameworks within communities from early age. The Constitution, by contrast, this represents a secular civic framework which has the rights and has not been translated as extensively, which potentially limits its accessibility and influence in shaping our civic education. Have you ever asked yourself that your grandmother at home cannot read that constitution yenye mnaringa na hapa ati article 1, article 2, ati we the people in your language ndio nini? Oyo wako wapi? Hiyo we the people constitution in Kijaluo. Why is it that the Bible iko kwa Kijaluo? That is the indoctrination that I think Weston was talking about. Since you go home, you are able to read that Bible in your mother tongue. Even someone who, but you look at the Constitution, they are very slow. Do you think this is by accident? This is by design, So again, moving forward, some of us came from the civil service, these houses. Our fathers were civil servants. So mlikuanga na hizi nyumba za serikali. Unajua, some of you understand what I'm saying. So you will find that hii nyumba imetengenezwa but familia pia labda imeongezeka or something. So then your dad maybe akona pesa extra. Then he decides, let me make an extension huku and huku. Unaget, But the house does not belong to them. So they make that extension ya house, and you are able to live there. Alafu ile siku maybe anapigwa transfer na retire, anafanya nini? Anatoka. Sasa sisi tunasema kama Gen Z, vile ame-extend hiyo church hivyo, tuite, tukuje, tufanye nini? Tumsaidie kufungua hiyo. Inaitwanga aje Redemptor, hiyo chai ya kufungua church. That day, tuitwe, tukae chini, then we help him. That is what I'm talking about. Let's be positive, let's help him. But ifanyike faster before his term ends. We go there, tukunywe hiyo chai, he welcomes people. So I know I can see your hand, Obeds, as I learned. I had my notes ready. I was waiting for 2 hours. So something about money laundering, someone brought it so clear. And this is something about money laundering is that now this guy will have monopoly of money laundering, guys. He will bring all his friends, all those Atur Margarian, all those people he'll bring to the State House to pray, the Nigerian people. And he will tell you will see posters. Oh, there's a Nigerian commission coming for prayers. And 1,000, they have done their math so well, so that he will say, Sadaka imetoka 2 billion, 1 billion. Who are you? How will you defend that? They don't audit church, how we call it? They don't audit the church in a tithes or wherever. They don't. We know that, And when they wanted to do that, all the churches came out burning in flames, So that is very good. You have to think along those lines. Lastly, I want people who are here to understand the meaning of 1.2 billion. Salary ya Ruto, since he became president, has been 54 million only. The remaining term at earn 39 million. If you add this, the maximum he can earn is 94 million. Okay? So it will take Ruto 60 years to earn 1.2 billion. I'm trying to put that into context so you understand what 1.2 billion means. Thank you so much, Obets and Eli and the speakers. Bless.
Thank you, Japonji. Very well put. The teacher you are, you've done an excellent job. And Gen Zs have been asking they want to occupy State House. Mnataka kwenda huko, president ana nyumba yenye atawa-accommodate. Anawajengea nyumba, mwende
Obets.
huko kwa wapole.
Obets, acha kututrigger, Obets.
I'm not triggering you. I'm just telling you the truth. Honestly, you've been insisting you want to go to State House.
Now we have a reason.
Hata ajenge nyumba ndio mkuwe accommodated. Mtaenda kulala wapi kama kuna nyumba?
Sasa nyumba ya baba yangu kuna makao mengi. Okay? Shida ni moja. Mkisikia kuna nyama choma zinanukia hiyo area. Usifikirie sio hell, mtakuwa mnasaidiana na watu wa Pan Forest.
Limenik, karibu sana.
Asante, Robert. Sijui nianze hapa. One of the biggest problems in the notice, we get triggered so quickly. Tuko so emotional. You are in for a root shock. Hawa wanasiasa, they are going to make your hearts, your emotions go into roller coaster. Watakupigisha makona. So this is my personal opinion about this whole thing about the church in State House. I have no problem with it. Our constitution is in the preamble, it talks about supremacy of God. This is the current president is a man, aliimbiwa si uchawi ni maombi after he won the election. So to him, he believes that because God made him president, he owes God a favor, or rather a duty of some sort. Even that is what I'm thinking. Maybe that's how the rationale behind the building of the church. My issue is the timing and the source of the funding. Nimesikia mtu akicalculate salary yake from since he got inaugurated in 2022, but before that, I don't think he was earning zero or not. The only source of income is not salary. So mimi ningetaka tu kuwa curious if the president is kind enough to allow us now to question the source of the funding for the construction of the church. Now that amesema mwenyewe anatoa pesa zake personal. Sina shida so long as he can explain up to the last shilling mahali ametoa. Issue ingine is so that we don't feel, other religion doesn't feel like they are being sidelined. Nimeona Waislamu wameomba wajengewe pia msikiti. If they get someone who is philanthropic enough to build a mosque in State House, fine. Another issue, it is the location of the church actually inside the State House. Because hizo machache zenye nimeona kwa handle ya government of Kenya, they are next to, someone has tried to explain some sort of servants' quarters or something. My presumption is every Sunday, these people who live in State House, because it's not the president's family alone who live there. Kuna workers and staff and everybody. They will need a place to pray. Nimeona it's an interdenominational chapel. I have no problem with it. I've been to, there is a police station in Eldoret, actually. Residence of police officers. It's a residence of the police officers. They have an interdenominational chapel. There is even a mosque. And it's a public place. One of the largest referral hospitals in Kenya, the national one. Sitake kutaja jina. Ni story nawapea. The hospital decided to build a church inside the hospital. The Muslim staff complained, wakajengewa mosque. Kidogo watu wa SDA wakasema hapana, tuwezi ombea hiyo ya ordinary Christians, tunataka church yetu. Ikabidi wajenge ya SDA. So it's been like a continuous building of prayer houses within the hospital, and it's a public facility. So maybe we need some law to cater for that. Mi sina shida na kanisa ijengwe. I would not want to get into the legal bit of it. I'm not a lawyer myself. Issue yangu is the timing, the priority, and the source of funding, and the legal issues, the legal implication. Kuna mtu ameuliza, should we, and there are any requirements for you to put up any structure? Kuna kuanga na some, even for your own house, inside your own farm, kuna kuanga unahitaji some permits or something. When you want to put up a structure in State House, do you need some authorization from some authority somewhere? So hizo ni vitu tungastahili kuongelea. Kwa wale watu wanataka kuspin some conspiracy theory that, oh, it is an altar or something. I've even seen the Anglican Archbishop, Ole Sapit. Anasahau hiyo church ya All Saints hapo ilijengwa na Freemasons. Imagine, did you know that? Na anaombea hapo tu. Ana shida na hiyo. Lakini akiona, anyway, I don't want to get into. Mimi, our politicians, I usually block them. I don't want to get them, whatever they do or say, I don't want to get them trigger me. Mimi, imefika mahali, I just block my emotions. I detach myself fully. Because I know these are typical Kenyan politicians and wako hivyo tu. That's just the way they are. Thank you, Obet.
Thank you, Limenik. I'm surprised. Wajua Ruto ni mtu anapenda kukula neno na uongo. And you're expecting him atuambie anatoa 1.2 billion. All the best while at it. DT Moniki, you've turned to make your contribution, then have Sam and then Weston.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Nishukuru sana. Nimesikia points. Everybody has valid points and they are very tangible. Lakini sasa hii kanisa, let us pray God first for the Christians. And this church is not meant for any goodwill. That is my perception. It's not meant for any goodwill.
Linus, please mute your mic. Wait for your turn to be called to speak.
Oh, so can you hear me?
Okay.
Am I clear?
DT, I can hear you. Linus, please mute your mic.
Thank you. So, ile kitu jamaa amefanya, we live in a spiritual world, flesh and spiritual world. What this guy is doing and what is happening right now, we're being attacked. And this world belongs to the devil because the prince of darkness is in this world. So what is happening right now is division. And I don't believe there is any religion, Muslim, Christian, any religion that speaks hate or sees the other as better, because we all have beliefs. So our beliefs are all equal morals and values. We all have the same morals and values. The thing that is happening right now is the church is being built in the office of the president of Kenya. That is the problem, and that is what is bringing division. It is bringing division because we have an agenda for good godly governance.
I want to be clear. The office of the president is in town and State House is somewhere up here.
Okay.
So those are two different places in my view.
Okay, in your view. Okay. Let me say that is State House is different, whatever State House is, but that belongs to Kenya. So it's like an office to me, in my view. So it's like an office because that is where all the meetings happen. That is where everything happens. And just like somebody said earlier, so the Muslims will not be attending there because this guy might be saying the meetings happen in the church. So what about the strong Muslims? They won't be attending the meeting. So the bottom line is, it is trying to bring division in the country for the people to break upon their agenda, looking for godly governance, integrity. So watu waachane wakiangalia hapana, au Wakristiano wamesaidika, hata wana makanisa huko, huu mtu ni wao, and that is spiritual, and that is what is happening right now. So my agenda is, even what is the money is not any bother to me, because we know him and we know what he's doing, for those who know him, and that is not a problem. The moral of the story here is, let us stay united to search these agendas of church imekuja kujengwa state house. Hizo ni distractions, petty distractions, and distractions will come again. Tomorrow something else will come, and the main agenda will not be achieved. The main agenda to seek godly governance, good godly governance, accountability, and integrity will clear all this out. The Constitution of Kenya is very clear, very clear. And what is happening right now, the Constitution is being broken down. And the Gen Z are revolting for the Constitution to be upheld, which everybody, and that is why they're saying drain the swamp. When the swamp is drained, then that is clear. And even those churches will be dealt with then, even if he builds. But I say we pray in all our religions. Let's pray to our Creator that this does not happen. Even these things are in the Bible. Even King Ahab was asking Elijah, you're the troubler of Israel. So the president is asking the Gen Zs, you're troubling Kenya. So, and Elijah told him, no, you're the one who's troubling God. And King Ahab built the altars and all that, and he sacrificed his sons, all those things there. So that is from my Christian point of view. I'm a strong Christian, I'm a faithful Christian. I do not look down on any other religion. I believe we love each other. So let us all unite and love each other to follow the main agenda, to seek for integrity, godly governance, accountability. Let that be the main goal in everything. We all have our different religions. I respect everyone in their religion. Let us all have one agenda, seeking accountability and integrity for good governance. The swamp to be drained and everything will be clear. That's my submission. Thank you for that time.
Thank you, DT. Say accountable leadership, and that's what everybody wants. How we go about it. If you ask the president, he's doing his best, absolute best, and he has achieved a lot of things in that direction. It's just that Kenyans don't tend to see what he's doing. So he has an argument, and validly so, according to him. Let's hear what Sam Mokai has to say about this conversation.
Thank you, Obedi. If I were Ruto, honestly, I will build a bigger church. 1.2 billion is still not that much money. And this is the reason. It is much easier if people are opposing me, and the reason they are giving is because I build a church, compared to that I killed 60 young people who came to the streets to agitate for good governance. So if I'm able to shift that conversation from 60 people being killed, others disappeared, others maimed, others killed in police stations intentionally, then there is an opposition that is, there are young people who do not want to see or hear anything I say. Then I think I'll have to shift that conversation. And if I'm able to hold on to the people that still believe that I'm a child of God, then I can go for them first. So I will build a church and tell them, I'm still that righteous man who is your president. And if you consider me for the second term, I think I'll do better. If I build a church at State House, it will give me the legitimacy to continue contributing in churches, because that is my main business and that is where I find people. So if I come to your church and I give you 20 million, I'll tell you, this is not that much. I have also built a church from my own sources. of 1.2 billion. So you're likely to believe in what I tell you. Number two, I am the same person who gave Kenyans a public holiday because I wanted them to go and plant trees. You know, climate change was pushed by multinationals, one of them being the bigger brother, we all know. They are so passionate about climate change, and they said, you know, we can even come up with an idea of carbon credit. So I think we can, what if we give Kenyans a public holiday to make it popular that, you know, we embrace what you're saying, please, can you give us more monies? And we continue planting these trees. As a result, we are saving the planet. So it's a way of getting money and to be loved by Big Brother. And if I went to China, for example, no, not for example, for real, I went to China and I said, you know, my country's relationship with China is a new world order of how big countries will have to relate with African countries that are developing. So therefore, if you don't look at us properly, we might not give you business. We will turn the other way around. And this information found itself into the tables of Bigger Brother. So that thing was mentioned in Senate in the US, and they reacted to it and they said, you know, we have to relook at what is our relationship with Kenya, because they have said they are charting a new world order with our enemy. So that, and now that the leadership has changed, we have someone who claims to be a Jew and who has said, you know, I am going to snatch phones from classrooms and I will replace those phones with the 10 commandments. As a developing country, I will take it a notch higher. It's not just having 10 commandments. We can have the biggest office in the land, or the state house having a church that is very big. 8,000 is not a small number. So that I am in, there is some form of tandemity between what I do and what you claim to do. So that if I come to your place, you don't play me a video of me killing young people, just like the South African gentleman found himself on hot soup, that he said, you know, can you turn off the lights, play that video, because you're killing Afrikaners. And, you know, that is not something that I will want to happen. So if they say that these people are opposing me because I build a church, I think it will be better. So there is a lot of thinking, and this is not by accident. He has just come from Britain. He comes back home, and by some miracle, we see it on the headlines that, you know, this guy is building a church. It is just more than what we see. Ruto doesn't do anything by chance. He has his own calculations, his own popularity, and he knows he has lost some section of Kenyans who do not actually agree with him on whatever he does. So I have to force my way in. I have to force myself on people, but then I cannot lose the young people, and then I lose the international community. And now that we have a war, and that war is like you're persecuting Jews, I must build a church so that I am seen that I uphold the principles of Christianity and I embrace the Jews the best I can. Muslims can make noise, but I can deal with them. There's no problem with that. So we are dealing with a problem in itself. Thank you. I mean, that is controversial, but it is way beyond what nothing happens by accident. Thank you, Obed.
There's nothing controversial about what you're saying. It's exactly how it should be, honestly. And that's the view he has, which is from rose-tinted eyes. But again, sure, we all have different variations of what we see of him. Western, your second shot at this. After that, I'll have Eve and then Riek.
I think, Obeds, there's something you might have missed out. Matt has been waiting to speak to us.
Oh, sorry.
It would be unfair
Sorry, yeah, I think so.
to go to the next speaker, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, so Matt, and then let's have West.
Thank you so much, Eli, for that. and Obed. Yeah, so I think I would agree with what Monique had said that what Ruto is trying to do, in my opinion, is to consolidate the evangelical vote and also to basically to create as many fractures as possible within the Kenyan population, because the ethnic fractures are clearly not enough for him. He wants to have as many fractures as possible, along which he can divide people and then buy different leaders. As for the cost of the 1.2 billion, I don't think that Ruto wanted basically to steal 1.2 billion. If he wanted to steal 1.2 billion, there are many ways that he could have stolen that amount of money. Compared to the amount of money that they've been stealing, including using methods like through affordable housing, I don't think he necessarily needed to build a church to steal that money. Then on them on in terms of the church being grounds for the staff to worship in, I don't think it's proper. Also, in line with what Weston was talking about, to have this mix of religion and the workplace. So I think that, and I think another speaker has talked about it. I think that workplaces and places of worship should be detached. They should not be the same. They should not be the same place. So if it was a church, if you work at State House, if you are in the GSU camp that's inside State House and you want to go to church, you guys go to church outside State House. Otherwise, you have this situation that's just a mess where there will be someone who will be left out, right? Yeah, and I think that's let me see. I had a few other points that I wanted to say, but I think I've forgotten for now. Yeah, so I'll let Weston speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt. I didn't intend to overlook you. It's that sometimes it gets a bit overwhelming. But thank you for your contribution. So then we have Eve and then Riek. Weston, if you can hear us, would you like to speak?
Obed, one thing I will tell you is this. I think you will listen to me carefully. Privileged
Weston,
people in Kenya.
You can be
privileged people in Kenya are very reckless. They're very reckless. And you're privileged because you hold a position that is prominent. You're privileged because of the kind of training you have had in your life. And therefore, it's expected that your understanding of things should be markedly different. You're privileged because you have got options. If Kenya was to go up in flames, you could just take your briefcase, get into the airport, and you leave the country. You will be watching the country through CNN or BBC. You're privileged. So anybody who has got those options must be very careful, measured. They restrain themselves in the way they talk. I'm saying William Ruto is not the worst president we have had in Kenya. He's not. So if you attribute to him Kiambaa massacre, who are you attributing to the massacres in Naivasha and Nakuru? Can you name names there? Because the Kiambaa massacre appeared at the ICC together with other massacres all over the country. So you have to explain to Kenyans why you deliberately overlook the massacres in other parts of the country and only accent the massacres in Kiambaa. Are you really committed to Kenya and its stability? Are you? You are not. You aren't. Are you really committed to justice? You are not. You think that all lives in Kenya matter? You don't think they do. You don't think they do. So why suddenly this amnesia? I think it was Lemony who talked about si uchawi ni maombi. Well, people who can remember that was the slogan in 2013. Si uchawi ni maombi. So how come suddenly maombi is not what we want? But it is maombi that those who supported that ticket were telling us that you are what to Ni watu tumeombea, we've prayed for these people. God has ordained these people. I said that. Si uchawi ni maombi. Suddenly we don't want maombi. Hypocrisy. And those who thought they won elections in 2013 will tell others, accept and move on. Do you people remember that slogan? Accept and move on. You recall? What have we done? What have we done for the country? How can we give power to such people? Listen, what have we done? No, accept and move on. You must accept defeat. We forget. How convenient. We forget. And then, if when you were at school, you were not allowed to take alcohol and rock up in class, it would be so egregious. No teacher, no principal would tolerate that. You risk expulsion. To take alcohol, liquor, and appear in class, you'll be expelled. Why would you give a president who appears in public drunk a free pass? Why would you do that? No, which school did you go to? Where to your class with some bottle of beer you could drink while the teacher was teaching? Or on a weekend, you could go look for alcohol, and then you'll be drinking it in the course of the week. Why do we give Uhuru Kenyatta a free pass? A president who used to appear in public drunk? Or when we are told people are drinking and boozing at the State House, why do we think State House can be desecrated like that? Why do we think so? And then we think, no, we could tolerate this. I think this one is doing is worse. No, what is awful, wrong is awful, regardless of whoever's doing it. It's just wrong. And we have a problem in Kenya. We have a problem.
I like the fact that you're pointing out that we have had these bad manners for a long time.
Is somebody talking?
And it's a bit.
Yes,
Yes,
Eli,
Weston, can you hear me?
Weston.
Yes, I can hear you.
Kindly mute for a second. I need to ask you a question. I love the case you're trying to prosecute before us, but I also have my conservation in terms of we keep talking about changing and becoming better. But when we raise these concerns and you raise the aspect of us being blind to the past and what William Ruto is doing lesser than the other evil, are we not in a way agreeing that we cannot change? Because that's what you're telling us. My thinking is Kenyans have come to the point of being able to separate good and bad. In the past, even if we had what in our case would be a bad financial investment by our leaders, very few of us paid attention to the numbers because all we cared about was what is on our table. But today, if you come up with a project and we realize that the constitution now is demanding of us as Kenyans to have what we'll call public participation, don't you think it's a bit unfair for you to say we didn't judge the others and now we need to start go back to history before we judge the present one? That is my question to you, because I would love for us to progress with the intention of achieving a solution rather than blame and fault game. That's my question.
No, Eli, I'm not blaming, I'm not fault finding. If you invoke Yamba, that's history, that's the past. I'm asking, why do you selectively invoke it? Let's not blame casting. If you have gone to the past, okay, you've decided to go to the past, go the whole hog. Why do you selectively invoke the past? So it's not about less. I know about mass atrocities. I know.
Unlike what happened in the past, and I've muted so that I remove the echo, I'll unmute and you proceed. Unlike what happened in the past, today Kenyans are in a position to actively engage, question, critique, and even call to attention some of the things that our leaders are doing or have been doing, minus our consent. So today, as we speak, Eli, if he sees there's a problem with the budget that was passed by Parliament, he actually has the right to question why Parliament approved that budget, yet it didn't go through specifics channels of having that approval. So, Weston, The reason why there's an eye on the person of President William Ruto is because President William Ruto is the current head of state. When Matiang'i said he wants to vie as president, people have reminded him of his sins. Even though he will have a flock of people around him, we will still remind him of that skunk that he's walking with. So is Gachagua, so are the rest. So what I'm trying to dissuade you from is actually saying we cannot now bring everybody on board. Everyone will be called to test and everyone head will be put on the chalkboard. That is what I believe. But go ahead, I'm going to unmute and allow you to present. Weston, you're not speaking, kindly.
Muted. It's muted. You had muted it. Eli, I think we're speaking at cross purposes. Honestly speaking, we are. First, I have no room for hierarchies of life. That's the point I make. There's no hierarchy of life. I make that abundantly clear. I'm saying it's not about comparing the past and the present. It's not that. I'm saying if you decide to take a particular approach in your reading of Kenyan issues, go the whole hog. Don't be selective. That's the point I'm making. I don't hold brief for anybody. But I'm saying if you choose to hold brief for someone and you selectively ignore the past, you're not part of the solution you're looking for, you're part of the problem. Because you invoke the past expediently for political reasons, the way these politicians are doing. They will invoke the past for political point scoring. Well, if you're not into active politics and you're committed to Kenya, then you cannot play favorites. You can't play favorites. So I'm not saying you compare William Ruto to Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't do that. I'm not saying compare William Ruto to Mwai Kibaki. I don't do that. This is a continuum. That's the position I hold. It's a continuum. They're one and the same thing. That's the point I'm making. It's not like somebody committed more atrocities than the other. No, I don't do that. There are people who do that and have a problem with that. That's why I raise the issues I do. So, in effect, you're not challenging what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is that we have to be consistent. And I don't think there's a problem with that. What I'm saying, if we ignore the past, let's bury the past in totality. Don't go and look for certain graves and leave other graves. That's being cynical. That's the point I'm making. If we want justice for Kenyans, let's accord justice to all Kenyans across the board because they deserve justice. That's the point I'm making. And my position is unimpeachable if you were to look at it, or anybody who looks at it is unimpeachable. I don't hold brief for William Ruto. I don't hold brief for anybody. I hold brief for Kenya, which why I started by saying, if you're privileged, you're not going to play favorites because you've got options in life. But if you are not, it's when you are going to follow people here and there. Oh, let me follow this. This person was drunk at State House. No, we can forget about that. Okay, why do we forget? And we are talking about the office of the president, the State House being the symbol of national unity. Is it for drunkards? Why do you forget that? These are the points I'm making. And I don't think, I'm being partial in the way I'm reading Kenyan politics. Anybody from Uganda or Burundi listening to me will have no problem appreciating my line of thinking, even if they don't understand what's going on in Kenya. So I'm saying, if you turn William Ruto into the skunk, the greatest skunk Kenya has had, these problems will be there tomorrow once he's gone. They'll be there, I can guarantee you, because they're structural. They're structural issues.
Weston, I totally, if you don't mind, you mute just for me to probably clarify something. And I totally agree with the argument posed that, we can't selectively deal with the issues and, point William Ruto as the worst that has been. The reality is that our governance structure and the way we've run government for the longest hasn't worked for everybody. But unfortunately, it has gotten to a point where maybe because of the youth bulge and the problem that this country has had, there's a consequence of those bad leaderships has brought to the fore an issue where there's massive unemployment. there is a situation where young people are frustrated and they don't even know what to do and which direction to take. And it has become, because he is the face that is in charge, he's being put to the sword partly because he's in charge. But if you listen to the young people, they say, drain the swamp. And by draining the swamp, the demand is that whatever that is associated with the past, we do not want. So Ruto is exactly the face that has, unfortunately for him, he probably tough luck for him. But the validity of your argument to the extent that yes, we cannot do things selectively, that is true, and the young people are demanding that there is a total uprooting of the system. Realistically, that might not happen immediately. It's a progressive thing because we've been here for more than 60 years. I don't know whether you feel still we do not appreciate the fact that what you're saying is correct.
Well, what I'm saying is this. Don't compare these people. That's the point I'm making. Don't compare. Don't say we are worse off now than we were before, because you are not representative of Kenya. There are many Kenyans who are worse off under Uhuru Kenyatta. There are many Kenyans who are worse off under Mwai Kibaki. You may not have been worse off. What I'm saying, it may be because you're privileged, but you can't speak that because you had it nice then, you don't know anybody who had it worse. So things were good. They were not good for all Kenyans. Things were bad for poor people in Kenya, even under Mwai Kibaki. Things were bad for poor people in Kenya under Uhuru Kenyatta. Facts. So I'm saying, I'm going to speak for myself. So speak for yourself. Don't speak for Kenyans. Let this young person speak for themselves. Let this other person speak for themselves. That's the point I'm making. It's not hard to appreciate that. I hear a lot about comparisons. No, the Matiang'i was better. I don't know, Uhuru Kenyatta was better. Well, I can tell you, Mwai Kibaki, and I'm saying people are here who had not come of age before. Don't come to these spaces and, display and exhibit ignorance. Being young does not give you an excuse to be ignorant. I keep on saying. In fact, when you say you have got a lot of gadgets at your disposal, which why these things should not come as a surprise to you. You should take advantage of that technology to appraise of yourself of things that happened when you were still young, or if you were at that time you were not born. But people come on this person, no, you see, I was not there. You are not there, and then you lack the capacity to authoritatively speak about things that are happening now, because you don't have the advantage, the benefit of what precedes what.
Ahmed, I think we are experiencing some up and down with the Western's line, so we leave at that so that we can be able to allow also other speakers to proceed. There's quite some noise coming from Western's mic. So I think, Western, we had your point, it's home. We are trying to really understand where we are headed. And for the sake of this space, I must actually admit, none of us in this space compared William Ruto and other leaders in the past. In fact, it's you who brought up the issue of drunkards. We didn't mention that. But thank you for your observations. We do take them with a lot of, respect. That said, you had queued in to have Eve. And Eve, you've been waiting to submit. What happens is when you mute everyone, you will be required to unmute from your end in order for you to proceed. So I'm going to unmute you and allow you to make your submission. Eve, good evening and welcome to the talk. What do you think about this Kanisa na Ikulu thing? Eve, you can unmute and proceed if you're listening to us.
Thank you. It was unmuted for a very long time. I was wondering. Thank you for the space. Thank you for the time. Hii kitu ya kanisa na Ikulu, I think so very many of us speakers have fronted so very many ideas of what it might be like. At the end of the day, I'm of the opinion that this thing might be spiritual. I'm also of the opinion that this thing is business. That money laundering thing is not so far-fetched. It's actually, it makes the most logical sense in all this mix-up. And I also wanted to chime in on what one of the speakers actually said, that being emotional, it's not all about being emotional when it comes to conversations like this.
Am I the only one here that is having problems with the call? Obeds.
Yes, I think Eli is having issues with the
Yeah,
speakers. Can
because
yeah.
we can hear quite well.
We can hear everybody very well, but Eli, when it comes up, it's just kind of whatever muffled or something like that.
So Eva, please prosecute your point.
My point was, I was trying to say that the current situation, when it's coming to a point whereby we are taking our political voice and putting it to account, whereby we have it known to the politicians that this is how we feel. We are not letting you assume that this is what your people are saying. No, we have a voice. We want to put it forth towards you to say, okay, this is now what is happening. We have all this technology that is all around us, that you can actually tap in and listen to us directly on what we want to do. So for the notion of being emotional, it's not actually being emotional, it's just being quick to answer, because we have the correct tools to use for us to answer the politicians right from the time that they actually give out a statement. I'm sure Redemptor might give me zile za kitambo, might remind us of days in the past whereby when a politician gave a statement, if it was today, you used to find it the next day, maybe in newspaper or hiyo siku jioni when you're watching news. Now we have these spaces, we are making use of these spaces. If Ruto is listening, yes, we want our voices to be heard at the end of the day. Kanisa ijengwe, tutaenda, venye Japonji alisema tutaenda. We have an avenue ya occupy State House. We will go. At the end of the day, it's a state symbol. I understand it's a state symbol. It needs to remain a state symbol. So very many people can come in there and have Ruto is just there for 5 years. Potentially, and I hope to God that is 5, only 5. Because we are coming to a place whereby saizi we get to really ask the deep questions. Kitambo ilikuwa, this politician has said this, you shrug it off and you're like, oh, he has said it. Doesn't bother me. Now you easily, if that statement is said, you easily look deeper. You say, okay, fine, this is going to affect 1 or 2 people that I know. How am I going to shape a conversation with my peers and say, we need to actually look at this and say that this is not good, it's not part of right and wrong. Ila alichukua point yangu yenye nilikuwa nataka kusema, we have come to a place whereby we know right and wrong, and we can easily voice our opinion about it. Whether they want to hear us or not, it's not up to us. They can close their ears, but at least it's on the record now that we have actually said that this is not what we want. And if it's something, and if it's a good idea, and we see that the method at which it's coming about is wrong, we say, okay, fine, you should have done this and this and this and this. Why is it not in place? What's happening? What's not happening in the mix? So that's my take.
Thank you very much. Eve, we appreciate you also adding your voice to the call. Looks like it is one of those evenings. Everyone has something to talk about when it comes to the Ikulu and the church. This is normally a very short space, but the interest around the conversation has required us to go beyond our normal performance. And that means tumeongezewa mishahara. So you clap for us. We've done a great job. speakers, msikae hivi hivi. Tumefanya kazi nzuri sana. And for those of you who are listening in, I know you hate it that you can't access the chat section. If you want to add your voice to this and you can't pick up the mic, probably stuck in traffic, just respond to the tweet of this space and be able to look into some of those chats. That said, I believe most of our speakers that are here have already made their submission, but we still have Riek. Then we'll have, after Riek, we'll follow. Okay, Redemptor, I see your hand is up. Redemptor, is there something I've missed out before I have Riek?
Very quickly, Ruto is the worst president Kenya has ever had in terms of documentation. The straw that broke the camel's back, and I was responding to Western. I don't know why he gets triggered every time he hears Kiamba. I would have made a summary if I had time about the worst massacre this country has ever experienced that is undocumented. Unfortunately for him, 2024-2025 is the most documented bloodbath this country has ever experienced. That's what I wanted to say. If you give me a minute later, I'll summarize that massacre. Asante.
Thank you, Redemptor. And I think for us tonight is a very intentional conversation, not because I stand here to hate my president. No, I stand here to disagree with the decisions he's making on behalf of this country, because these are the decisions that will affect you, I, and our families, and at large, the generations to come. So this is not about the person in Ruto. It's about the things that are represented with the presidency of Ruto. Obeds, again, your hand is up.
Yes, I like, it is good you speak for you, and glad that you've said that. But the truth is, we have two things here. We have issues with the decisions that are being taken, but the personality also influences the decisions that are being made. So there is no way we cannot have a problem with the personal. But that, as said, as it may, he has a responsibility. He has a big responsibility to ensure that, being a symbol of national unity, he has to rethink how he speaks, weigh his words, and not just blabber. He's not me and you who can say anything. I can say whatever I want. But a president who has a responsibility has to make sure he's a diplomat. Number one, he's a president. People look up to him. He can't just talk the way he did. You can't tell people you do not have an apology to make. I mean, you don't just talk like that. And being that he's the president who has a PhD that nobody has ever had, he should do better. But now his record speaks differently. It's so checkered and so bad. So I'm just trying to dissuade you from feeling like you're attacking him. And in reality, we are attacking him, his person, and the decisions he makes, because his personality influences the decisions that we're experiencing today. And you can't differentiate those two. My apologies again to you, but not to him.
Thank you, Obez. I was taught as a parent, you tell a child the thing you did was a stupid action. You don't call the child stupid, but looks like Kenyans are not planning to do that to this child. Rick Oyogi, good evening to you and welcome. Eric, what do you have to say? Eric Oyugi, going once, going twice. We don't have you. I'll go to the hands that are there, and in order to try and have this conversation moving, Kabuya, you've joined us, and great to have you back on the conversation. It is a matter of leadership, probably not responding to the needs or alive to the reality that we are living. 1.2 billion approximated in terms of church building. And Obed, I rarely read what government bloggers write, but this one really annoyed me. So you'll allow me to read part of that.
Unapenda pressure.
Hata sasa imeenda, umeongea mpaka imeenda. Mbona uko na hiyo roho mbaya? There was somebody else trying to read his tweets.
If you keep following those people, they'll annoy you.
I don't follow them. I don't follow them. They
don't
just
mute them. Mute them. They are stupid people, man.
Right. Okay, I think I got that. I really have to bring this up for context, and also not to annoy all of you, but to show you how stupid we can actually think. It is embarrassing. And looks like the heavens have decided that street is not going to come up. But there's an individual who keeps saying to us how we need to understand why the money they're planning to spend. So, did you know that over 2,000 people live within the State House compound with their families? Whenever someone passes away or there's an event, gatherings are often held under for the first time. A president is establishing a church and a multi-purpose hall. Sasa hata sio kanisa, imekuwa multi-purpose hall. Watu wa dining hall na Bull Dance High School, mikono juu kwa hewa, mnajijua. Ninajua that's the time Marabu Stocks discovered what Danja Farm is. And that said, for the first time, a president is establishing a church and a multi-purpose hall for them to meet in dignity. Yani watu wa serikali hawana dignity. There's a big space that holds a lot of people for them to come and do press conferences. But that's story for another day. President William Ruto.
Ella, do you see how our collective intelligence is abused?
Sasa si ndio nakuambia, allow me to read. I rarely do, but allow me to read. Ni kuonyeshe ujinga mbali imesimamia. Na tuko kwa stage ya ujinga, beba inaelekea State House. President William Ruto is setting up this church, not just as a place of worship, but also a multi-purpose facility. Yani amerudia sentence mara mbili. ChatGPT, why do you embarrass people from State House? Anyway, but also as a multi-purpose facility to honor the personal journey God has brought you. Shetani ni muongo. In fact, it is a promise he made to God that if elected president, he would build a church at State House, Kenya. Even the military has a chaplain, a spiritual guidance in essence of in leadership. Yani ujinga lingine itakani kwenda shule. Interestingly, there's a residence called Bishop Bond next to State House. It was originally built with the idea that the chancellor would need spiritual support, so it was included as part of State House plan. Over time, however, it became the official residence of the Anglican bishop. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, idiots have decided they're going to defend the issue of the church at State House. It has never been my habit to use very strong words, but I think the Spirit, and this must be the Holy Spirit, has led me to say that. Call out stupidity for what it is. Kabuya, mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
You are loud and clear, sir. Proceed.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I caught the discussion late. I was still at work. I was able to retweet one or two. And thank you for giving me a chance. I'm now settled the last 30 or so minutes. Very interesting thing that has happened here with this exposure of this project. My opinion, I'll connect it with some things I have an interest with. Matters of decolonization, matters of religion, the history of religion, the history of state, the history of culture. Let me make something clear that buildings, especially within the Christian tradition, buildings are not actually religious. They are not spiritual in purpose. They are cultural in purpose. Any Christian worth their salt will tell you that between the book of Matthew and Revelation, there was no building project ever. Even when money was being put at the feet of, it was said money was put at the feet of people like Peter. I mean, those fundraisers were possible. Or Paul is congratulating the church of Philippi for their fundraising efforts. There was never a project for buildings. When did buildings and where did buildings come from? Buildings in the name of building God something is actually a European tradition. And you'll see, even the style of building them, the style is always European. Is European architecture. The more Gothic it is, the better. Because I mean, if it's simply just a place of prayer, we could have had a few shrines that are made of nature, like some trees, a tree grove. So this denomination has 20 buildings and 20 nature shrines and 15 caves and 5 streams. But this is the sustaining of European weaponization of religion, so that when the European came, he came with his culture and said, this is how we have been worshiping God since Rome, not since Jerusalem, since Rome, since Constantine took over the Roman Empire. And all these people, just like you have politicians, would come and they were given a one-day bill and they were told, well, if you're a citizen of Rome, then you're a member of the church. The church is now one of the ministries of government. The king is its head, the same way Charles III of the Anglican Church, no matter his personal ethic, the same way that at the UN and is an independent city-state. It's not a country, but it is an independent city-state. These are political institutions. That's the myth of separation of church and state. You cannot separate church and state as inherited from Europe, because church is inside of state. Church is state. The king is the head of government, even though constitutionally ceremonial, and is a supreme governor of the church. Even our bishops, it's just that they don't tell you, and that you will not find live proceedings. And with all due respect to anyone who is Anglican, this is not personal to you, but the critique of the religion. One of the oaths is to Charles and his seed upon taking office. You must swear to the sitting monarch and his seed. You must protect Charles and his seed, no matter where you serve. Because this is it's an Anglican church spread across the globe. It's not the African church, it's the Anglican. It's the Roman, it's a Scottish. So the issues of buildings to begin with, and I don't want to repeat wonderful contributions that have been done. My contribution is to expose the fact that a building is a continued, a continued and sustained weaponization of religion against the people. And where it is, that happened in Ajengwa, the right place, as someone has, I think it was where Olesapit now stays is opposite State House, and it was put there for the very reason. The first and second estates of the realm, the clergy and the nobility, must always be in bed together to manage the commoners. So while we may clamp down on this, maybe to take enough noise and he won't build it. Maybe he'll build it another time, or someone else who comes will build it, or someone will come and now build a mosque there. Or if he builds this and we have a Muslim president, he'll convert it into a mosque. The point is, buildings are not religion, and they will not infuse morality in that house. My proposal, popular proposal, not that it's going to be taken by any of his 200 advisors or himself, is we have a different type of theology, as I mentioned in a previous space we had. The brand of Christianity that was there in Latin America, especially the Catholic branch of Latin America, under priests like Gustavo Gutierrez, Camilo Torres, and others, which is called liberation theology, is a theology for the low people, for the commoner, for the struggler, for the rabble, for the dregs of the earth, where God is a revolutionary, God walks barefoot, God is pro-poor, God is against the junta, etc., etc. God can go to the bush, and it's the love of Jesus that the revolutionary serves inside the bush with. This is a very different thing. And this is the one that says, this is the one that will say, take this 1 point whatever billion and let's take it to Madare. Let's divide it between Madare, Mukuru, and the Korogosho. In the name of religion, it's nataka kushukuru Mungu na mimi ni Mkristo. It's that brand. Otherwise, we'll keep having this sham of, okay, it's not this building, this 1 billion, let it be divided into the existing buildings that the president can be going around, 3, 4 favorite churches of his. But if we can change from the colonial religion to a revolutionary Christianity, because Jesus was revolutionary. In this reading of religion, Jesus is a revolutionary. Jesus is not in bed with Caesar. So there's no building that looks Gothic and headed by the king of the time. This is a guy who hangs out with the poor and prefers the poor as long as they are the oppressed. He will only judge them as being moral after they come out of their poverty. With that said, let me make my final remark. There was someone who was making noise that kuna watu wanaonea mtu yuko. I think it was Redemptor who used the word, the proverb or the saying, the straw that broke the camel's back. There could be nothing wrong with the sitting president. And I personally do not think there is. I just think that in the game of musical chairs, that he became president at a time when the country was undergoing maybe what we may call a regular detox. And I have a theory, I look for papers to see if I can substantiate it, that every 20-something, between 20 to 25 years, Kenya has to detox through popular means of some sort. If it lines up with an election, well and good. If it doesn't look so nice. We can start with what has been happening now, 2024, 2025. 20 plus years ago, we had the ouster of Moi, but that just the Kibaki-led government did not end things. That thing continued throughout that time all the way to 2007, 2008. And it was something popular. The people wanted change. Take that back, it goes to the 80s, to the 1980s, and we all know what happened in the 80s. All that intoxication of Kenyatta One, all his oppression and suppression manifested in the 80s. And I'm not talking about 82. I'm saying the 80s, when there was an agitation, we need a new constitution, which began in the 80s and took 10 years, to 92, when Section 2A was repealed. And it took another 10 years just to midwife almost that whole thing. So that's my theory. So kama wewe umepatikana with holding the compost bag, the music has stopped, and you might have been the best president. But sasa music imesimama, ngoma imezimikia wapi? The light was on you. It's you to face the music at that point. And I think together with that, the existing generation, no matter how bad the past was, you are alive now. You have a legitimate right to make noise about the life you exist now. I cannot complain about what my grandfather went through. That was his life that was compromised. My grandfather spent some time in Manyani. I can only imagine his pain when I'm told the stories or what he found when he came home. But I'm feeling my pain now. I'm the one who is feeling it. So it's unfair to tell somebody, wacha kupiga kelele kuhusu ule mtu wako sahi. Rudi jana. Ama nyinyi amkuwa jana, amjui uchungu ni nini. Mimi naisikia sahi, naijua sahi. I'm the one who has studied and my degree is useless. It's not my grandfather, it's me. I'm the one who had a Kenya, I was memorizing, I was doing study groups 4 years or 5 or 6. My grandfather tells me nice stories of Muzungus coming ati nje, ati unasikia mzae, like my dad alikuwa anampatia story ati wako high school, ati my employer walikuwa nakuja hapo nje kungoja ma student wa form 6. Waandike kazi direct. Yani kazi was guaranteed. Hapa unafanya masters, masters imekuwa diploma. Siku hizi tunaitwa graduation, nasema naenda ya nini na huyu jamani jobless. What is he celebrating? Unatupikia ya nini? Hiyo donge tafuta kutama kwanza. If you graduate, call us ukipata job. Usituite graduation party, tuite job party. As a new housewarming. So it's unfair to go off on people who are feeling pain and they are protesting. I think that is insensitive. No matter the argument the brother had, to go off like that was a very strong rant. Muting, same rant, I think is insensitive. People are not just hungry from nowhere. People are not just rioting on the street, second year running from nowhere for nothing. I think there's a detachment. Huu ni mtu ako na uchungu yake. Kama mimi nilisikia 1980 ndio nilisikia uchungu ndio ilikuwa mbaya, nilisikia hiyo wakati. Wacha huyo kijana pia ako legit. And I think we should protect the citizens right now from both forces. This is what I call revisionism. When you tell people, why are you angry? You should have seen me. Why are you angry? You should have seen our dad. Mi ndio napitia sahi. And I feel it, and it's hampering my life, it's hampering the dignity of a citizen in the current setting. That person, that 20-year-old youth who has no experience, labda ajui kuoa ni nini, ajui kuzaa ni nini. Hiyo anaisikia sahi, the citizen under the current constitution. That's my submission for now. Asanteni.
Definitely a very, very heated conversation based on where you sit on this aisle called governance. And of course, some of us have historical perspective to the conversation. Some of us are living the lived reality of where we are. You know, Kabuya, when you talk about people celebrating their jobs, I should add celebrating that you have a permanent pensionable contract, because some of these people actually get a day job and a few weeks later, the business they had been hired to work in scrambles and they have to go back on the streets looking for work. Obet is warning me about time. He's telling me wazee sasa macho imeanza kuwa mzito na ni wakati wao wa kwanza kutafuta jinsi ya kutumia kaluma, kwa sababu, you know, Obeds, we have to respect your age. But before we can do that, can I just clear a few hands here? Because Eve has been gracious enough, so is Marabu and Abulai. And Betty Jerry, you are our next speaker. But because these people have been waiting here, let me just clear their mics, and then I'll come to you to make your first submission to the talk. Go ahead, that is Eve. A minute, if you don't mind.
Kabuya has actually touched on something that is so deep. That statement, that last statement, speaks to most of us. How are you celebrating your graduation without work? So where the shoe doesn't fit is what we feel. For me, I feel like taking, for example, I follow so very many creators on YouTube who talk about politics in the US. And I gather some similarities with what you're doing here, but as our chosen space is on Twitter. But what I see with the current progressive generation on YouTube is they speak their mind, they put their ideas on videos on what they feel about the politicians. And I think it helps us in such a way that we grow our conversation base while bringing people to the conversation, because we actually get to communicate our ideas to those people who don't listen to news but are always online. They are usually always online. TikTok, you pass through TikTok, someone says something political, but it's in a good way. You already have a listening ear, and that's what we are doing. The government is not thinking about take, for example, if some of you have time, go look at what Zora Mamdani has done with his campaign for the New York mayor. It's phenomenal in essence of campaigning. I just wanted to put that forth. Thank you.
Haya, walisema online hakuna kura, but ni sawa. Thank you, Eve, for that. Marabu, you wanted to clear something?
Am I coming through?
Sure you are.
You know, Eli, I stopped watching TV because of these people you call political analysts. You get a professor there, you get somebody. The problem with some of us is that when we get some form of employment and we are a bit comfortable, we want to, structuralize everything. So before King Louis XVI, there were 8 other kings. King Louis wasn't the worst. In fact, there was a king called Robert II, who was a cannibal. He used to eat his people, but people did not revolt. They revolted when King Louis XVI came, centuries after. Why was that so? It was because of his attitude King Louis XVI is the person who the wife told the people, if you cannot eat bread, eat cake. And that got him out. The other cannibal ate people in silence. People did not see it as something bad. If the former president Kibaki was to build a church, people would not take it so bad, despite the fact that it is illegal and against our constitution. But because of the man he was, the character he had, people would take it as something positive. But this one we have, this one, the one who lied to people, for people to put him there, people have lost trust with him because of his character. So if you tell us not to personalize it, not to make it personal, it is personal. You cannot fool an entire nation and say don't personalize it and want to. I always say this academic thinking is not what we want in this country. Because when you're going through a mess, most of the messes that we are in is because of academics. All these legislation, laws and legislation in parliament. Murkomen is a lawyer, for crying out loud. He goes and tells police to shoot people. These are educated people, but the way they are behaving, it's better to have that person who has never gone to school but has wisdom. So the character of the person and how he came to power through promises, that is what is making people look at him and want to put him accountable. It is also a deterrent to any other future leader. You know, I usually say William Ruto is a blessing to our country because we needed him for the people to wake up and for the leadership to be put on notice that any other person who is thinking that they'll come here and have it soft are going to be put to check. So if we are going to personalize it, it's going to go there. Because like a graduate say, you don't graduate and then you can't feed your family and then you can't have a job. And then you tell me I'm not going to make it personal so that somebody on top there feels comfortable. No, it's not going to happen like that. Thank you very much for the time.
Eli, can I have a right of reply? Because people are talking about me without naming me, which in itself is an indication of lack of integrity. Can I have a right of reply?
Yes, you shall. Just give us a few more opportunity for the new speakers, and you will definitely have that. If you don't mind, there was one more person I wanted to give an opportunity. Abdullah, you can do a minute. Please make it a minute. Matt, also a minute, and then we go to Betty, who has been waiting for too long.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and I will try to make it a minute. And thank you. But I had a problem with, I agree so much with Western, but I had a problem today with Western. One thing, in 2017, we were not talking about being tribeless and deplatforming demigods and political kingpins. Now we are talking about it. Does it mean we are doing something wrong right now because we did not do it in 2017? Or probably people did not do it at that time? The other thing is that you are speaking the language that President William Ruto wants us to speak, that we actually hate him as an individual. I have no problem with President William Ruto as an individual because I do not get attracted by William Ruto's praising or whatever he talks about. I am interested with his policies. Let me put it to you this way, that people did not like Uhuru Kenyatta at all and still do not like Uhuru Kenyatta. If people liked Uhuru Kenyatta, they could have supported his BBI thing. People were against BBI. People were against BBI. Even the people from Mount Kenya. The other thing, if people were so much into Uhuru Kenyatta and other leaders, they could have voted his project. The other thing, do you really remember that William Ruto talked about state capture? If William Ruto did state capture, we could not be having so much of these problems. People could not have voted William Ruto if they liked Uhuru Kenyatta, and William Ruto was the guy who was saying that I am coming for the dynasties, for the leaders who stole your funds, for the leaders who did this and that. So it is President William Ruto who has actually shown that he's just a liar. We do not have a problem with President William Ruto. I actually dislike Uhuru Kenyatta until the day that Ruto showed me that he can actually be the worst. The other thing is, most of the things right now are on social media. Kenyans are very, they are on social media and they can be able to scrutinize things. Previously, that might not have been able to, that thing was not there. The other thing, they depended on people like Raila Amolo Odinga to tell them the scandals that are happening in government. Right now, we don't need a kingpin to tell us there's a scandal, there's a Eurobond. No, we do not need that at the moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdullah, for paying attention to my hand. Now, Matt, I know you're a gentleman, so make it a minute.
Oh, thank you. So personally, I'll start by saying I hate Ruto and the entire political class on a personal level. Yeah. So anyway, I want to talk about the building of the church. So I think once we started with affordable housing and allowing for a person to say that they can build their own projects on public land and then sell that and then put that on the market, I think that was the start of, okay, there have been a lot of slippery slopes, but that was part of the start of the slippery slope that has led to what we have today, where a person can donate a building on public property, which we know doesn't make sense, right? So I think that's part of the reason we are where we are. The other thing with this issue of building the church is why is it that if he really cared for the staff of State House, why did he build a church and not say a hospital or something else that would be of value to these people, you know? So I think in the end, his aim is still to consolidate the evangelical vote, and it's basically to just split people along as many lines as possible. Okay, then I'll let Weston and the rest talk about what they're talking about. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Matt. Betty, you've been waiting, and I would love to get your conclusion. Your statement on this conversation. And thereafter, I'd like for us to start now finding a way to close the space because, well, none of us is planning to go to State House, but we are planning to go to church, right? Let's have you, Betty.
Okay, thank you so much, Vizani, Ella, Innovate, and the rest. I hope you guys had a good day. Mimi, actually, the reason why I picked the mic, I came when Western Shila was actually talking, and I was like, Western, what do you mean? You don't want us to question the government, or what is your take on that? Many people have actually answered you, but I would like just to give you my take or whatever you said. My take was I came in when you were talking. It's me who feels. Actually, at Kabuya said it all. It's me who feels when I walk to that. When I graduate and I have no work, and my parents actually feels disappointed. You're telling us you're not supposed to question the government because it is not the worst regime to be. Okay, maybe our parents normalized whatever was happening to them. And now we feel the current government that is actually in power right now, have failed me as a person. And that's why people were so ready to go to the streets. I myself was so ready to go to the streets to fight for my own rights, not because someone told me to go to the streets and fight. It's because I'm feeling it. Imagine you opening a business. Well and good, you have graduated and you have there's no office that is actually hiring you. And you decide to open up a business. And because of the government, the business, you can't even earn a thing. You're forced, because of the circumstances, you're forced to close the business. And now I'm not supposed to question the government because this is not the worst regime. Me, what I feel, Ruto is the worst. To me, if I might be young or other governments, but to me, Ruto is the worst. And it's him. That's why we are in this situation. He have actually bagged every arm of the government. That's why the parliament, the legislature can say a thing. The executive have bagged everyone in the legislature, have bagged everyone in the judiciary. They can say a thing, and that's why I'll die in pain I'm dead inside because of the current government. And that's why I'm ready to go to the streets. Even if I be hurt on the street, I'll still go to the next mandamano. Because I'm already dead. Inside, I'm already dead. I have no hope inside myself, in myself. I have no hope. I have no future. And this is the thing we are calling it an end. Because imagine I can't see my kids coming to the same things I normalized during my time. And that's why we are calling it an end. If it's police brutality, we are calling it an end because we don't want our kids to come to face the same thing. Imagine a whole president. Let me now go back to the topic. A whole president. I don't know who the advisors are. You have 21 and so many advisors. Each day you wake up and hire a new advisor. What is their work? If they can really sit down and decide tunatenga 1.2 billion to build a church. Okay, the whole advisory, they sat down and decided we're going to build 1.2 billion in a public land. This one thing, the first thing that I took it's either Ruto just give us a reason to talk more into spaces. He's just buying his time, and he's giving us more reason to talk and talk and talk so that he can strategize for 2027. Or rather, he's showing us 2027 I'm going nowhere. And that's why I'm building a church using my own money in a public land, not a private land. And now you want us to normalize this. Yet our health sector is at stake. Schools, universities are closing. Schools have no classes, they have no books. The CBC thing is a task to the parents, and leave alone the health sector. The same president that budgeted. I might not have interest in other powers because I was young. I was relying on my parents. But now, the budgeting thing that came during my time that I'm at the edge. And the reason why I'm at the edge, I'm trying something, but the government is on my neck. Leta hiyo tax yenye unapata kwa hiyo biashara hata ita grow. Leta hiyo tax. And the tax, I can't see it. I can't see. I have no tangible evidence the government have used my tax. I have to close the business and go home. And they introduce a housing levy and everything they're introducing, and you want us to keep quiet. Come on. Thank you, Obez. I've seen your hands is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Trini. I don't know whether Joseph should speak or it's Western to get his right of reply, then we...
Tumalizie kwanza wageni ambao wajaongea, so that we go with Western as we close. Thank you, Betty. And I mean, Obed, you've listened from Betty, and there's something she's talked about, and I think towards the end of this talk, we need to address it. This is the issue of all these young people, and by young, I'm just being conservative with my words, but all of these hopeful Kenyans who are now living with no hope. They are a moving body, but dead inside. Because everything they ever dreamt about, including those good certificates, they show them nothing but dust is constant. Betty, we hear you. It is not fair. Obez, we should proceed to the next speaker. I think Joseph should come, and then let's start winding up.
Joseph, if you can unmute and speak.
I
don't think
propose to
Joseph is
proceed,
ready,
Obez.
so I guess we'll go to Western. His right of reply and his final remarks at the same time, I think.
Obets, I will try as much as possible to be calm, very calm. Those who have responded to me weighed against what I said. The conversation is no more than a dialogue of the deaf. They're not listening to what I'm saying, they come with their own things. Did I ever tell anyone not to critique this government? Who said that? You can go and listen to the clip. Did I say that? Do I hold brief for William Ruto? I don't. Why are you triggered by Kiamba? Of course, I'll be triggered. People are killed. Why would that trigger you? That's an emotional thing. What I'm asking is, why do you invoke Kiamba and stop there? Why do you stop there? I walked all over the country in the aftermath of that violence, all over where that violence took place. And I'm speaking experientially. Stories from people who experienced that. Myself, I escaped that violence by a whisker. I don't know whether I spoke to this platform or that Nakuru violence. I escaped it by a whisker. So don't come here and ask me why you triggered. I'm not looking at these things from an academic perspective, Marabu. And I can put it to you, I'm proud of my schooling. You don't celebrate Oscar Sudi because you think he's not going to school. You have a problem with the people who think. So what do you want? What exactly do you want? You don't celebrate Sudi because he doesn't have education. Okay, people have gone to school, you also have a problem with them. What exactly do you want? What do you want? Who do you celebrate? Yeah, if I didn't go to school, you would be disparaging me the way you're disparaging Oscar Sudi. Would you be celebrating me? Would you? So we must be careful not to say nonsensical things. We have a problem in Kenya because we don't celebrate scholarship and thinking. And that's why we are in problems. How can somebody say he has a problem? Well, you can have a problem with an academic who's saying things that don't make sense, and they are there. But you can't say the things I'm saying don't make sense. They do. The only thing that they don't cohere with what you think is the correct reading of Kenyan politics and history. So you are using your narrow-mindedness to gauge what I'm saying. And therefore you find me wanting, but you're using a wrong yardstick, which is weak. No one should go to school and be ashamed of themselves. Why then did you go to school? I'm not going to be ashamed of myself. This going to school gives me a platform. I meet presidents, top-ranking people, and they listen to me. Would I have had that opportunity if I didn't go to school? Would I? So why should I be ashamed? Why? And I tell them my mind, and they listen. So if you have got your own inferiority complex, don't bring it here. I don't have it. And I'm saying it's not a rant.
Okay. Just keep on
This-
the point,
this is-
Western. It's rather
This is not a
condescending.
rant.
Please keep on the
But they are
point.
very personal, Eli. They are personal. I didn't mention anybody. They are very personal. You know, academics, this and this, that's personal. You know, you're pouring scorn on somebody's accomplishments. That's personal.
Western,
Okay, let
Western,
me
you're a
proceed.
man. Allow me. It's not a problem. You know, we respect and we have conversations here, and sometimes we might agree to disagree. And because I would assume, and I believe that sometimes it can sound very harsh.
What is it?
But I really appreciate if it doesn't go ad hominem, because you know, an eye for an eye does not solve any problem. It becomes a part of the problem. So I would really expect that you clarify your point without necessarily having to hit back in that sense, so that at the end of the day, you know, you started to say you want to become, and that's what I expected. I really appreciate if you can prosecute the point, clarify the issue,
Because
and we move on from.
Obets, that's how I was trained. I don't go for the person. So if you listen to my submissions, I will mention your name if I'm going to compliment you. If I'm not going to compliment you, I stick to facts. But you cannot name me or speak in a roundabout way, while in actual sense you're referring to me. That's ad hominem. It's a dishonesty. You can't do that. So I didn't teach you comprehension. So if you don't understand what I'm talking about, that can't be my problem. I didn't tell anybody not to critique this government. I don't hold brief for this government. I don't. What do I gain from it? What do I gain from it? What I'm saying is that let us not be partial. If we plead ignorance that we don't know Kenya's history, and we'll have to explain why we're ignorant of our history. So where are we going? Then we must be ignorant in totality, but let's not be selective in what we remember and what we choose not to remember. Because if you choose one act of pain that happened in a particular part of Kenya, and you forget, you elect not to remember another act of pain, you are erasing, you're minimizing the pain of those people who suffered at around the same time. That's what we're doing. That can't be a way to find justice in Kenya. Can it be? And I didn't talk about 2017. I'm saying it's in 2013. Some of us saw what we're getting into. So if you are not born then, I mean, you must be forgiven because you are not born. If you are not of age, you must be forgiven. But if you are of age at that time, you can't plead ignorance that you don't know what's happening now. You cannot.
But Western,
You
I do
can't.
appreciate where you're coming from.
You
I
can't.
totally get what you're saying. What I would really love, if you don't mind, I would appreciate your final remarks. The point is made, and that is very clear.
So I think I've responded to I mean everything. Mine is not
the
a
point
rant. I
is
don't
made.
rant. No, I don't rant. We don't rant.
I
We don't do that.
I request.
So I'm
I request
landing
that you give your
Obet.
final remarks.
Obet, you know why when I speak, you sit up or somebody else sits up? Because I say things that will squirm you. And as somebody who trains young people, I pay attention to somebody who says things that are exceptional. I focus on that. Not everybody else who is regurgitating the same thing. That is it. And I train them to be independent-minded, that they can critique my views and say things that they think will offend me, but I say, I will not be offended. As long as you have a position, you're convinced, raise it. In Kenya, where we're trained to conform. And I can see it on this platform, conform. The moment somebody says something that is out of tune with what everybody is saying, now the thing goes haywire. We will have to get out of that. And if we do, we will stop being personal, personalizing things.
Okay, so what's the essence of conversations is actually to learn from each other, and that's the truth. We will speak things that do not necessarily agree. We all don't have the same perspectives and points of view. It's always going to be different. However, again, as I said, you have the privilege of having the opportunity to instruct. Others don't have. Your view might be different from what everybody else is, and it's very normal. So I'd really appreciate, because the point has been made, and I totally understand where everybody's coming from. I would appreciate if you'd give your final remarks, because even if we belabor the point, it's quite clear that there are things that probably would have done differently. And I think it's fair that that be the case. And to that extent, it's clear. So I would really appreciate
I yield. I yield by saying that I don't thrive in a lynch mob. I'm not going to lynch you. Even if everybody else is gathering rocks and they're tired to lynch you, I won't join that. I won't do it. I don't thrive under that. I want to appreciate what is it that you have done. Some of us are socialized to participate in lynching as a mob. I don't do that. I would want to give you a chance. The same way, if I'm on the wrong, I would want to be given a chance. Well, that is it. So this president here has failed Kenya, but he's building on historical failure. That's the point I'm making. And that's factually correct. If those who came before him didn't fail, he would have had no room to fail and do the things he's doing. Factually correct. So if you want to erase that history and focus on him, that reading is completely ahistorical and cannot stand the master. And I can tell you today, tomorrow, next week, next year, 10 years, 50 years from now, I'm correct. I'm correct. I yield.
Thank you, Westerner, and I agree. We can't do revisionism, and we must appreciate. There's a contribution that has been made, and it's something that has accumulated over time. He's the first of the unfortunate problem we're dealing with. But hold on, Matt. I'll allow you to. I have an order if it's not a problem. So, what I would, we've been here. Sometimes we give, the how we interact in our space. We do appreciate that people have different points of view, and we can agree to disagree. I think it's important that we probably talk about the point, not necessarily the person. Also, let's not take things a little too personal. because some of us have not met in person. We've met here on Spaces, and we sit here, it's midnight in Nairobi, going to 1, and we're still having these conversations because we all care for this country. And if that be the case, then no more small frictions will be here and there. And I think it's normal in our discourse to have these disagreements. But I hope and pray that at the end of the day, we all live here knowing that we are all trying to do what is in the best interest of this country. And we can always mend relations. And there's nobody who was attacking anyone in any case. The intention was to try to put a point across. Maybe didn't put it up across properly. So that said, I'd like to allow Matt, let me allow you to speak, then go to Abdullah and then Marabu in that order.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I think I understood what Weston was saying. And this is a question I often have because, for example, I think a week ago, Redemptor was in a space and she spoke very painfully about 2 people who were killed quite recently by police while protesting in her town or something. While people were protesting Albert Ojwang, someone was shot in the neck or in the head, right? And then if we talk about, basically we can talk about, I don't know, Kiambaa, we talk about 1992, 1997, Wagala massacre, we go back up to pre-colonial period, we go back up to the times of the Portuguese and the Omanis at the coast. My question is, how in a practical way address all these issues? Because if we start listing them, then everyone has a grievance. And this is part of also something Weston talked about with regards to affirmative action for certain ethnic groups. And the whole thing with affirmative action is very hard to do because I see it even in the case of gender. People talk about affirmative action, but if you start saying, today I'll start giving jobs to women, men will complain. If you say, today I'll start giving jobs to this group, or anyway. So maybe my question for Weston is this thing that you're talking about being holistic in reviewing our history. How can we possibly do it?
So, Matt, I get what you're asking. What I'm looking for, I presume that's your final remarks. And Weston, we'd have another conversation at some point, which I think it's important. For now, I presume that that's a contribution we probably pick in our Sunday schooling and a few other areas. And you can probably have one. Sometimes affirmative action is reverse discrimination, in my view. It can be worked in a different way, or people have to agree a certain way that where the society is involved in making that decision. We don't tend to have that. Leaders make decisions on our behalf. But it's an argument that can be had, and people see the pros and cons of those. So let me allow Abdullah, then Marabu.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And also, as we finish up, I just want to say that leaders who have this position, they are the one we are going to criticize. I personally, I cannot say who was starting. I was not online. I was in school. During his second term, I was online and I was actively in politics. I used to criticize Uhuru Kenyatta. He did a lot of bad things. BBI was not good, and so many other things. The cost of living was very high. President William Ruto, as much as I did not vote him because I did not vote in 2022 because there was no any good candidate there. I was voting for Wajakoya, but you could not meet the bare minimum. William Ruto did not do what he was supposed to do. If William Ruto did the state capture, I think some of the Western points could have been vindicated that we could have gone for these guys who have been stealing our money. So if Maraga, because I'm going to vote for Maraga, the next election, I've already made up my mind. If Maraga comes in and he doesn't arrest William Ruto, and William Ruto should account for all the atrocities that he has done to us, I will not be concentrated so much on William Ruto. I will be concentrated on Maraga and the next president. Because I cannot be concentrated, I will concentrate on the person who has the power to do it. So thank you so much. And also have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Abdullah. Marabu Stokes. Your final remark.
Thank you. So somewhere in 2022, a man stood on top of the car and said he's going to create 500,000 jobs. Boda people are going to get money. Mama Mboga, they're going to get Wi-Fi. Some women are going to get diapers. But did not say that he's going to build a church in State House. The reason why he did not say he's going to build a church in State House was because he was not going to be elected if he said so. So what we are asking for is what the pledges that somebody said that they're going to do. If we knew that this person was coming in as president and his agenda was building churches, we would have considered that in the elections and decided if we are going to vote for him or not. What we are against is this idea that you can promise people through your manifesto, and then once you get to office, then you turn around and do the opposite. Okay? And this is what the Gen Z are trying to fight against. We have no problem with churches being built, whether it is essential or a necessity for the people who live in State House. Then let's follow procedure. On public land, let's use public resources. Let the people of Kenya be called and be told architects to come and design it. Why can't we just make it like a national competition and have people compete on who's the best designer and give Kenyans jobs, give a nice tendering process? But it's still against the Constitution and what our country stands for in separation of the church and the state. So what we are really calling for is not anything above the law. We are within the law in calling for these issues. And as I learned, when we were fighting for independence, our ancestors, there were people who were collaborators and there were people who stood or sat on the fence. But eventually, independence came and all of them benefited from the fruits of independence. So even today, there are people who are benefiting one way or another, and they don't see the problem with this church being built. We have them on X, and that is their right. But the thing is, if we follow the rule of law, constitutionalism, we wouldn't have all these problems that we are having. Because I'm sure there's a stipulated way on which construction is supposed to happen on public land and State House, moreover. But the fact that we want to bring this into a public debate shows that somebody is trying to go over the set out rules. Obed, personally, I'm not against any form of intellectual, as my brother Western would think. I'm also an intellectual. I've written 2 dissertations. I will be going against myself. But the thing is, let's not get so comfortable and so detached from the reality and see things the way they're supposed to be seen from a legal and a patriotic eye. Because when we allow this person to do something because somebody else did, then we will never go back. Thank you very much for the time and God bless.
Thank you, Marabu Kabuya. Give you 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to give my final remarks. I want to start. I have 3 recommendations or words during the proceedings today. I did hear 1 or 2 people, cite. I don't remember the names, but I remember someone saying I'm a staunch Christian, but this is my opinion about this matter. And we know what we are discussing is not a matter of faith, but rather matters of proper governance, transparency, stewardship, and so forth. My first word to Christians who are listening to me, I am an ambassador one of my hearts is a theologian of major world religions. And I think the Kenyan Christian has left out a very important prism of three major ones through which Christians interpret their religion or their God. Africa is dominated by one that does not work positively for the African public. It works for the African individual. It's comforting to the individual, but that it's very limited when it comes to governance. I would recommend an exploration to you, the Christian or believer or whatever. Explore a theology called liberation theology. You can just Google that or ChatGPT it and see what it says and buy a book, download an article, get a PDF or 2 or 3. You will still be close to God. Only that now you will see him differently as one who is able to actually perceive our daily oppression as something the average person can deal with. 2, a word to William Ruto. I know he's not here, but to anyone who thinks, I don't think anyone will take this message to him, but to anyone who we perceive what I'm saying, William Ruto has a chance like that which Winston Churchill had. Winston Churchill was actually not, even by his fellow Britons, a good prime minister per se, but he was saved by wartime. He became very good. He used his oratory to redeem himself. Soon after that, of course, that ended and others took his place. But I think William Ruto has a chance to be what I may call a wartime president. He has inherited a youth that is experiencing very dire situations. He has a chance not to continue in a legacy of what it means to be in a trim suit, create a nice manifesto, put together a party that wins a majority. But he's president for the first time, other than in something that has not been experienced by his predecessors, of a youth bulge, was first seen by Ranebaga in the leaked cable in 2009, mentioned in passing by Uhuru, but it has stopped with him 2 years hardly into his rulership. He can change everything. And those who are his fans, and we are all his fans, he's our president, he's protected by the constitution. But I think he should change and listen to the music. People are not going to the streets merely because of being idle. I see your hand. One final thing, 10 seconds. To the youth, you are our opposition. You Gen Z and Gen Zote, you are our opposition. Continue calling for accountability, for good governance. The spirit of our constitution lives in you. Don't apologize for it. Keep the fire alive. Viva. Thank you.
Thank you, Kabuya. Redemptor?
Thank you very much. Kenyans avoid conflict. So you will not address the elephant in the room. You're all very nice and I appreciate you. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. President Ruto is telling us in Sheng, I'm balling and you're not. You're all poor. I can build a church, you're satanic. And Western has just said, nyinyi ni maduanzi. And even if it's 100 years, I will be right. And askize how he talked to us. It's not what he says most of the times. It is the tone. It's condescending. And that's exactly why Ruto is in big trouble. It's not what you do, it's how you make people feel. That's why when you talk about housing, finance, what, these young people are saying, we are not our parents. We will F you. So to summarize, we come here not because we know, we come here because we have to speak truth to power. And I really appreciate Marabu because I've always known he's an intellectual. What he said there's something about the TV interviews that the people are removed. And I have to talk about the Wagala massacre. I have to. Because I was saying, there's a massacre that happened that 1,000 people died in 1984. Can you imagine 1984? They went and isolated people from a clan in the Somali and put them in a newly built airstrip. Any boy 12 years and above, and the men, and they were shot and there was a stampede. It's documented and they say 1,000 people died, but the locals have never forgotten 40 years later. So there's a lot of heart, and it's very unfortunate. There's always the iconic figure of something. Maybe 207 is the only thing people talk about all the time. Are there victims even in these spaces? I've talked about the Wagala massacre because we're talking about a church, and culture was involved. Historical factors were involved, and people suppressed that history. The best thing they got was they were put in the justice, and it's called justice and what? It was acknowledged in that justice and peace something report. Many people have been shot. We saw the bodies of young people floating in dams. And we cannot think, I think Kenyans are traumatized in terms of seeing dead bodies in the last 3 years. So when you talk about church, people get upset. They don't know why they're upset. And I'll finish by saying this. The reason I talked about documentation, we have heard about massacres, but about post-election violence. We've seen a bit of it. But for the first time in our history, we have seen it live. We've seen it. We've seen somebody shot live. You must factor what that does to the human psyche. And that's why I always stick to the storytelling, to the human side of a story, and to the human side of a story. Mimi hii niko na shida na Mungu. Really, we've seen human rights abuse. Why would you allow this man to also take your rights and to speak on your behalf? I know it's complicated to say it, but I know really for those who are Christians here, they know God honors himself. And for those who are young people who will not be called duanzis, and please keep talking. You might save your life by talking. There's a young woman who talked about not getting a job, and thank you, Kabuya. Thank you for validating people's pain and struggle. Really appreciated your speech today. And Obeds, don't apologize for us. Let people fight in groups. Wacha tumenyane, tuheshimiane. Mi sijasoma sana, but I speak for the people who've been brutalized and forgotten victims. That's my area of activism. So what do I know? I just know the suffering in this country has never reached this level. And Ruto, you've hurt us because you send people here to listen to us, and you have hurt us because of how you talk to us more than anything else. How you pretend you're the only person who loves this country and you have a plan. To the extent you ask us why you go, you tell people mambo ni matatu. At the end of the day, I encourage myself. I know it's defeatist to say mortality. These are mere mortals, all of them. Even fair to mention, Ella gets scared of Subarus when we mention their names. They are mere mortals. If you cut them, they bleed. They wear those bulletproofs. Nimemaliza. So sometimes when I'm fearing abductions, I remember they're also fearing something. And that's how I console myself. Long live Kenya, may this generation save us. You are the golden generation if you are below the age of 40 or around 45. Please go and shine for your country. And there's something that has been put in you. To whom much is given, much is required. Asanteni.
Thank you, Redemptor. I sometimes have to apologize because I've got a responsibility as a co-host, and I'm sure you know you do this. Ronyo, your final remarks.
Thank you so much, Bishop Obed. Think I will.
Hii title nilikukataza. Mimi nitapoteza kondoo. Don't even think about it.
I will try to. So, nasikia hapa sijui tuongea, wacha tuongea tu. We try. Unajua tuliambiwa we are very good. We are second to none. Hivyo huyo jamaa alisema. But still we are.
But you have to do a test and pay 30,000 to prove you speak English. Okay.
But still we are products. Colonialism. So doesn't mean like you look at Russia ama you angalia China. They have surpassed all these Western countries, and they are very good. In terms of technology, weapon and all those things, they have surpassed them. But one thing they have really tried to make sure they have not lost their own language. But African, we are very proud of speaking other people's language. So na ndio maana watu wanatukuzi, lakini ni sawa tu.
Roger, tupatie final
Yes,
remarks.
let me say this, Obed. Unajua nimechukua mic because ya Western. I will not lie. Unajua nobody knows the reason why Kasongo ako na hii mashida yote ni kujifanya anajua everything. Nobody knows everything. Otherwise haungekuwa kwa hii dunia. It's only God who knows everything. That's why he's everywhere. So sisi wote tuko hapo kwa sababu nobody knows everything. I learn from you, you learn from me. So hii uchuki kidogo kidogo muache bana. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Justice for all. I give you a chance to give your final remarks. Ronjo, tutaongea mambo nyuma ya tena.
So, brother Obed, Eli, and everybody else, I think I've spaced with almost everybody in this group today and appreciate that. My closing remarks will be based on 3 points. One, how I used to pray back in the day when I needed a call for me to date. Two, why God, gave us Pharaoh so that he can teach the children of Israel a lesson, and obviously these other scriptures that address some of those points. But finally, I will speak that why this generation is here, mostly to teach Kasongo a lesson, ndio iwe funzo kwa wengine. How we pray for our leaders in Kenya is the way I used to be like as a young preacher. I would see a very pretty girl, hata naona tu najua tapia zake, lakini nasema Mungu niokolee huyu, tafadhali just save this one for me. I pray for, conveniently, I want God to save her. I don't care about tabia zake, lakini I go to God just to present that for that specific reason. The way we presented Kasongo before God, we were like, we know everything amefanya, lakini when tunaenda kuomba tulikuwa tunasema hata sisi hatujali vitu nyingi, lakini Mungu tupatie huyu kwa sababu at least ana confess kitu fulani. We do that, and then you realize once you have been presented with that girl, I can tell you she won't change. I've tried it, it didn't work. The second part is the aspect of I think God really allowed Kasongo to be chosen as a leader so that Kenyans can realize how bad it is not to listen to him and listen to our own desires and say that tunataka mwizi wetu nini na nini na nini. And obviously, he's become a good lesson for us. It's been tough, but I can tell you, especially for I believe in faith. I have to confess that. I also believe in these kind of discussions, good governance, and looking at the character. But I'm telling you, I think he allowed it to happen so that to funguke macho. I've never seen this kind of uamusho in Kenya like I'm seeing it, politically speaking, and even the kind of revival that will come to the churches is going to be different. But also, God has given the Gen Z, as God was allowing Kasongo to win the last elections, he prepared a generation to deal with him. Hawa jamaa watamnyorosha ndio iwe funzo kwa wengine. Anybody who is coming behind, wacha nikuambia hata yeye atakuwa anaogopa kila kitu, hakuna mtu atakuwa hii ujinga yote hii with this kind of arrogance and all these kind of things. I'm telling you, it's being dealt with. So my hope and prayer that this does not go in vain. This discussion today has been powerful, has been spot on, and all, whether it's Gen Z, Gen Zote, whatever generation you are in, I think we are all together in this for good governance. Thanks, folks, and have a very blessed weekend. Appreciate all of you.
Thank you, Justice for all. Many people might not know you. They know you by that. But you've been missing in action. You know where. Find time to talk kwa tent na wewe kama Ronyo. I would like to say a very simple thing. If you're a king and you surround yourself with idiots, you don't become a smart king. And the less I say of what I think, the better. But the truth is that this country, how do you have a presidential assistant, a PA to the president, lecturing us about leaders? Somebody we did not elect, we don't even know why he talks to us the way. And when you start to think who advises the president, then you start to see where there's a problem. So I will leave it to you Kenyans to decide come 2027. One thing is for sure, I never voted for him and I won't vote for him because based on his character and the actions, he is not the person we should have given the reins of power. But then again, we have to learn. The lesson has been taught. Sometimes it has to be the hard one. We'll have to swallow our pride, accept that we made a mistake, correct it in 2027. If it's not too late. Thank you.
I guess it's very late for the night, but not too late to change and experience what good or great leadership is all about. Obers, you know, I was about to end this space and say it's been great. We've talked a lot and we've finished everything we had to talk about. But I just remembered our president is planning to spend his personal amount of 1.2 billion approximately on a church building. But just across him, because he's not so far from people who are suffering, I don't know what suffering will look like, but his policemen, they sleep in things that look like hot boilers. Right now it's cold, and it just takes one kick of an anger outburst to end up in your neighbor's bedroom. But he's gonna be spending 1.2 billion shillings. And when Kenyans will ask him questions and they decide they need to have a national conversation, he will actually ask these boys in blue, I think it's navy blue now, to go on the street and shoot them dead and come back sleep in their boilers. Or right now they look like
Nasikia
more of,
baridi. Hawezi lala
or saizi sio boiler,
mabati.
saizi ni nini?
Kona nasikia baridi. Chache mabati.
Saizi ni ka fridge. So you boys in blue, maybe you'll have an opportunity to speak to the president. Tell him we have no problem with the church. Maybe you can start by donating some of that money so that your houses are built. You live in decent housing. And as if you thought the whole conversation about the state house having a church built with personal finances without the consent of Kenyans on public property. Remember how we started the conversation of affordable housing. It ended up becoming social housing, affordable housing. There are Kenyans actually today who've been duped to buy houses on property owned by the public. That's the truth. How do you convert public land into private property and call it affordable housing? And when Kenyans also ask about the issue of the church at State House, we are told 2,000 people live within the State House premise. Sometimes they have funeral. But these idiots come and worship in our churches when they have to go. Today I've been too tough with my language. Obeds, I accept my suspension. So after this, that means I'll be off air until on Monday, because this Saturday, some great Kenyans will be around in Europe trying to entertain us. I'm told Bien alianza safari yake na alhamdulillah, akafika pale Amsterdam. So most of us will be going to enjoy his music. So if you're in Amsterdam, make your way to Melkweg. We'll be there enjoying a lot of music courtesy of Bien. And we'll be asking him why he's shirtless. And if you think that's enough, there's this daughter of Ukambani called Kasiva Mutua, who will be also in Antwerpen, the city of a lot of good stuff in Belgium. And she'll be doing her The Story tour. So if you have time, also make time to look around and find out if you'll be able to join up with Kasiva Mutua. So that is why Kenya is important to all of us. As we mourn about our Sadaka, Takakitu, there are Kenyans who are actually flying the bendera of Kenya and making us proud. Those are the Kenyans we celebrate. We celebrate all of you who are patriotic to this country, regardless of all the challenges we face, including job or lack of job employment opportunities. We still celebrate you for being patriotic. And to all the diaspora, you've been called anarchists and financiers of anarchism. But I'm told by this gentleman called Mutai Kagwe, sio nyinyi wezi, wizi wanajulikana. Allow me to just play that tape as we try to wind up the conversation for the night. Okay, sasa hiyo imeenda wapi surely. Obeds, As we do that, I also want to remind us, Obets will be carrying us with the Sunday schooling, so don't go far. We still want to have this conversation happening. Let's listen into this.
Ina fertilizer na ina nini na mambo kama hayo na ina mahindi and so on and so forth. Juzi tulikuwa na NCPB pale upande wa Meru ambao mlisikia vile mambo ilifanyika. Hiyo sasa hiyo ni ugaifu. Na ni lazima tuseme vile ilivyo. Hiyo sio mambo ya Gen Z. Msidanganywe ni mtu ati ni watoto wenu ambao walikuwa wana demonstrate, walivunja hiyo kitu maua, walivunja police station. Sio watoto. It is not our children. It is not our children who are doing those things. It is not the Gen Z demonstrators who are doing those things. These things are planned by criminals. Wale ambao mnasikia wanaingia supermarkets. It is not these young people. Ni watu ambao wanajua kuna maandamano siku fulani, alafu sasa wanapanga hiyo maneno so that they can hide behind the demonstrations.
And that's the conversation for Sunday. We are looking who is to blame and who is to take responsibility when chaos erupts, especially in such a scenario whereby it becomes almost a blanket condemnation that young demonstrators become the thugs and wanted criminals by the state. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure hosting you tonight. Looking forward to our upcoming spaces. Until then, my name is Likyani Eli. Obezorik was my co-host. Justice for All, thank you for coming. Abdullah, Bettinjeri, Kabuya Mwitok, Redemptor, Marabou Stokes, Western, among other speakers who made it to the panel tonight. We do appreciate all of you. We do hope to have an engagement this coming Sunday on the Sunday schooling. And my good friend Obez will be taking the lead in that. But that said, I can't wait to see you on Monday, because on Monday is about the bigger picture and the aspirant. If you are here and you're aspiring for any office, make sure to send us an email. That is info@mizani254.org. The title should be The Aspirant. Tell us something about you and we'll be able to schedule you into a Monday space. That said, let me log out by saying, kama ni Mungu tunaomba, na azidi kuwabariki. This is Mizani 254, where the scales of balance are restored and meaningful conversations thrive.
Mizani 254, where the scales of balance are restored and meaningful conversations thrive. For more information, visit www.mizani254.org.
which we can clearly see this is just for show and it's just for making money, for making money out of TikTok and also milking Kenyans their money. The moment when Kenyans got tired and if he was a genuine person, angeendelea na campaigns zake, angeendelea na Vampire Diaries yake. But as soon as he realized the tap is running dry, which is what brought him there, he hit out, and rightly so, Kenyans saw through him. Yeah. So we need a party. That is a must. You need a party. If there's a vacuum, hata hao Gen Z, unasema Gen Z, they'll just go to those other parties which are being held by those Akina Gachagua and Akina Karua and Snack and all these things. So we need a party. We need to popularize the party to be able to get people to register into the party, because the reason why we need people to register en masse is also so that we can have, like a lot of these parties, their primaries are not free and fair. Mtu anapeangwa kama ODM. Me, I used to be a member of ODM, and what used to happen in ODM is that kuna watu wenye walikuwa wanapewa direct ticket. So it doesn't matter if that's what the members want or not. Baba akishasema ni huyu, basi anapata express ticket. So we don't get the popular candidate and we don't get the person that we want. So we end up with bad leaders who maybe they went and somehow blinded Baba with some bribes or I don't know what, and wakamuingiza kwa box and then wanapewa express. So we want to cut out that kind of thing which happens in a lot of parties. Okay, not a lot. Let me say ODM, because ODM ndio nimekuwa a member. We want free and fair primaries. Watu wanakuja kama wewe ni Gen Z, unataka kiti fulani, munasimama na Gen Z wenzako, you stand, and of course we are not only targeting Gen Z, hata mtu mwenye you are a Gen Z at heart, you want to see change in Kenya and you are not in that age bracket, you can come in, you can run for the seat, you can, if you are elected free under free and fair primaries, we stand behind you wholeheartedly, knowing that huyu ndio alikuwa popular candidate yenye watu Gen Z walikuwa nataka. Unaona? So you need to consider those kinds of things. Campaign is very grueling. Campaign tuna need, the reason why Ruto alikuwa anaendaga mpaka kwa vijijini, and the same with, by the way, even if you look at other popular candidates like Kawera, the difference between her and Kirito and Linturi was that alikuwa anaendaga interior, ile interior yenye hakuna politicians anafikanga. She was going there and then she televises it on TV. Sasa watu wengine wenye hajafikia wakimuona kwa hiyo TV yake what it was called, something Vite FM, they see that this is a leader who cares about us. Imagine anaweza kuingia hii matope yote akuje mpaka kwetu atuletee tank ama atuletee mud boots. So yani they identify with her. And on top of that, she was also having a church where she was the bishop. So religion is also very important. So we also need a candidate who is a good Christian. I won't mention anybody, but mtu mwenye ni wa kanisa atapata votes. I can tell you that because we are 82% Christian. So those are the strategies she used to win, and she actually won hands down. Ukiangalia votes zake na uangalia za Linturi na za nani, you can see she was a very popular candidate. So we need, on all those areas, we need to be very serious on that. The party, forming the party, we come up with our leader, because we also don't want a party which is like it's your personal party, like here DCP ya nani ya Gachagua yenye party ni ya Gachagua. So kama unataka kiti endo muone kando and those kinds of nonsense, we don't want those kinds of things. We want an elected, we are coming up with the party, we want somebody who is our candidate, our popular candidate, to be the chairman of that nini, so that we own the party and we feel this party ni yetu, si ati ni party yenye ilianzishwa kwa bedroom ya nani ya Sankale and then sasa amekuja kutuletea hapa selling it to us that it's a Gen Z. Hapana. We want a party which, at the leader who is in charge of that party, we are the ones who have endorsed him, and like that. Now, it's actually too late right now. It's actually, time is running out. Munaona ni kama say we are in July. Hakuna time. We need that party like yesterday, and then we need to start moving around. Kwa sababu sio kila mtu ako kwa X, na sio kila mtu mwenye anaingianga kwa mtandao. Majority of Kenyans, by the 70% of Kenyans are in rural areas, na wengine hata stima hawana. So we have to go deep into the interior. Hata kama ni kujigawa kwa groups, tuseme sasa hii group, kama mimi sasa kwetu kwenye ninajua, ninaenda kupopularize that party. On the weekend when I have free time, I take some few people from the party, tunaenda huko mashinani kufamiliarize au watu wa ushago au wenye hawana nini smartphone and all these, maybe they are not able to enter into the X and listen that kuna party fulani, tunaenda hivyo mpaka tufikie the last one, so that we can, that is how you get votes. Huwezi pata votes kukaa hapa kwa X ama kukua tu hapa Nairobi. You have to, the 70% of the vote is in Ushago, bro. Thank you very much.
Good evening guys. Yangu mimi ningeanza na kusema kuna kitu moja, shida moja wa Kenya tunafaa kujua. Kitu ya kwanza tunafaa kujua, like kama tunataka kuchange the system, lazima tuchange kila system yote. First of all, ukiangalia hii serikali zote zimekuwa zikirecycle tu watu. Ukiangalia minister wenye walikuwa kwa Kenyatta, the old mzee, the so called the father of the nation, maminista wote ndio Moi alikuwa anawatumia. Kutoka wenye walikuwa kwa Moi ndio wakakuja kwa Kibaki, wenye walikuwa kwa Kibaki wakakuja kwa Uhuru, wenye walikuwa kwa Uhuru wakakuja kwa Ruto. Kama umeangalia hiyo pattern, umeshaelewa like ile generation ilikuwa ina run kitambo politics, bado zile old politics, ile yenye ya kuua watu, kusilence watu, ndio sasa ina rule the same. That's why Kenya haijawahi change. Hatujawahi kuwa na independent, haijawahi change. Hata nyinyi mnajua Mau fought for land and freedom, they didn't fought for to take the leadership. Leadership ilipewa home guards kina Kenyatta, hata nyinyi mnajua hivyo. So one thing tunafaa kuelewa ni tunafaa kuwipe the whole entire team, kutoka kwa president mpaka MCA, au watu wote wameishi tu kurecycle. So the only thing tunaweza fanya kama Kenyans, kama ni Mkenya uko hapo nje, wewe mwenyewe unapenda ndugu yako kama vile unapenda jirani yako, before ifike wakati wa kuvote, kaa chini, jiite kama mkutano, jiulize, do you really need free education? What do you need? Tafuta leader mwenye ako na qualities kama zako, si mdomo, si mtu mwenye anakuja juu ya gari, not a politician. Another thing, tunafaa kujifamiliarize na modern campaign. Unajua kuna kitu moja our old folks hawajui, like sisi hatu operate kama wazazi wetu vile walikuwa. Ukiangalia, and we are not saying that ati walikuwa na operate vibaya, wazazi wetu wako wanaangalia leader, quality zake, anatoka wapi, was he brought up. They know nothing about him. The only thing they know ni maybe ni Mkikuyu, mwingine sijui ni nini hivyo, like hizo maishu ya tribalism manini vitu kaa hizo. So one thing mimi naweza sensitize ni, first of all, before we elect anyone, first of all tuende kwa grassroots, tujue mtu alikuwa aje. Huyu mtu amepatikana na scandal za corruption, cancel yeye. Huyo unajua uwezi vote yeye, hata apewe nini uwezi. Another thing, ukienda uangalie huyu mtu akona bad history, hiyo alipatikana na scandal sijui za kushika wanawake sijui nini, tukaa hizo. So like if you want really change, are you ready for the change? Hii mtu unapewa 200, unasahau kesho yako. Kesho ukiwa mgonjwa hospitali, chai ifanye, ifanye hizo vitu zote. Let's stop this drama yenye tunajifanya hatuoni nchi inaenda bali inaenda. Nchi inaisha, ni kuisha inaisha. Na ikiisha hivyo, sisi wote tutaumia. Me, I'm just speaking like a loyal citizen. Mtu mwenye angetaka kuona kesho yetu ikiwa mzuri. Mtu angetaka kuona watoto wakienda shule vizuri, vile sisi tulisoma. Me, I studied nikiwa wakati wa enzi ya Kibaki, but I finished it the time of Uhuru. So like there's a lot of difference between the two regimes. So like wherever we are looking for qualities of a leadership, wacha kuangalia kanisa ina support nani. Stop listening to the church, because church imekuwa ikitumislead. Wewe mtu anajua aliua mtu, mimi najua hata alikuwa na kesi ya kuua mtu, na huyo mtu anasimama pale mbele ya kanisa anasema Bwana asifiwe. Hata nyinyi mnajua hizo hao mabishop wanashikwa na maskando zingine moto sana, sijui za nini, za kushika wasichana, sijui vijana, vituko mingi sana. I can't mention all of them, But the thing is this: think as an individual. Another thing, convince your neighbor, your friend, and your family. It is all start. Charity begins at home. Usianze kusema ati utakuja hapa uconvince mtu. Hapana, pia online ongea. Pali yote utapita, hata kama ni club, utamiti na mtu, bonga na yeye. It is for the sake of your tomorrow. Sasa saa hii wewe ukija kuwa abducted, juu umeongea ukweli, utakuwa unaishi Kenya gani? Hii si Kenya yenye babu zetu walifight for. That's why we are liberating. We want to free Kenya from these politicians. Tunataka a real change. Kenya yenye ina work for everyone. Equality. Something like, hii una graduate unaenda unakosa kazi. If we revive our factories, tunaweza revive our factory, our economy. Kenya is a rich country, but look at what is done. Angalia, kama umefuatilia, Ruto alikuwa UK. Wewe kama unajua, if you know how to analyze it, utaelewa. Like, sasa ameona ile narrative ya church nini haiwork. That's why unaona anatorokea kwenda kujoin our oppressors. Hao watu ndio walituoppress. Angalia kampuni mingi sana za UK zina operate Kenya. Many processing industries, manufacturing mingi zinatoka UK, including even oil ya mafuta hiyo huko ngamia wana huko. Hizo zote, like, why don't we free our nation? Because one thing, the reason why Britain wamekuwa wakifight for human rights, but indirectly hakuna kitu kama hiyo. They don't fight for that. They always want a puppet. That's why wanataka kusupport Ruto, wajue vile watamsaidia. Unaona? So they don't want us to free from them because they know Kenya tunapendaga, ona watu wenye tunaadmire, watu kama Traore, like they don't want us to have our own Traore. The reason why I'm saying this is because kuna mtu pale amedanganywa, this old fox ati ndio option. Usiangalie mtu vile ana shout one time ama anasema nini ati huyo ndio ati sasa wewe uko against, ati jua kwa against fulani, okay, I will vote for him. No, this time let's not do that mistake. At you hope so. How sure are you like this old folks will liberate our economy? How sure are you these old folks will chase the oppressors away? Sisi tunataka Kenya ikuwe free. Tunataka kampani zetu zenye zinaoniwa na Wakenya zioperate Kenya. Kama nizo barabara, wacha ni maengineer wa Kenya. Kitu tunaenda kuchukua maengineer sijui China ama wapi. You want the Kenyan engineers. Kama ni leadership, tunataka mtu mwenye anatetea mwananchi, si mtu mwenye anaenda kusikiza government. Because for long time government imekuwa ikiwork for itself, like imekuwa na kitu mbili. Imekuwa kuna mwananchi na kuna government. Government imekuwa ikitumia mwananchi, ni kama sasa government imekuwa umbo, inanyonyaga mwananchi damu ndio ishi. Like, for how long will this happen? Take as an example, government unalipa tax. Hakuna siku wananchi wa Kenya tumekataa kulipa tax. Mandugu zangu na madada zangu, hakuna siku tumekataa. But look at what they do to us. Wataenda, mtu mmoja akiongea atashikwa au wawe. Polisi wamekuwa wakitumika kama tool. Polisi si watu wabaya, but the politician ndio wamewatano wamekuwa watu wabaya. But the funniest thing ni even the start of police hawakuanza ikiwa watu wazuri. Polisi walikuwa wanatumikaga kuzuia slaves kutoroka slave camp. Hivyo ndio polisi walianza mpaka ikakuja kuwa force. Sasa kutoka kwa force, sasa saa hii mnaambiwa ati polisi ni ati utumishi kwa wote. Utumishi kwa nani? Wewe umeshikwa na polisi, umeona vile anakutreat na wewe ni citizen. Why can't we have that country yenye polisi yako na body camera? Tunajua ati ukipiga system
to your own house or to your own village, most of them go to change people.
Yeah, hebu wana vile wanapiga watu. Wanapiga mtu wanakuvunja, nani ndugu yako? Na yeye ndiye analipa tax, ndio unapata hiyo mshahara unapata juu hiyo polisi anapata mshahara juu yako. Hata kama unaenda kununua majani hivi, bado unalipa tax. Look at that. Another thing I would like to say ni let's look for young leaders. Sisi hao wazee wanajua in the next 20 or 30 years they will never watakuwa hapa. Watakuwa wameenda. But hizi pesa zote hata unashindwa wanatafuta ya nini? Mtu anaiba mpaka unasikia amekuwa trilionea. Haya, Another thing, the funniest thing ni sisi tu kama candidate mwenye tunatafuta, kama if you are a Kenyan outside there na unanisikiza kama brother na sister yangu, yes, sijui ni watu wangapi wananisikiza, lakini wacha nikuambie ndugu yangu na sister yangu, tutafute leader mwenye atalead hao watu wote, tuwashike hao leaders wenye wamefanya corruption, hao leaders wenye wamekuwa wakiua watu, serikali imekuwa ikitumika vibaya, polisi wamekuwa wakitumika vibaya. Let's hold all these people accountable wote. Kama ni candidate, tuna support ule candidate, ule mtu mwenye tunajua ni real, like ni mtu atastand na sisi, tunajua ata fight corruption, atashika hao watu wenye waliiba pesa. Si ati anatuahidi alafu haezi fanya hivyo. We don't want a politician, we want a leader, mtu mwenye tutaambia kama wananchi, tunasema arrest somebody mwenye alifanya NY scandal. Okay, how did this start? Ilianza aje? Na hiyo pesa irudishwe, si ati unakuwa arrested alafu inaisha hivyo. Rudishe hiyo pesa. If we recover all our money, hizi pesa zote nimeona imekuwa squandered huko nje, na sisi tunajua, sisi wenyewe kama wananchi, kila mtu anajua. Kama umezaliwa na neighbor yako, sasa maybe ni MP, wewe unajua huyu mtu vile aliishi, wewe unajua ile kitu ana own, unajua ile shamba amenunua, unajua mahali amejenga nyumba ngapi, amejenga maapartment ngapi. Hizo ndio tunafaa kuziendea baada tumechukua government, juu hata sisi tutakuwa na hiyo power. Twende tuchukue hizo vitu zote, turudishe, tuuze na turudishie Kenya pesa. All these debts zenye tunaekelewa, juu wanaenda wanakopa, wanakuja wanatumia pesa vile wanataka, wanaenda wanakopa, wanakuja ingine hata ni documented. Hizo vitu zote tunakataa hizo. Kama deni haikufuata our constitution, tunakataa, tunasema we are not paying it. Mozambique did it. Mozambique ilifanya hivyo. Look, wengi walishikwa na wakajailiwa because walichukua deni against the constitution. And if the mwenye ana manage budget akisema hii pesa ilikopwa kinyume na sheria, hatuwezi lipa as a country, we are free to go. Yeah, it is. Those individuals wenye walichukua hizo pesa, let them hold accountable. Wacha wakuwe accountable. Si ati mtu anaenda anakopa huko, sisi tunakuja tunalipa. Anaenda anakopa, that's where deni haipunguka. Deni inazidi kuongezeka. Na unashangaa sana, kwani tulitaji deni, lakini utasikia out of this tax yenye tumecollect, wamechukua pesa fulani kulipa deni. Mpaka unajiuliza, kwani hii deni haipunguangi? Kwa nini hatunalipa in trillions? Let's wake up our fellow citizens. Let's wake up if you want a really change. If you are really fighting for that change. Hakuna mtu anapenda kuwa jobless, na tuko na country yenye tunaweza kila mtu. Kenya ni country, ikiwa Burkina Faso ina run na inajenga hizo projects zote, na ujue economy yao, budget yao iko chini sana hata kuliko hata ya Ministry of Education peke yake ya Kenya. Lakini sisi tuko na pesa mingi sana, but we have puppets. Let's not elect any puppet. Mtu yote mwenye hawezi shika mtu mwingine juu ya corruption, ni kwa sababu ukiangalia hizi, the reason why I'm saying this, unakuta ule minister mwenye alikuwa kwa Uhuru bado ndiye ameletwa kwa wakati ya Ruto. The same person unakuta alipatikana na scandals za wizi, huyo bado ndio anakuja anachaguliwa. Sasa nani ata hold mwingine accountable? Yet they are the same packets, they eat the same plate. Nani? Let's think out of the box. Ukiwa unakaa hivi, kama wewe ni Mkenya halisi, wewe unajua nchi yako haijawahi kuwa free. Hata sisi wote tunajua hivyo, hakuna mtu ajui, but at least this generation tumefungua hata wazazi wetu macho, wameona wenyewe ni ukweli, na hata walikuwa wanajua, but wao walikuwa wanaogopa kuongea. Ulikuwa ukiongea unasemekana utauawa, utafanyiwa nini, but for us we have nothing to lose, because the reason why we have nothing to lose ni hao watu wamefanya mpaka tumelose hope in life, some of us, because umesoma, umefanya nini, kila kitu, walikudanganya uende shule, ukafanya, mzazi akauza ng'ombe, akauza shamba, akauza, ati utakuja upate kazi nzuri ukimaliza shule, graduate. Wapi? Mwisho mnaishi kuwa maskini tena zaidi ya vile mlikuwa. Hata hata ungeenda shule. Tell me why we have leaders, they come and promise us, tutawajengea barabara. Kati ya barabara na hospitali ni gani muhimu? Gari inaokoa maisha. Na wewe askari mwenye uko hapo nje, before kuja upige mtu fimbo, unapiga mtoto wa wenyewe fimbo, ama unapiga risasi. Fikiria hata wewe, leo ni wewe unapiga. Kumbuka hiyo, hautaishi kuwa askari. na pia mtoto wako, you never know tomorrow. Pia uko na cousins, uko na maanko, uko na nani, but the same shit it will happen to them. Believe me or not, we need to take this country from the oppressors because hawa watu wamekuwa wakishirikiana. Angalia mtu kama me I'll call them by name. Angalia mtu kama Matiang'i. Matiang'i si option. Okay, just let me conclude. Mtu kama Matiang'i ni mtu amefanya World Bank huko USA. Huko mtu angalia all foreign ministers wenye wanaenda kufanya, wanaangalianga maneno ya nini inaitwaje, hizi ya finance, wengi wamefanya na World Bank ama IMF wa Kenya, all of them. Angalia ni kwa nini, jiulize ni kwa nini they always want to manipulate us. So one thing mimi nitawaambia, let's not elect puppets. Mtu mwenye anajua ati ameenda kufanya kitu ili akuja tu oppress. Mtu asikuja kukuambia ati mtu ni liberator na yet mtu sahi anasema ati Gen Z ati ndio ndio wezi. Nani ajui mchezo wa government yenye inacheza inafanya watu, ina blackmail watu, inawafanya hao protesters wanataka kuwa ati hao ndio wezi. Kila mtu anajua hivyo, and we all know that. But another thing is, wacheni kufuata hawa so called influencers, hawa watu wenye wako na negativity, hawa watu wenye wanatupump negativity na watu wenye wana support our oppressors. Let's deplatform them. Wacha kufollow, wacha kuview video yake, ukiona block yeye, ukimuona mali block, report that account. Hizo vitu zote, hii propaganda yenye tumalize online. Okay, that's all.
30 seconds, so we can ask Justice,
Okay.
Dr. Idris, and then Liz.
Okay, so yangu ni hiyo tu. Asanteni wa Kenya. Yeah.
Thank you. Justice.
Yeah, a quick one. Sorry, guys. It's supposed to be my day off from this serious politics. I didn't anticipate to speak about this subject because I plan on having similar space in the coming days. But I will respond very quickly on two key issues. Number one, the premise of the question, whether is it a priority? That's actually a wrong premise, because question of priority is whether it's actually supposed to be done, and then you need to prioritize. The question is that it's illegal constitutionally. I've tried to read through what some other legal scholars have commented on. I think Wadis has just posted one a little bit a few minutes ago. There are a few others. The question of priority is something to really look into. So for us to address this is that once we have a conversation and we have maybe some attorneys or lawyers in the house, the question then, what action needs to be taken? Is this something that we need to taken to the courts for interpretation of Kenya being a secular state? Meaning there's a difference between separation of state and church or religion, as it were. So in that case, then what's our role and what's our input, so that the conversation is not just about being angry, ranting about it, but do we have somebody that we can rally behind in terms of getting the clarity? Any posting by the other bloggers saying that Kanisa has always been there, ilikuwa ya mabata on that's immaterial. It's completely immaterial. And that's the reason why I think people need to reflect on it, mainly from a constitutional standpoint. Of course, with the guidance of the legal minds and the legal scholars, to see what needs to be done to address that. Now, the aspect of that it's not costing the taxpayer money. I'm using money from my pocket to build a church in a public land. It's an interesting insult. One, to the minds of the Kenyan people, but also to somebody who feels that I own this state house and therefore I can get money from my pocket just because I have it, or I've stolen it, or I have some other drug dealer somewhere can give me the money, just like the way they gave me the plane to used to go to the US, donated by friends, as it's being reported. And for that reason, I can just bring that money that I've gotten from friends and build a church in the People's State House. Now, friends, if you think through that, this is supposed to be a very serious parliamentary inquiry, or inquiry as Mariam would pronounce it, to really understand under what circumstances a president would decide to get money out of his pocket to build a church in the People's State House. And that is deep as that. Recently, it's not been months, I think, the President of the United States goes to the Middle East, and I think Qatar gave him some gift of a plane to be used as Air Force One. It had to become a congressional inquiry, had to be formed to understand why on earth was that even allowed, because you cannot take a gift. You cannot even do that. So even Ruto talked to the Kenyan people, because the problem here is the stupidity of our mind. It has nothing to do with leaders. Because for us, we felt comfortable that he has told us that someone donated that the plane that he used to the US. You shouldn't do that. Okay, let me take a glass of water. So the point I'm making here is that, friends, we are actually talking just for the sake of it without looking at the consequences deeply, what it does to the nation of Kenya. Hiyo iliachwa tu ikaenda. Ni rafiki zangu ndio walinichangia, nikaenda a state visit. Ndege nilichangiwa na marafiki. And now here comes. I predicted yesterday. It was recorded that, oh, he will come tomorrow and say that this is my money. It's not. I knew this is the angle that he was going to use. And then now he's telling you that, oh, wenye wanapinga, hata mashetani wakipinga, bado nitajenga nyumba ya Bwana. Kenya, I know most of you are religious, but this is not the religion. This is not the type of, whether it's Islam, Christianity, or whatever, that we propagate or we have been trained to believe in. But somebody trying to make it that he has an exclusive access to the Godhead and exclusive touch with the heavenlies, and therefore we have to listen to him. It's the greatest absurdity of all things that I've ever listened to. So on this subject, I think we need to approach it with some level of seriousness from a constitutional standpoint, from a level of understanding what we expect the parliament to do, and who can bring their personal money to start using in that circumstances without really approval. Otherwise, we are going to encourage money laundering and bring drug dealers or these gold, people that are doing those stupid and crazy businesses just because they can afford money. Then they start building things for you and they say, oh, it doesn't cost you, but someone else has built for you, call it Dani or whatever it is. Now, on the other aspects, of course, I knew already it's another meeting coming up. And then there was a comment. Let me make a final one here. There are people are talking about, starting the political parties and stuff like that, and all to mobilize. Let's be a little realistic here, based on the timelines where we are and all this. Yes, I give, and I keep saying this over and over again, we give credit that the Gen Zs really brought this awakening. But the danger that I've been trying to dispel in my submissions is that if the Gen Z try to have an exclusive ownership of this revolution, it dies right there. It dies right there. This has to be translated into the national movement where, regardless of your age, regardless of your gender, regardless of your religion, regardless of whatever your region, whatever you operate from, it has to be that the moment we get there, then we can start having a conversation. But as it is right now, it is a very tiny segmented agitation that has not captured the imagination of the country that it would bring change. The moment the older folk, the middle age, the middle class as it were, and everything, they kind of catch that vision and run with it, then whatever was initiated by the Gen Z becomes a success. But as long as we start having gatekeepers who still feel this is our moment and we must drive it. And of course, I've had other very, very respectable political leaders trying to tell people that this is yours, you have to lead to the end. They're misleading our young people. I think it's about time to realize that if I start something and I conceive the vision, I don't have to be the only carrier for that vision. My success depends on how do I mobilize and bring everybody together to bring it to fruition. Appreciate an opportunity, Leol and IAB. God bless.
Thank you, Justice. Always a pleasure. Yeah, so I think we all agree with you. We need to, in terms of the leadership or the way forward, in terms of the Gen Z movement, that we really need to start thinking about the way forward, whether it's in mobilizing, whether it's in organizing, all that. I think it's now, we are remaining with almost 2 years to the election. So that means that the earlier the better for us. But again, of course, I would like to just say this. We also need to be very keen not to be repeating the same things that we are trying to run away from. So with that, I'm going to ask, I'm not sure if Dr. Morpho has gone. If yes, then we'll have Dr. Idris, then Abdullah, then Forrester, then Tribeless, in that order. So Dr. Morpho, if you've gone, kindly give me 100. If not, you can go. Otherwise, Dr. Idris. So I think we'll have Dr. Idris.
Just pass the mic. I will speak later. There's something I'm trying to tackle here.
Okay, Abdullah, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eliol, and everyone in the space for hosting this one. Yeah, where should I even start? But first, I would want to start by the topic, Ruto's 1.2 billion charge. The thing is, State House is not a religious site. It's not a religious site where you're going to practice religion. It is a sign of national unity, and everyone should feel accommodated. I'm not talking, by my name, someone can think that I'm probably Muslim or whatever. I do not belong to any religion. I believe that religion actually, it is the greatest threat to humanity. Religion has killed more people than any pandemic has ever done. We have had extremists in Islam. We have had extremists in Christianity, in Shakohala. So religion really is not even something to be talking about, and it is being used to manipulate masses. One thing is that I do not get the audacity from a government made up of lies that they think we can accept the thing that William Ruto uses money to build a state, to build a church in State House. That is public land. That is not William Ruto land. If William Ruto wants to build a church, let him do so in Sugoi. Let him do so in that guy belonged to a denomination called Anglican Church. Let him do that at that church. To use personal money to do projects in public land is a way of bypassing. William Ruto is trying to bypass accountability, is trying to bypass other ways where they can he can be scrutinized or vetted. It is not in any way that a government that lies all the time. William Ruto is using public money, and that is why State House is being allocated a lot of funds, because it is money laundering that is happening there. If William Ruto wants to worship and he wants to do so in State House, let him set a room. Let them worship. They can even worship at their own home. I hear that her wife is Yeah, the wife is an intercessor. What is the need of a building? Anyway, and William Ruto cannot even worship there after all. If we are against public officers donating in churches, then how are we going to accept William Ruto to use his own donation to build a church? Then they are building a church for around 80,000 people. They have a bill to restrict people in public in places like State House. So who are they imagining they are going to occupy that church every Sunday? So that should be dead on arrival. And I think we have the most incompetent government ever. Those are things that should not even be bothering William Ruto. We are in a crisis of human rights violation. We are in a crisis of corruption. We are in a crisis in economic things. A caring government should be thinking of those things. A caring government should be thinking about police reforms right now. A caring government should be thinking about how to stop corruption, not some basic things that I do not. Kenya does not have any religion. So the other thing, I even think that in future when we have other leaders, some things which are personal like religion should be kept totally private. Go to church private. Do not even invite cameras. Just go privately, because if you can check on my timeline, I've been questioning William Ruto, being of always every Sunday quoting Bible passages. He was not elected to quote Bible passages every Sunday. He was elected to do the fucking job, and he's not doing it. So I do not understand that guy, a guy who steals the destroy and wants to pretend that he's so religious. The other thing now about political parties and how Gen Zs work. I do not know whether Justice for All is still here, but I wanted to answer him on one thing about making it. It still looks like a Gen Z thing. We want to incorporate everyone, and that is true. But the only thing that will only work if other people get born again and leave their tribal politics and leave and they exit worshiping demigods, and they have to buy the Gen Z ideology. Then we have a movement. You know, Gen Z is just a word, but there's an ideology there that we are being tribeless. We do not care which tribe you come from. So Kenyans need to leave all their tribes first in terms of politics and public work, so that they can be incorporated into the Gen Z movement. If you are tribeless, no matter your age, you are part of the movement. If you do not worship demigods, you are part of the movement. If you incorporate accountability in everything that you do, you are part of the movement. So no one is gatekeeping anything, but their deeds is what is gatekeeping them. Because if you are a tribal person, there's no way you can belong to the movement. If you worship demigods like Raila Amolo Odinga, like Gachagua, like someone like William Ruto, if you worship them and you wait for them to... Okay, thank you so much. If you worship them, then you do not belong to the movement. The other thing that I wanted to disagree somehow is the notion that we need to be on the ground. I think the biggest downfall we will do is try to play the politics, the politics that the legacy politicians do. A lot of people are on social media. A lot of people live in town. We have shown that how we organize our protest online. If you cannot change your mother, or you cannot civic educate your parent, there is no politician who is going to your village through campaigns to change them. You are the first person to change them. Personally, I've done my own part. They have told me that for the presidential candidate, I will have to tell them who. That one, personally, I've done it. I've told them your way has not worked for a long time. It is my way. Try my way so that we can see if this country can go forward. So they are waiting for me to tell them that I have this presidential candidate. So I tell you, I also beseech you that in every household, most of the households, they have Gen Z and they have young people. Start with them. Tell them that your ways have not been working. You have been going through forth, but your life is not changing. Please borrow a leaf from our way. Please let me show you who you are going to vote this time. And then if you do that, even our campaign will be very easy. And I agree that we need a political party because we have by-elections that are coming. If William Ruto has not been hung by that time, we have by-elections that are coming. And I think we need to be organized in a way so that by that time, we also need, for the places that have by-elections, we need people there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdullah. Idris, I don't know if you're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Leon. Thank you, the co-host. Thank you, the speakers and other listeners who are on this platform for finding time and for having the knowledge and the idea to assemble in this auditorium. Let me begin my submission by commenting on the question that is clearly highlighted in the timeline that Ruto's Kenya shilling 1.2 billion charge, is it a priority? Okay, to me, I know and I do believe so that no one has to trust this president or the so-called Ruto president, because he's a kind of a politician who is trying to manipulate the citizens of this republic by bringing the issue of religion, trying to win trying to convince people that he is as a God-chosen president. He's trying to bring the old tactics whereby he came with the Bible and convincing our parents and together with us that he will stick to the rule of law. He will incline everything as per the objectives of the people of Kenya. What I do believe, Leon, together with other speakers and other listeners in this auditorium, is that no one will use hard sweat money that he toil and moil. He has worked hardly to get them to build or to give to the citizens or to give out anyhow. We have been seeing how this person is working in public domain. And the president himself had been a red flag in so many occasions whereby he comes out dishing millions and millions of money, trying to bring manipulation in the entire system. And if we are not going to be very careful, this is the person who is going to bring a narrative of religion. And I've been always focal by saying that religion is dehumanizing. Why am I saying so, that religion is dehumanizing? If you try to look at what is happening currently or during those times of interdenominational prayers or the so-called thing, a lot of money, taxpayers' money, were being dished out, and it was being used to organize such occasions, leaving basic need like healthcare, education, and even other commodities that need priority at that time. So to me, I don't agree with the claims that William Ruto will use 1.2 billion to build the church, purporting that it is his money. It is not true. This is a person who had been mentioned in several scandals and is there, and these are just the same people who have been in government looting left, right, and center. Remember, okay, when you try to figure out what is happening in the current political arena, is that politics nowadays, it is being transactional. They do come with the narrative that how much do you give or how much money do you put on the table? So this amount of money that president is claiming to be originating from his pocket, it is just a way to manipulate the citizens of this republic and to try to blackmail us that indeed it originates from him. But what I do understand is that maybe there are we have to look at both sides of the coin so that we avoid being judgmental. We avoid being judgmental because even the approximation.
There's 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. So I don't believe so that those are money that belong to him. Those are just looted money. They are just transactional. They are just corrupt transaction of money, and it is the citizens' money. And also, he should not be allowed to put up that charge because the state house it is a public land. It is a public land. So, secondly, or lastly, concerning the issue of a political party, I do second the other speakers who spoken before me that we need a political party so that we will be able to do our political transaction, a political transaction, or we do civil education. And how I wish to propose is that whenever we create a political party, we try to get people, or we try to get representative from the 47 counties so that those people, they have to look for other people to mobilize the ground so that those people who are not on social medias or on the platforms like this, they have to get the information of what is happening in the current world. So I do suggest that despite us being tribeless, we need, not tribeless, like partyless, this is the right time that we need to form a very strong political party. And in forming that political party, we need to have representatives, let's say 2 or 3 from each county. Those are the representatives who will be sitting in the national level to discuss the way forward of political arena in each and every county. Thank you, and have a blessed time.
Thank you, Idris, and be blessed too. I'll try to move this forward. We kindly keep it 5 minutes so that the others can also represent their views. Forrester, you are good next, then Tribeless.
Okay, asante sana kwa hii nafasi. So mimi ningeanza na hii story ya Ruto kujenga hii church. Firstly, I think the biggest letdown tuko nayo hii Kenya ni wabunge. Out of our wabunge wote, hakuna mtu aliona kwamba this is wrong. Na hapo hivyo ndio sisi tunaanzianga kufanyia makosa wabunge. Hata president. Juu hata tukibadilisha president for a lot of years to come, as long as anaweza persuade parliament ifanye vile anajisikia yeye, hakuna kitu sisi tutafanya. Unaona? Hata tuchague youth sahihi akuwe president, kama parliament haitafanya kazi vile inastahili kufanya, hakuna vile tutasonga. Unaona? Sasa mimi najiuliza, hii kanisa itakuwa ni ya denomination gani? Unaona? Ruto sijui anaendanga ni AC ama ni ACK. And from what I know, churches like ACK, Catholic, AIC, PCA, hizo kanisa I think mara nyingi zinaheshimu kanisa zao na mahali wanaabudu. So mostly mahali wana consecrate kanisa yao ndio wanafanyianga services zao. Unaona? So I wonder how comes anajenga kanisa ambayo ieleweki ni ya denomination gani, hakuna mbunge ana question, hakuna hata kanisa inakashifu kwamba kile kitu anafanya ni it's wrong. Unaona? Na sisi most of us wengine hata youths, as long as ni mtu wetu tutasema iko sawa just because ni mtu wetu, ambayo it's very wrong. Atasema anatumia pesa yake which is okay, but mali anajenga hii kanisa ni shamba ya serikali, ni shamba yetu sisi wananchi, si yake. Unaona? Atasema ni pesa labda amesaidiwa na wenzake, michango na mazawadi, but from what I know, hata mimi mali nafanya kazi, zawadi ni mali ya the organization nafanyia kazi, si yangu. No. So how comes yeye anapokea zawadi then anaitumia yeye vile anajisikia? And we don't question. So mimi inaniuma sana wakati mtu anatumia 1.2 billion kujenga kanisa. Inaniuma sana juu Personally, me, I have a very bad experience. Mimi nafanya kazi Nandi. My wife ako Machakos. She went to hospital. Alikuwa msiki na nini, pressure ilikuwa imeshuka sana. Kufika hospitali, anaambiwa sha inafanya kazi but lazima aenda ajinunulie zile drip. I don't know kama mna understand it. So aenda ajinunulie drip, anunue gloves, then akuja atibiwe. It was so painful na ni mtu hiyo sha imelipwa. Ona. So sometimes it's so sad ukiona hizi vitu zikifanyika. Ona. Na tuko na viongozi. Unaona? Na tuko na viongozi. It's so painful. But yani watu unashindwa tunaelekea wapi? Unaona? So my other point ni hii historia ya nini ya party. As youths, sisi wenyewe, are we ready to change the country ama we are just there, tutaingia then we do the same things au watu wanafanya. Tutachagua hapa hivi mtu youth. I'm giving you a very good example. Mimi niko Nandi County. Nandi, I think of all the counties in the county, kuna one of the youngest people kwa uongozi. Governor is just around 38. Senator ni 30s. Women rep ni mtoto mdogo. But nothing is happening. Vitu zimekwama kabisa. So my question, my biggest worry ni hata sisi youths. Despite kwamba we are fighting so much to kuingia kwa hizi ofisi za serikali na maybe trying to change things. Are we really ready? Ama pia sisi tutaingia, then the highest bidder akikuja, ile pesa atatupea, we sway our way, tuanze kufikiria vile yeye anataka tufanye the way anataka sisi tufanye, yeye anataka tufanye. So we must all be ready kuchange hii inchi before hata we blame hao ambao sahii wako. I think nimemaliza na nimeshukuru sana kwa nafasi yenu.
Forrester, Trailblazer, I don't know if you are ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Maybe ujibu swali ambayo Forrester ameuliza. Are we ready?
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for this platform this evening. My view on the context above, I don't think if our president is in his own mind. I think this guy is like anakuwa na akili inapata problem. What do you think of building a church in a state house territory? State house church should be outside the state house. And if he was deciding to build something of worship within the state house, then it should not be a church. Let me ask you these questions, bro, and sis, within this particular place. Check on the soaring cost of living now. Kenyans are struggling with high taxes, fuel prices, school fees, and joblessness. Leaders are expected to be seen prioritizing economic relief, not mega faith-based infrastructures in an elite zones, please. Who is advising this guy? This guy has 21 advisors. And who are they? Let us check on violation of constitutional spirit. Kenya is a secular state, I think. If we check on Article 8, endorsing a Christian church inside the most powerful government resident can appear like a state is favoring one religion. Or it is only in me. I think perhaps Kenya is becoming a Christian state. So people who are Muslims, Hindus, and other believers, where do they fall? Check on the opportunity or cost of 1.2 billion, even if it's private money. Optics matter. That amount could build 12 fully equipped rural health clinics. 12 fully equipped. 50 decent public schools. Check on that kind of money. That own amount, 10,000 needy university students can get bursary. Only in that money. What do you think this money is trying to tell us? This money is trying to tell us that he can do whatever he thinks and he has money. So I was asking myself when I was hearing these statements that how much does this guy get every month as his salary? And where does he get all this money to build this church in the state house? And is there a parliament in our nation? Do we have justice? Is there judiciary? So I've been in the streets and we still be on the streets, though we must be cautious too. I was I was suggesting this. Mahali huko tu, hiyo place huko tu, just mobilize like 10 to 50 youths. Waambie tu kweli what is going on. Enlighten them, be on the ground, walk with them, talk to them. In the evening kuja kwa platform kama sahi. Tubonge, tusikilizane. You be a keeper of your brother. Hizi ma platforms hizi zinakuwa hacked. Statements mingi. So let us just be careful. And one of these findings, we will win this battle. I think I'm ending my case there. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Trailbless. By the way, Ruto alisema anatoa pesa kwa biashara yake, so msimjudge. Anyway, while we are at it, Eric, it's Kukurukakara, then Erickson, then we'll have Sam, then then Western. Yeah. So Eric, not
To add on to you,
Kukurukakara.
can I add something?
Yeah,
I wanted to ask this.
add 1 minute.
Uh, Ruto has a business. Does he pay taxes? Can we see the documents, if there are any? My request only.
Hey, well, I think your guess is as good as mine. So yeah, we'll just move this along as we wait for that answer. So unless Kurukakara and Anajibu for that, then he or she can go ahead. Kukurukakara, if you
Some of these things this man is doing, like udachoka akili, but it is. I think it's really like calculated what this. I think he's a demon or something. Like I don't think this guy is a human being. Like I mean the things he's doing, like they don't like reflect a normal person. Like I think he's even like mentally insane or something. But I think it's just basically manipulation, like basic manipulation. Like at the end of the day, that's manipulation from this man because he's deflecting from issues that sisi sorted like kwa Kenya. We are trying to like present a case. Like the country is definitely asking questions of him, and he's deflecting. Rajua, like he's just running away from what we are asking, and he's like basically creating something else that we can talk about. And I think that we need to like just ignore this person because if we concentrate on him, the person, like there is nothing we are going to achieve from this man. Uyu is a failed person, like he's a failed president. Like Unimse amekuwa declared the second most corrupt president. Na ako hapo globetrotting anaenda kuongea ati in town halls sijui wapi huko. This is nonsense. Nonsense. Like na sisi kama wakenya ni wajibu wetu. Just look at the national anthem. Like hapa ndo ile part, yani ni wajibu wetu like like it's our job saizi. That's where we come in, we as the people. Sasa hii ndo wajibu wetu. Sasa we need to like direct the country where we want it to be because huyu mse ati tukifocus na yeye, angalia the things he's doing, that I'm not using my own money to construct the church. What do you mean? Where is he getting this money, first of all? Tukitry to calculate whatever is even, like tukitry to like kwenda deep into whatever he's trying to say, like we won't find answers from him as a person. Like tuachane tu na yeye, let us focus on where we can take the country because I don't think like kuna solution. No say. So I mean, easy ni manipulations, like classic manipulations from this man. That's all I think. Back to you all.
so unaamini ni manipulation anatubeba. Actually, I think you're almost echoing what John Ceremony was telling us earlier that probably this is information like psyops of sorts. They was telling us it's just a deflection. There's something big they want to do. So I don't know if actually probably Erickson, you can tell us. Do you think this they are just trying to deflect something? Ama unaona aje, Erickson?
Okay, thank you, host. Thank you, co-host, for having me. I would like to, can you rephrase I didn't hear it so well. Can you rephrase the question so that I can respond properly?
Yeah, so the opinion here is that people feel like this guy is cuckoo. So like, akili yake si sawa, and that we shouldn't take him seriously. And I'm saying even earlier, John had told us, and I think he's even put a comment down there, that this is just, they're just trying to deflect our attention from important stuff. And I'm asking you, do you feel that it's that? Are they trying to deflect our attention? Do you think this is something we should ignore, or is it something that calls for our attention? Yeah, so those are some of the questions that probably you could help us answer, and maybe even the rest of the people in the speaker panel can also think about this, and even the listeners, if you can actually give us your contribution on this.
Okay. So thank you so much once again for this space, Layol, and also Ibe, the co-host. So I would like to respond to that question. I would like to say, number one is that this issue on the 1.2 billion church, 1.2 billion allocation of a church, it sounds very ironic, number one. Constructing an 8,000-seater church in the middle of a crisis right now as a country, it means that this is lack of proper planning, number one. And number two, it shows that the president has other priorities apart from the common mwananchi. You see? So now, here the issue is, how can you allocate such a large amount of money to a church? You know, a church, you can manage it, you can allocate, you can allocate something like, probably if you want something lavish or anything, over a million, let's say $1 million or $2 million. But if it reaches to a point that it is 1.2 billion, you know, the salary of a president right now is 1,034,000 Kenya shillings. Then you add things like allowances, like vehicle allowance, transport allowance, airtime allowance, and etc. So there's no way you can tell me that getting a salary of, let's say, if it is 1 million or 2 million, that you have saved so much to the point that you are constructing a 1.2 billion church. So on that note, I think that is just a prop to try and distract us from our core objective. Right now, so this is just a distraction. So I'll respond to that, number one. This is just but a distraction, because when the news came out, when the news came out, it was posted. I am also a blogger. I posted and reposted and asked very serious questions on this matter. But as per now, we just got information about 7 hours ago that he responded and said that, and he backed up his words, that he used that 1.2 billion from his own account, from his own family. Does he have all that money at such a disposal? I'll agree with another speaker who just said that obviously this is taxpayers' money. Obviously this is money allocated to, there is this issue of SHA right now. It is not going well. It is not working. Right now, I just received reports from my sources that the clinicians in Machakos, they are planning to have a 7-day strike because of because the government did not come into terms with did not come up with the terms that they had agreed. So you can see on that point, we have clinicians on this side. They're complaining, number one. We have the previous, maandamano that was happening, the cases between Diangui, you see, and the DCI, the IG, you see, the remarks by the CS Murkomen. You see, there is a lot of things going on. I think there is something like a prop to try and distract us. And then he goes on and says that when he came to State House, he found a Mabati church, an iron sheet church, and I quote, like seriously, like, you know, there's some things that you should be careful when you're mentioning as a leader. Anywhere where you are in a position of power, you should be very careful with your words. So the moment you are telling us that when you came to State House, you found a Mabati church, etc., etc., I would like us to tell him that this is just a distraction. Let's be more. Let's focus on more. And also the issue on when Diangui was released. You can remember that when people were posting his poster, Free Diangui, and it became viral. He was later released, and there was a court procession. He was summoned to the court, you see, etc., etc. You see, there is something like they're trying to distract us. Like if right now the youths are, you know, we are thinking about the Sabasaba Mandamano right now. Most of the youths right now, I've spoken to them, they are talking about the Mandamano on Sabasaba. So the moment you are trying to come up with such things like a church, 1.2 billion allocation to a church, like it's trying to drive our focus as the youth of Kenya from this the issue at hand to other issues such as the church and the DCI and the IG and other issues. So for me, that one is just a prop. It's going to try and distract us. If we are not vigilant, if we are not serious on this, we'll end up even Sabasaba may come and even people may fail to come up or something. But I just pray for all the best. Hashtag Sabasaba. Yeah. So unless there is any other question, our host Leroy and our co-host Ibe, you can ask me right now and I'll respond to it immediately.
Thank you, Erickson. Yeah, you're saying it's propaganda. So yeah. So now, Sam, we are going to proceed with you, and probably you'll tell us: do you agree that it's propaganda? Do you think it's not? Yeah, I'd like to hear your mind on that. Then Weston.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Barry, for the opportunity. I think, first off, building a church 1.2 billion, it is wrong, it is unconstitutional, and it is madmanship. I can call it so. There's no better explanation you can ever give as to why you want to build a church in a government a facility or on government grounds which belong to the people. I think that is wrong. A president is supposed to be as neutral as they can when it comes to religion. You don't, when if you're a Muslim, you don't propagate Muslim ideologies over other faiths. I think that is wrong. But what do I expect from William Samoei Ruto? What he doesn't shock me, by the way. Some of these things he doesn't actually shock me. That is his I don't know how best I can put it, but it doesn't occur to me that is abnormal from his side. I don't know. That is it. Number two, I think I like the conversation we're having on the space of young people when it comes to the political arena or the political space. It is a very healthy conversation. But I want to give you an example of what has been the role of young people negatively in our political process. 2022, I participated very actively in campaigning for a young man because in my constituency, we had been led by a very old guy. He started as a young man in 1990s, all the way. The only time he didn't make it to parliament was 2007 because Onyonka was was stronger than him and he toppled him. But he came back and he led us all through to 2022. Now, this is where the problem is. You know, when you express a desire for an elective position, unajipanga kidesign flani, you say, you know, I just want to give it a shot. and then you gather a few people who are young. I've never seen a people who gather an old people to start a campaign of. So unakusanya watu wachache who are young people, and then they'll give you ideas on how you go around the constituency so that you can convince people to cast their ballots in your favor. So first off is it's an expensive thing. You host like 15 or 20. You can start it from Nairobi or wherever you are. So you start off. So it's an expensive thing. So the first monies that you have, you must make these people comfortable. Now, the ability of these guys to resist monies coming from opponents becomes a challenge. So if you're giving them like 10,000, the opponent will be having his team and he will be giving them 20,000. So 2-3 weeks off into the campaign period, if you started with 15, you are now at 5. The 10 people have decamped you, they have gone to the other side, the opponent. So you start afresh again. You must look for new people who believe in you because they spread information very fast. And then you have to assemble a communication team. There are people online, on Facebook, on Twitter, wherever they are, so that they can push your candidature. You are a good person, but people have to believe in you on the ground. These are a team of young people. People who will fight you the most online, Facebook, wherever, TikTok, are young people. They will push hashtags against you. They'll push a propaganda against you that, oh, Sam, he's been found in town with another lady. You know that man, you cannot trust him with your women anytime. I mean, those propaganda move like wildfire. So by the time you're hitting the ground, young people have fought you more than old people because kuna watu wanakungoja kwa ground, you speak to them. There are people who, the only thing they want from you is to come to the ground, waongelesha tu, waambie mimi ninaitwa Sam, and this is what I feel that our constitution is not going right, and this is what I will do differently. Itawapatia bursary and all that. You have to convince them so that they can feel comfortable in your leadership and they can trust you more than what the opponent is. Kampeni ikiendelea, kuna watu watakupiga zile vita physical. Moving from one ward to another, you find a host of young people who are very angry at you, who have taken money from your opponent, and they crush you literally. They'll break your cars, they'll break your I mean, the fight for a young man to win an elected position, the greatest fight they get is not from old people. It is from fellow young men and young women. And I think if we've come to that realization that as much as we fight these people, it is giving an opportunity to someone who is wrong to take up leadership. That is, I think that will be a good realization. It is not about religion or religious manipulation. It is financial manipulation. Zile pesa zinatumika kwa constituencies to propagate rumors, to propagate propaganda that young people have is the worst manipulation than religion. Religion, munaenda kanisa on Saturdays, you go to church on Saturdays because you have to attend these churches. You go to church on Saturday or on Friday for those who meet for whatever reason, or on Sunday. Unapatiana pesa kidogo because you have to be seen to be with the people in church. So unawaambia ndawanunulia viti and all that. Campaigns mingi zinafanyika outside of church. Hapo ndio pesa mingi inatumika. So financial manipulation is what gives Ruto the audacity to tell us whether you like it or not. Kama unapinga he is building a church of 1.2 billion, if you don't like it, wewe ni shetani. The audacity that he has is because he believes that these young people, ile kitu inawaongelesha ni njaa. Na pesa niko nayo, and they will follow what I say when it comes to campaign period. As to whether that has changed because of what we've gone through, the better. We shall see better leadership. Hata tukileta mtu, even if we form a political party, then we have a candidate that we are fronting. If we don't resist the urge of monies coming from our opponents, we will lose the battle from the baby steps. So until we resist the urge of taking free monies, we are going nowhere. Thank you so much, Ebe.
Thank you, Sam. Western, I think it's a good thing that you are coming up next because Sam has pointed out a lot of things, especially regarding campaigns, the role of money in campaigning, and the role of youth in the campaigns, and how do we ensure that we are not gullible, considering that right now, especially, our financial ability has been really stifled. So how do you ensure that if today Western you're going to be vying for MP or even president, for example, how do you ensure that you don't have to maybe get trillions? Because I think your opponent will be running with the trillions in budget. How do you ensure that that does not become your biggest bomb in winning? How do you ensure that the youth are not the ones that are stopping you when ideally you're actually fighting for them? So these are very good, these are concerns and questions that answers to them would really come in handy. Esther.
Thank you, IAB and Leon. You can do very little. If you're operating in a political system that is highly monetized, you can do very little. Where no one knows who has got money from where, you can do very little about it. Where politicians contravene rules, how much you can spend in a given campaign, they don't pay attention to those things. So you swim with the current, or you hope that you're going to get said voters who will see you for who you are, the kind of stuff you stand for, because that's our enduring shortfall. The politics is highly monetized. Let me talk about religion, and specifically Christianity. Leo and IAB, we are a reactive society. We struggle to join the dots. We do. There's nothing wrong with William Ruto's mind, unless you're not listening to him. This is one politician who centers God and Christianity in his politics. I mean, don't we listen to him? He attributes what he has achieved, the fact that he's the president of the Republic of Kenya, to God's intervention. You don't listen to him? You don't. I think we don't. He invokes God consistently. And that's why he said today he's not apologetic about that. Because even if people played a role in what he has become, he thanks God more than anything else. So you have to appreciate him from that perspective. It's not like the mind is not working. It is. In the run-up to campaigns in 2020, I don't know how many people were listening to conversations. His wife went public to say how there was dirty water in their current property. And she prayed over that water and it turned pure and clean, and they drank it. Did Kenyans listen to that? That was weird, it was bizarre, but we didn't pay attention. So it's now we are waking up. What is happening? Well, really? They are very consistent. They have been like this from the get-go, long before they got into the State House. They were not ashamed about their faith and their beliefs. And I think some Kenyans voted for them on that basis, very basis. And that's why Raila Odinga was unfavorably compared to them. He doesn't go to church. He doesn't know God. He's a heathen and stuff like that. You people don't recall the conversation that was there before 2022 elections. And I'm saying religion and Christianity, whatever you want to call it, and politics is not unique to Kenya. It's not unique to Kenya. In Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed also thinks that God ordained him to lead Ethiopia. He calls himself the seventh king of Ethiopia. That long before he was conceived, his mother had a dream that he would bear a son, and that son would rule Ethiopia, and that dream has come to pass. You don't get that? He also centers religion in his politics. Pastors, evangelical pastors, they have justified even genocide against the Tigray people. They have. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church justifies his autocracy. This is God-ordained leader. It's not unique to Kenya. Modi in India relies on Hindu nationalism. India is a secular state, but under Modi, you may think Hindu is the foremost, religion. Hinduism is an ideology in India. And people are complaining, especially minority Muslims. We don't pay attention to these things. Putin uses the Russian Orthodox Church in his politics, and they bless his weapons before he goes to bomb Ukraine. And they say, yes, this is justified. This war is God ordained. You can go bomb them and kill them. They pray and pour holy water on fighter jets before they fly into the skies to bomb people in Ukraine. Are we not paying attention to this? In Turkey, Recep Tayyip, the president, he's prioritized Islam, but Turkey is a secular state. The founder of Turkey founded Turkey as a secular state, not a Muslim state. But under Tayyip, this is a Muslim state. It's wrong, but it's for his politics. So if you're against his politics, he could easily characterize you as a heathen, a pagan, somebody who should not be tolerated, who goes against, the Muslim values in Turkey. You have problems. Trump uses religion. That's why he has done away with the Roe versus Wade. Long standing ruling by the Supreme Court. He did away with it the other day, didn't he? Because he's defending Christian values in America. And the evangelicals love him for that. And the evangelicals constitute the bedrock of the Republican Party. Do we get these things? So it's not unique to Kenya. It's not. But I'm asking, why is it that you've been to school, you people have been to school? Why is it that in Kenya for the longest time, especially Catholic-sponsored schools, they would force Muslims to go for mass, or people who are not Catholics? You don't know those things. No, you have to attend mass, but you're not an adherent of the Roman Catholic Church. Okay, some institutions that are Christian-oriented, they will also force Muslims to go for Christian services. Until the other day, a court ruled on that it's unconstitutional to do that. So many Kenyans are actually like William Ruto. You just don't know. Perhaps you forget which schools you attended. Yes, I am a Muslim. I'm a Protestant in a Catholic-sponsored school, but I came here for education. I didn't come here for religion. I'm covered. I'm covered. I have nothing to do with the Roman Catholic faith, but you'll be forced. You'll be forced to attend mass. You'll be forced to participate in those rituals. We haven't seen these things before, haven't we? So why do we have prayers before national functions? We're a secular state. In fact, we shouldn't have prayers. You come to those national functions having prayed from home. We come and we proceed. Where's the master of ceremonies? We'll start the ceremony, let's proceed. That is what a secular state looks like. But here, who's going to pray for us? Or after who's going to pray for us closing prayer? No, you can go on your way home, you can pray. On your way home, you can pray. Let the function end and people go back to where they came from. In schools, prayer, who's going to pray for us? I mean, haven't you seen these things? So William Ruto is not an aberration. This is how we behave in Kenya. We take it that Kenya is a Christian country. Even academics will tell you that. No, this is a Christian country. And then where's the justification? I don't know what percentage of Kenyans constitute, Christianity. Or is that the justification? And they say, yes. Oh, really? And they will argue with you. They say, no, you're a heathen. What? Let me ask you, if today Aden Duale was to run for president, there are Kenyans who dismiss him as a terrorist. What is that? You are embedded in your faith, your Christian faith. That's why you think he can't be your president. That's bigotry. No, this guy here is a Muslim. I think he must be a terrorist. He can't be our president. No, they will say those things. How different are those things from what William Ruto is doing? How different are they? How many people have a position on the Gaza atrocities that the Israeli Defense Forces are committing? I will tell you, many Kenyans justify those atrocities. That Israel is a God, ordained country. These people constitute a race, set aside by God. Palestinians are on the wrong side of history. Even in the Bible, the Israelis are justified. How many people in Kenya will condemn the atrocities in Gaza? How different are you? Because William Ruto has pronounced himself on that conflict. He's on the side of Israel. Owing to his biblical orientation and faith, he says, no, Israel is on the right side of history. They're justified to bomb Palestinians. It's even in the Bible. These people are special. So interrogate, just interrogate your own views on faith, and you realize they don't differ from William Ruto's. They don't. They are more or less the same. Christian religious education. I know of very many students in Kenya who struggle with Christian religious education, and they are good in other subjects, but you've joined a school where Christian religious education is compulsory. You have no choice. But I'm struggling this subject. I could be using this time concentrating on something. No, it's compulsory. Have you asked those questions? Have we asked those questions as Kenyans? Why we have that kind of education system? No, because I'm in a Catholic-sponsored or so-called Protestant-sponsored school, Christian religious education is compulsory to all students. Really? So how different are we from William Ruto? William Ruto is a product of the Kenyan society. When you look at him keenly, he's not different. He is. So when he says he found a church there, how come I didn't know? I've never been to State House myself. I didn't know there was a church there. Was there a church to begin with? What was he doing there? It doesn't matter whether it was Mabati, it was mud. There should be no such a structure within the precincts of State House. So if it was there, who erected it and for what purpose? And these newspapers who are telling us, can they tell us to a story they did years ago where they called out whoever was the tenant at that time? What is this structure doing here? What is it? You see how presidents, not in terms of heads of state, certain decisions set forth forms of behavior. So he's saying, I found a church here, I'm just modernizing it. It was there. So I'm not doing anything out of the ordinary. What I'm simply doing is to modernize it, but it was there before. How come people who have gone to State House, they didn't raise that issue? How come? How come they didn't make a lot of noise over that issue before? You may not have been to State House, so you wouldn't know. But there are people who have been to State House again and again and again, including these newspaper people and many other politicians who are making a lot of noise. How come they didn't raise that issue when they spotted that church in State House? How come? You know why, Liol and IAB, I'm telling you? Because we are reactive. And we are very much carried away by small things, not big things, not principles. The principle is a principle. It will apply today, it will apply tomorrow, it will apply next week. That's a principle. But if you didn't have that principle yesterday, suddenly you have that principle today, well, that person must be weak morally, very weak. Which why we try to establish what is the motivation behind the things we're saying. What is the motivation? You know what William Ruto lacks, Liol and IAB? In politics, you need a media. He does not have media. That's why he's really disadvantaged. This media, legacy media, has waged a scorched earth war against him. Standard is a Moi media, Moi family. There's no love lost between the Moi family and William Ruto. So every other time they will dig dirt on him and what have you. There's no love lost between William Ruto and the Nation Media Group and many of these media houses. So he's disadvantaged in that sense. That's why the narratives, they are running very fast. Even when those narratives cannot be justified logically. They are not. But they run nonetheless, because media is for propaganda in politics, usually for propaganda. So if you don't have your own media, you're really disadvantaged. That's why he's disadvantaged. He doesn't have his own media. And I don't know whether he's considering having his own media. So he's going to be bombarded by a lot of stories that were swept under the carpet before. They'll come to the fore. And Kenyans who are not critical will run with those stories. And do. For me, there should be no church on State House. That's my position. There should be no church. This is a secular state. That's my position. But I will question the inconsistencies within our society. We can see wrongdoing today. We don't see it yesterday. We'll wait, we'll see tomorrow. No, that inconsistency is what we call hypocrisy. You don't build a country on hypocrisy. You cannot. To the extent that somebody else has asked, okay, so we're making a lot of noise over the church. What about when we were told that there was a bar at State House? Why weren't we worked up? That why would somebody have a bar at State House? Doing what? You go home and drink your alcohol from home. Where do you get time to take alcohol from State House? Where do you work? But we were told, yeah, there was a bar at State House. There was no noise. People are not worked up. So when he says you people are getting worked up, you're being worked up over your own small-minded politics, can you really impeach that position? Can you? So I'm saying let us be consistent. Let us be consistent. If I obey, if I hold you to a particular standard, let me hold Liol to the same standard, Abdullah to the same standard, myself to the same standard. Let me not keep shifting, lowering the bar when it comes to playing favorites. We are wont to playing favorites in Kenya, and that's not going to help us. Let's just do away with these prayers and say we're a secular state. Do away with this thing, this national prayer breakfast meetings. Do away with those things. Opening of parliament, do away with prayers. You get to parliament, get to the business of the day. Students go to school, let the teachers address you, get to the business of the day. If you want to pray, pray from home. Come to school. Let's get to the business. But we cannot, tolerate, the influence of religion and particularly Christianity in our lives. And when we see somebody doing exactly what we do, we somehow think, no, this is strange, this is odd. Constitutionally, there's no state religion in Kenya, period. That's beyond contestation. But it's also factually correct that some of us think that Kenya is a Christian country. We think so. We do. Why? Because every other time you meet a Christian. You look, this left is a Christian. You don't meet Hindus. You don't meet Muslims on a daily basis. What you meet Christians predominantly. So what is your conclusion? Which is flawed, is that this is a Christian country. No, it's not a Christian country. And that's why at workplaces, even those prayers at workplaces should not be entertained. If you have a meeting at the workplace, just have your meeting. After you are done, we wish you well, go back to your business. Don't have prayers. You pray when you're at your desk. Go and pray when you're seated at your desk. Pray to your God. Pray to your, if you're a Muslim, pray to your God. If you're Hindu, pray to your God. But don't bring your faith in the public. Don't do that. But we do it. We wear it as a badge of honor. So William Ruto is not an aberration. I'm very much concerned about the kind of media we have in Kenya, extremely biased. What for? To what end? You can't do that. Behaving like the Kangura newspaper in pre-genocide Rwanda or Radio Milkoli. As I heard Liol, I heard William Ruto say something today, which also vindicates me when I say many Kenyans think like him. He was addressing Kenyans in the diaspora in the UK. And listen to the things he said. Kenya has got the best human capital. I don't know whether it's in the world or I don't know. Yeah, they speak the best English, only second to the British. They work unsupervised. And what? Work unsupervised when they're referring to Black people. It means these are good natives. They don't cause problems. These are good natives. They can discipline themselves. They're not going to ask you so many questions. It's not a compliment. When we talk about Black people work unsupervised, that's not a compliment. These are good natives. They don't bring problems. At workplace, they're not going to be interested in labor issues. you're paying us little money and what have you. No, they will just take whatever you give them. And they're just happy that at least they've got a job. Somebody else doesn't have a job. Good natives. How can you say you speak English second to the native speakers? What do you mean? What exactly do you mean? But remember when we had a tiff with the Tanzanians, many Kenyans, you were using that. You know, in Tanzanian parliament, people don't know how to speak English. How can they even treat Mother Karua like this? Oh my goodness. So now listen to him. Listen to him. He's speaking like most of us were doing just a couple of weeks ago. I'm telling you, Leon, IAB, we're like William Ruto. This is quintessentially a Kenyan. It's not a Tanzanian. It's not an Eskimo. It's not an Aborigine. This is a Kenyan. Just listen to the things he says. And his mind is a typical Kenyan mind. It's very Eurocentric and colonial in orientation. I yield. Thank you.
Wow. So we should stop being so hard on William Ruto. It's time for us to look inside. That's what Western is telling us, to look inside. Pop, what do you think?
Please, host, thank you. I wanted to speak before Western because I think Western could have added more into, because me, I'm not into, because Western, I don't know how to describe him, because he psychology, theology, whatever. But anyway, so I wanted to speak before him so he can add. Anyway, to me, in terms of religion, me, I was schooled in a Catholic school. So high school, you pray like 5-6 times a day. Most of, but it was okay because they never forced us to become priests. Education was okay. So after education, you decide if you want to be a priest, be a priest. If you want to be wherever, they give you the best education. If you want to be a doctor, engineer, do whatever, it's okay. So that's why it was okay. But still, I came from a poor background. So the school was very expensive. The way Western always says, religion, church, you're not supposed to be in business. The school was supposed to be in terms of reality. You'll think it was supposed to be one of the cheapest schools in Kenya, isn't it? But it was one of the most expensive. Sa unashangaa, nilikuwa nafukuzwa shule kila semester. Every semester, because semester, Kenya hata wasemi semester. Every term.
Sorry, Pop, go on. Yeah, I pressed by mistake. Go on, Pop. Pop, endelea. Sorry, I just pressed the wrong button.
Mpaka headmaster anatuambia ati, anaambia baba, I'm standing next to my dad, obviously. Anamwambia kama huwezi afford shule, mpeleke shule ya bei rahisi. Na unajua sisi ati si ni Catholic damu from this 5 years. My life has been in church, Catholic church. Mi shule ikifungwa hata sitafutwi na wazazi. Wakinitafuta watanipata kwa kanisa. Naanza asubuhi, sijui mass 6. Mass ikishaisha, hiyo priest alikuwa mzuri. Hiyo ilikuwa mmoja alikuwa kutoka Amerika, mwingine alikuwa Irish. Wanatupikia breakfast. After hapo table tennis, walikuwa wanapenda table tennis the whole day. Alafu ball, naenda kucheza ball na kiwanja hapo kando. Mpaka alikuwa na coach timu ya mtaa. Alikuwa Mgerman. Alikuwa pia alisoma academy za. Mi na siku moja ndo munifungulie tu space niwapatie my life story. Hii ni ya mtaa. Ana coach timu ya mtaa because he was very passionate about, so mpaka timu ya mtaa inakuja church. Wanakuja tu just to give him, what do you call it? Just to promote him. After hapo anaambia okay, tutakutana saa 4. Anaenda zile mazoezi za Europe, anafanya ana volunteer mpaka matimu zingine zinakuja tu kuona zile mazoezi anafanyia watu, and he was a praise. Lakini obviously Kenya is a good country, so after that ilikuwa Society of Missionaries in Africa. So there are missionaries from all over the world, US, Europe. So the church was being run by missionaries, and it was perfect. Hiyo mtaa yetu, I didn't want to speak much, lakini wacha niwafungulie kitabu sasa. Hiyo mtaa yetu ilikuwa mtaa mbaya, ni hood. Sasa hiyo account, watu wengi after standard 8 they don't go to high school. Me, obviously my dad was strict, lazima tuende high school. And then my dad also, siku natua gava nasikia hapa shauri ya my dad alifungwa na kina Raila, hizo mambo za 82 Air Force whatever. Wakatuship sisi wote tukatoka Kenya. So lakini before that tumeishi mtaa ni mbaya. So huyo mtu akaanza anaona tu to help this neighborhood. Akaanza hizo mashule, akaanza kwa ndani ya kanisa, akafungua shule ya wanawake ya kushona. Watu wakadonate, wakanunua sijui charani ngapi, hizo vitu za kushona ni charani, whatever you wanna call it. Akafungua carpentry school ndani ya shule tu, ndani ya kanisa, carpentry school, kwa sababu a lot of people after wengine hata wamaliza standard 8, 6, 7, then they start doing BS. But then what is education? That is the biggest question. But some skills, if you're carpenter, tailor, plumber, alifungua hizo vitu ndani ya kanisa, akaleta watu wamevolunteer ni kufundisha watu hizo ma skills. So he improved the neighborhood completely. Alichange your neighborhood. Hata alikuwa mzungu, anatembea tu, hata hawezi nyongwa, na siku na nyongwa, napigwa manyongolo. Lakini mimi nilikuwa mtu wa mtaa, mimi sipigwi nyongolo, lakini by 6 you have to be home by 6. Lakini ya nyongo hata saa niona huyu ndiye anatuokolea. So hiyo church ilikuwa na obviously machache za hata zingine ziko na siasa mengi. Watu walikuwa nakula pesa. Akapongeza vitu zote, so akaanza kusema yeye ni mtiaji hiyo church committee, kwa sababu he was very strict. Hata masadaka najua watu tuma church committee wengine wanaiba sadaka, so alika hizo vitu sadaka, watu wakimaliza hivi wangu wanapeleka huko nyuma, yeye ndiye anapeleka yeye mwenyewe, anapeleka kwa nyumba, alafu ndiye anarudi kanisa iendelee, akishapeleka sadaka. So akaanza kuona huyo ni mtiaji, mabarua. So he was transferred to kwa mama Sai huko. I don't know why he was my best friend. He used to pay, yeye ndiye alikuwa ananilipia shule actually. He used to pay for my school, yeye ananilipia nusu. The other priest was from US, Chicago somewhere, so he used to pay the other half. I'm a quarter, so my dad used to pay just minimum. The priest used to pay, they paid for my school. So you can find some good religious people. Me, my missionaries wamenisaidia sana. My life without missionaries, I wouldn't be where I am right now. Wamenisaidia. So anyway, kanisaidia hata mali naishi saizi, sitawaambia naishi wapi, lakini siko Kenya. Hao walinipea kila kitu, nikapata, sikuwa mjinga, nikapata ma scholarship. Alafu pia mimi ni mtu wa ball, nikapata za ball, alafu nikaongeza za academic. So mimi niko sawa saizi. Sahii nalipia, I don't know, maybe 8, 9 people nawalipia school fees. Wengine hata nawalipia rent, hizo za college, hizo wanaishi sijui kando ya shule, kwa sababu mtu anaambia tu ana chakula, hata leo ana chakula na pesa ya rent. Nasema naweza sacrifice, naweza skip my lunch, nilipio ni pesa kidogo. Ile pesa nda skip lunch, ndalipia huyo mtu rent. Alafu naweza mlipia chakula pia, hata tuseme 5,000 shillings. Itamsaidia, na niambie rent sijui ni kama 3,000 ama 4. Alafu ingine ujipange, alafu katikati ya mwezi pia nitakupanga, but I just get so disappointed the way your life saizi iko, but I try to help as much as I can. Lakini sasa in terms of religion, ndio nawambia okay, religion mimi imenisaidia, but still it's BS. Hiyo priest nawambia alisaidia, alifungua hiyo school of carpentry, plumbing, hiyo ya kushona ndani ya kanisa, na akajenga, alitafuta donations na akajenga. So wakamtoa akampeleka kwa Masai huko, kwa sababu yeye alikuwa hao ndio yani mtu hata ukamweka president, hao ndio leaders. Wao mtu mnasema sijui leader, hao ni politician, mimi sijui, mimi ni mwana leader, change agent. Mtu anakuja ana change the whole system, alafu mnaona tu, you just see the changes, unaona mwenyewe. Hata kuambia, he doesn't speak much, anasema hii fanywe hivi, fanywe hivi, fanywe hivi, and he doesn't talk much. Lakini kwa Masai pia kulikuwa na a lot of corruption. Hiyo church ya Masai, a lot of corruption. So he brought a lot of, so alikuwa washanirusha huku, walishanitoa Kenya wakanipeleka abroad. So after 2 years, kwa sababu they used to come home, tunawapikia tu, tunakula tu machakula tu, wanapenda hizo local food. So my dad ananipigia simu, hata hataki kuniambia, naambia hata hataki kuambia your best friend, kwa sababu nilikuwa naongea naye, nimempigia simu mara kadhaa ashike, anaambia Wamasai walimuua, because Masai walikuwa very corrupt. Huyo msee alienda akachange vitu huko, wakakasirika. Unajua alikuja kwa nyumba yake, kwa sababu he never needed security, because if you're doing the right thing, why do you need security? Alafu priest unatafuta security ya nini? Walikuja wakamuua usiku.
You can maliza in 2 minutes, please.
2 is a lot, maybe one and so walimuua usiku. They came and killed him at night. Ndio nikasema Kenya, like, mtu akileta changes za maana, you don't want it. And then before we address the future, hiyo ndio mimi naambia ukweli. Hiyo Western amesema vitu mingi, but mimi nasema tu, before we address the future of anything, we have to look at the history, isn't it? So how did we end up with Zakayo Kaongo? How did we end up with him? We have to address that before we even think about tumtoe aje nini. How did we end up with him? Hiyo ndio swali mimi nataka hizi maspace mto. How did we end up with him? Because unless you just came to Kenya as a sijui nani, umetoka from the sky uka land Kenya, you don't know him, don't you? Maybe. But everybody knew he was a murderer, isn't it? He was a land grabber, isn't it? He was a thief, isn't it? He did everything like the worst of the worst. He was the worst of the worst before he became president. So how did we end up with him? People voting for him. Hiyo ndio tunafaa tu address. Alafu ndio tutafikiria future, because mi sitawadanganya, mi ni Mjaluo. So watu wanasema mbona Wajaluo ndi maandamano? Because people have not addressed this question. How did we end up with this guy? We knew he was a killer. We knew he was a land grabber. We knew he was all of the. So how did we end up with him? So wacha niamalizie hapo. We have to address that before tufikirie future. Sawa, poa.
Who was next? I just came in. Who was the next speaker?
What walikuwa next drop most of them, but we have Tribeless and I think Kukurukakra anataka kulibattle. So we'll have Tribeless then Kukuru.
Hello, are you getting me?
Loud and clear, Tribeless, go on.
Thank you very much. Me, I'm very happy in this platform this evening. Lakini sasa mimi nashangaa sana. Hii tuna discuss nini? Mimi nashangaa Kasongo ametengeneza kanisa ya 1.2 billion. Iko hapo kwa State House. Na hiyo inamaanisha nini? Inamaanisha State House sasa ni ya Christians peke yake. Au wengine sasa tutafanya aje? Ile tu ni kitu Kasongo atuambie full details hiyo funding ya hiyo kanisa yake. Alafu atuambie hiyo kanisa yake anaitoa lini kwa hiyo State House. Hiyo State House ni yetu sisi wote kama Wakenya. Na sisi si wa Kristo peke yake. Sasa yeye atuambie tu hiyo siku Sabasaba akiondoka anaondoka na hiyo kanisa ama ana renounce hiyo kanisa inakuwa a religious chapel. Si ya Christians, si ya Muslims, ya Hindus, ya kila mtu. Na tupe details, tunataka tujue hiyo kanisa imechukua pesa gapi na parliament ijue through Wetangula atuambie mwana wa Ingo. Atuambie wali oversight nini hiyo kanisa ikitengenezwa. Na watuambie payslip ya Samuel ni pesa gapi. Wanalipaga hii pesa gapi. Na hiyo kanisa 1.2 billion. Hiyo project ilianza lini? Nani contractors? Na hizo details zote tunataka kuona before hii Sabasaba. We don't want that church there. First of all, na ya pili, we don't want Kasongo there. So Kasongo plus the church must get out of that State House. Na kama Kasongo atatoka akiwacha kanisa, atuachie hiyo kanisa kama si kanisa, ni nyumba tu ya mawabada ya mambo ya Mungu, si mambo ya kanisa ya Kristo. Ama namna gani? So nasema asante kwa hiyo.
One second. Me, I'm just worried about huyu mtu anatengeneza church ya 1.2 billion na hiyo church itamalizwa in 2 years. Unafikiri hiyo church wakimaliza kutengeneza atakubali kutoka? That's the
Ndio mimi nasema hivi. That's what I'm saying. Kasongo should live with the church. We don't want that particular structure wakani hapo kwa State House. You know that State House is not ya mtu binafsi. Katiba inasema that State House is ours. It's an unifying factor of the state of Kenya. So how can we have a church inside State House? Sasa in case tutachagua Muslim ataenda kutengeneza mosque huko ndani. Tena tukichagua tena Muhinduism anaenda kutengeneza temple. So hiyo State House hiyo land sitajaa sana na hizo vitu zao za mchezo ya ujinga hiyo. First of all, hiyo kanisa hiyo kitu iishe, hiyo biashara ya kutengeneza hiyo kanisa. Wacha waisuspend kwanza. Nataka mnipe clear advice vile tunaweza enda in that hiyo project isimame kidogo tukifikiria vile tutaitoa hapo ama tuibadilishe. Ndio so tayari wameitengeneza. Then tujue ni nani anahusika zaidi ama ni Murkomen. Kama si Murkomen ni Kibet, Farouk. Those people, those are evil guys in this nation. We don't want them. Kasongo, the church, and those other dramas. Wacha ziishe tu hii tarehe 7 on Monday. I think I'm resting my case there. Thank you.
Kukuru, sijui you want to go then Forrester. Na mkumbuka Western alituambia tulikuwa na selective amnesia. We only see what we want to see. So as you also rebuttal, we still need to look inside. We need to retrospect or introspect and ask ourselves, are we being biased? Why did we scream when Uhuru had a liquor, a pub? Okay, let's call it a pub in the State House. So yeah.
Your Pop asked a very good question. Like, how did we end up here? Like, ile yani tukiangalia like as a nation, yani tulifikiaje kwa huyu Kaongo? Like, hapo ndo tuki address hiyo issue tunaweza maybe figure out where we need to be from that point, because maze, see, as a country we're like super brilliant people, like tuko like the brains are there, like tunaelewa, like na tunaona, but then how does Mseka Ruto anafikia anatuingia anatuletea vitu kaa hizi. This is like basically venye nilisema like ni manipulation, but like the things ambazo zinaweza kuwa zimetuleta to this point, like to kuwa honest, like honestly, like vitu kaa tribalism, hizo zimeplay like a major role, like tribalism, like ile mtu huu ni msee wetu, huu ni mtu, hiyo naitaga mtu wetu syndrome. Hiyo imetu push like to where we are, like tuna empower our ma thieves like under the tribal flags, like una get like, yani umse alitumia hiyo tribalism akatuleta yani kwa hiyo level yake, na tuka fall for it, tuka normalize corruption, alafu saizi anatumia religion yani kutu push hizo mamoves zake, alafu wasee wa church ndo yani wana fall into that trap. Like I mean media pia on the other side ndo hiyo yani pia iko hapo tu, media imekuwa pia upuzi. Unacheki mseka huyo Wino, why would the media like entertain mseka huyo, like ile anapata airtime for what reason? Like msee kama yule Owino tena anasema ati yule msee wa mask ati Kariuki ati alisema ati sijui nini ati alirusha kasla ati that's why, so ana try to justify ati that's why he was shot. Like media yetu pia ni puzi, like so like some of them saizi maybe wana try sasa kupush like on a different level, but I mean hii system ambayo imekuwa yani I think tumekuwa tuna allow impunity iendelee for too long, and I mean it has to stop, like inafika ile place sasa saizi ndo nasema yani inabidi tu yani turudi kwa wajibu wetu sisi kama Wakenya sasa we have to change the country like going forward. I mean that's what I think. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kokoro. Let's have Erickson. Hi, Eric.
Hi, how are you? I hope you're okay. I've listened to quite a number of these guys here, and much has been said. I would just like to say one thing. Number one is that, and I'll first respond to my predecessor speaker. Ameuliza that tulifanya aje ndio tukafika hapa. So nitaanza na kujibu swali yake. So number one, tulifika hapa the moment tulichaguanga William Ruto as our president over Raila Odinga. So you know, when somebody gets into power, there are people who change, there are people who remain the same. So in our case, for our president right now, His Excellency William Ruto, what I can say is that he has changed. He has changed a lot. We have come to know all sides of him, and now we're yani tumefika mahali penye we want him gone. We have kumekuwa na hizi blogs, Ruto must go, hizi tweets, hashtag siri ni numbers, hizo vitu zote. So vitu kama hizi vile zimeanza kutokea saa hii just shows you the type of man he is, and the and the urgency that we have, the urgency that is needed so that we can do away with him as much as possible, so that as early as possible, so that tuendelee na mambo ingine. So juzi nimeona some of the youths wana post that wanasema ati William Ruto wamtumie pay bill, ati watume play bill ya William Ruto alafu tumtumie pesa sisi kama the youths, ati ndio hiyo pesa imebaki ya kuruli hiyo remaining 1 year atoke tu resign. that was really funny, but what I can say right now, ujue the MPs are on his side. You remember what happened with the 2024 finance bill yenye tulikuwa tunasema reject. Unless it was revealed that alikuwa anapatiana 2 million Kenya shillings to MPs so that they can vote yes. So this shows you the amount of money and the amount of power he has. So when it comes to basis of impeachment, it is very, very hard to impeach him as of now. Unless the MPs wakae chini waone yenyewe hii kitu haitaendelea hivi, then sasa ndio wafikirie kupass a motion that he should be impeached. But as per now, the current MPs in the current administration right now, saini wanafanya kenye Ruto anawaambia. So William Ruto akiwaambia mfanye hivi, wanafanya hivi. Ukiwaambia pass a certain bill, wanapass. Hata sisi wananchi tukikataa kitu na tuseme reject na tuende maandamano, bado wanapitisha. So I want to show you something that right now he's the one who is, yeye ndio kusema sahi, he has the power, he has the mandate right now. Another situation penye tuliona that he has a lot of power is when the government ordered the Communications Authority of Kenya to block all the media and all the TV stations from airing the maandamano. So nataka muone like umse akona power. Yes, tunaweza kuwa tunasema ati kuna Royal Media Services zenye they are probably not for him. Kuna Kina Nation, kuna The Standard, you see. Okay, yes, kuna hizi media houses and KTN nini hizo zote. But the moment the government yenyewe imesema that you should stop airing them out, that shows you the amount of power that this guy has, the amount of power he has as a president. So unless it's either he gets impeached, number one, it's either he changes his advisors, you see, or it's either we vote him out in the 2027 general elections. So for now, these issues that are coming about, kama hii 1.2 billion allocation of a church project, hizo saa tuseme, it's something that is almost, but as the youth of Kenya, we need to speak up. We need to be more vigilant. We need to be more active on such things. Bloggers pia wanaendelea kupost. Nimeona tu sahi. People are very active right now here on X, on this X platform. Wanapost vitu kama venye shule ziko currently versus allocation ya 1.2 billion to a church. Just imagine what 1.2 billion can do to the education sector. Shule zenye ziko huko shule zenye ziko Turkana, ziko Pokot, shule zenye ziko all these other rural and undeveloped counties, that is, that amount of money can really boost kujengwa classes mpya na vitu mingi sana kufanyika. So that 1.2 billion, like and if you can look at the current budget, the amount that is being allocated to State House, it is really such a huge amount. It's a really big amount, and I don't know why it is always like that. That anytime we have anytime we have this budget being read, we always have a lot of money being allocated to State House. So we need to look into that. There is even something more bigger than this church that this church will probably use. If it is passed, you can find out that this church will use probably something like $1 million or something. And what about the rest of the money? Remember, it is 1.2 billion. And let the president not lie to us that he has used his own money from his own accounts, or that he has been given money from his friends. To go to the United States using taxpayers' money. I don't know, I think according from sources, it was 200 million Kenya shillings to hire a private jet to go to the USA. You see, like all that money, you can't, if you're earning, kwani inamaanisha nalipo pesa ngapi? Like you guys, I want you to look at this from a different perspective. Like how much money does he have? How can you hire 200? How can you hire a private jet worth 200 million Kenya shillings to take you to USA and then come back? And right now you are allocating 1.2 billion to a church. And if this is the case, why can't he also build a mosque there at State House grounds? That is public property, number one. Public property should not be used in such a manner. Yes, he's the president, he's the chief of the armed forces, but it should not be allowed. You know, the parliament can regulate the powers of the president. They can pass a bill to reduce or to increase the powers of the president. So right now, our government, the state right now, our government, it is broken. The parliament, same thing is broken. So what I would urge everybody right now is that let's stay vigilant, number one. When it comes to if kama hataenda, if tutajaribu si wote as the youths na Mr. William Ruto akose kuenda nyumbani, #Ruto must go now. Kama hata go for now, it is high time kila mtu aende a register as a voter. Kama hujachukua ID, kama bado iko ama hujaiendea, endea. For all those who have gotten it, nini wamepata juzi zote endea. Kama uko na waiting, ngoja pia si mbaya. So that once it comes to 2027, we are going to vote him out. You can see CS Kipchumba Murkomen sahi. He's being deemed unfit. You see, he's being deemed unfit over the shoot to kill orders. So what does this tell you about this government? We have a CS right now speaking and saying that he has given the mandate to police officers to shoot to kill orders. Hey, atakama manze, like you guys, this government, it's really disheartening. It's really discouraging. We have had even more posts from The Economist, post that if William Ruto proceeds to a second term, Kenya will be headed to the wrong direction. According to studies, it has just been proven that 81% of Kenyans are convinced that Kenya is heading to the wrong direction. So for me, all that, apart from this 1.2 billion church being this prop that is being used right now to distract us from the maandamano that is being planned on Monday. Let's just leave it at that. Let's continue hosting these spaces and discussing such matters and so on and so forth. But for now, we just have to lay low, wait for maandamano on Monday. Everybody should come out in huge numbers so that we can try our level best. Yeah. So this is my last, and in summary, this is what I would just like to say. We have a broken government, we have a broken system. It needs to be corrected. But since we can't do it right now, since it is almost impossible right now, we can vote them out. We can vote them out in 2027. Remember that right now we are remaining around 6 months so that we are done with this year. And so that when it comes to 2026, we just have 1 year of campaigns, and then 2027, we have the elections. You can see, like right now, I was just surprised to see that hired goons were paid to go and vandalize vehicles for the opposition who are having a Western tour. Kama mmeangalia hizo magari, kama mmeona hizo magari, mmeona venye zimevunjwa vioo, mawe zikarushwa, and all that. Yes, this is politics, and politics is a dirty game. But does it mean simply because you are not appeased by your opposition, does it mean that you are allowed to hire goons to go and attack your opposition? Remember, these are fathers, these are mothers, these are people who have families. What would have happened if some of the opposition party leaders would have died? it would have brought the country to a political standstill. So this is really disheartening. The lack of priority that we have seen in this government, the lack of priority and misplaced priorities that are happening in this government, it's really disheartening and very, very alarming. So instead of this issue on the 1.2 billion charge, the government should focus, should prioritize the number one. We have clinicians right now in Machakos County who are giving a 7-day strike. They are threatening to have a 7-day strike. Those are clinicians from that part of the country. Otherwise, in this other ministry, in the Ministry of Health, the same thing, we are seeing these issues of SHA. And right now, I've just seen the president commenting that and encouraging Kenyans to join in SHA. Yet, we have seen that it is into some places it is not working. It is bringing a lot of controversy. You see, we have the DCI right now, the issue of Ndiang'ui. Like, there are a lot of issues that are happening right now in the country, and yet the president can afford to come up with an idea to build a 1.2 billion Kenya shilling church. If so, then why can't he also build a mosque? He can also build a temple so that the State House can be a place where everybody comes to worship. But is that really the essence? Is that really needed right now? Is that really needed? No, it is not. This is just too much. The president should stop this. This propaganda is now too much. This is just too much. So that's all for me. Right now, I'll just like to say thank you, Leol, for having me, and to all the other speakers. Probably you can add on what I've said, or even if you have a correction, I'm free here. Just speak. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Erickson. Steve, you can come in before we close this. Steve and then Forrester. Steve Amenya,
Sorry, is that
there?
sorry? Oh, that's me. I'm fine, thank you. Yes, thank you for the speakers just spoken and the others have spoken before that. My main answer to that question, why, how do we get ourselves here, is so many factors. The first being that we as a nation have trusted our politicians, just like we trust any other professionals to do their job. That is, when they go to parliament, we believe that they have the best interest of the voter at heart, that they're representing the voter. Little did we know that, unlike the way we expect other professionals like teachers to do their job, like doctors, we don't go asking the doctor that, are you sure what you prescribed is correct for me? Because we expect them to do their job. We expect them that they have our best interest at heart. Same with the teachers. We expect them to teach our children properly. But in this case, Kenya, especially our politicians, are not actually following this rule. They are serving their own interest. They are eating money, and they're being given money to be against the very voter who brought them to parliament. And that is what has brought us here. Secondly, we've got a president who clearly, and someone has said that that he has changed. He has not changed. Ruto has not changed one bit. If you follow Ruto's career, all the scandals about corruption have dogged him since the 90s. Literally, the moment he got in as MP, he was looking at the past status and getting himself involved in all kinds of shady deals. He was always in the dock, answering to corruption charges. Even the killings is not new. Remember, it was a nice thing, and there were so many witnesses who disappeared. Talk about Yebei, who disappeared and was found. So the same people who were surrounding and who made sure that he be at to become this. Were heading the shadowy abduction squads that we have right now. So he has not changed. He's only in power and with his one in executing this. He's been doing all his career. And so the other thing that we went into our old ways of being tribal and emphasized in the way we elect our leaders. people used to come together and group themselves into a coalition, and then we vote for them based on that coalition. And in this last coalition, remember, back in 2017, 2018, after that election, which was very disappointing for Kenyans, after being overruled by the Supreme Court, and then this repeat election was, of course, a sham, people started calling for a election that represented the people, because people realized that we're going to have a situation where we're going to choose between the devil and the deep blue sea, only Ruto and Raila. And people started saying, a pace dependent. Remember, get former Makweni governor, what's his name, the gentleman, we were telling him to come into the ballot and to elect him, but he sort of shied off, and we didn't have an alternative candidate, and of course we went into that the proposal to change the constitution by Raila's team Azimio, BBI, and people were fighting over that. Before we knew it, we were in 2022, and there we had it. We had two main candidates, and we had to choose between them, and that's what got us here. So people made the choice, and I for one, I don't believe that Ruto won that election. It was very much contested. There was a lull of about 3 days. Remember how long we waited for that election when the counting stopped at Bomas for about 3 days. There was a lull, and then suddenly, that announcement was made. All the irregularities with 3 against 4, 4 against the chairman and other commissioners. There was something going on there that was shady, and I for one don't believe a bit that he won that election. But be it as it may, we've got a president in power who lacks legitimacy and who is riding roughshod over the constitution. Like even building a church in State House, he's not even hiding nowadays. He comes out and says, "You cannot tell me not to build a church in State House. I will build it." And then he adds on and says, "I've built it using my own money." Of course, no one believes him. No one believes that he's actually using his own funds, because he has proven again that he is a serial liar. So people don't believe when he says he uses his own funds. I think if he was using funds as on public land, to build a house that is doing it basically for his own purposes. And you can, from what he's doing, the way he has the house, the way he's adding structures to State House, someone doesn't look like he's living there anytime soon. He's someone, clearly, he knows most of the country, almost 90%, I would say, rough estimate, modestly, and they want him out. They're saying one term, but there he is, apparently, supposedly investing 1.2 billion in a church, which is not going even to be used after 2 years. So you see, he's hell-bent on making sure that he is back again in 2027. And we as a people need to have a plan. Right now, we are on this X space, we are reacting to Ruto's latest move. And if you're not what this guy is doing, and then go behind him, keep lasting shock and keep because he'll become when more special time to build what are you building a movement to bring together a strong political coalition and put the Gen Z and the millennial vote and all progressive Kenyans in one basket as a movement, then let's do it. If we decide that we're going to form a political party, and which is the best way to, which is the main custodian of democratic progress the world over, if we decide we're going to form a political party and build it, let's do it. What I don't want us doing is to focus mainly on reacting to what Ruto is throwing, because he's not even paying attention when he does these things. So what he's doing, we are following him wherever he's going into the bush, out of the constitution, and we're following him there to react to it. And we will be losing precious time. Before we know it, 2027 is going to be here. The main coalitions are going to be taking shape, and we will be forced again to choose like Ruto and maybe someone like Matiang'i or Gachagua or Kalonzo, because we will not have planned ourselves to have a serious enough candidate to offer us an alternative option. So that's important, really, and that's what I'd like to try to pump when I come to this piece, is that let's be proactive. Let us work to build a movement that is not only just focused in 2027, that can just continue being that safeguard against the decline of our democracy, the erosion of our democracy. Because we know about eternal vigilance and democracy. They are two sides of the same coin. So let's like the that is working towards building an organized movement of the party. I would like to be part of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve. Let's have Foresta and New Kenya before we go to space.
Asante Leon. Nadhani nimestruggle sana kumsikiza nani, sijui ni network yangu mbaya ama ni yake.
No, nilikusikia poa.
Mimi yeye ndo sijamsikia akiongea, ni kama alikuwa nakatika sana.
Can you go on Foresta?
Okay, sasa mimi najaribu kujibu tulijipataje hapa kwa Ruto. One, tulienda kwa siasa, tukapiga kura na tukachagua yule mtu ambaye tulimuona kwamba ni mzuri kwa kuliko hao wengine. Personally, mimi nilimpigia Raila kura. But up to now, hata kama kushinda hizo kura ama whatever happened, mimi I'm very grateful kupata. The reason being, after watu wote wameingia kwa kiti, ukiangalia sometimes back I was listening to mtu kama Kaluma na nilikuwa naona ni kama ako na akili, but I don't know, sijui nini ili happen. Totally, yani jamaa ana akili kabisa, na si yeye peke yake, ni wote. So sometimes nikikaa chini hivi najiuliza, hata kama nilimpigia Raila kura angepata na the way wao bunge wake wana reason, kungekuwa na changes gani? It's like you are having the same people whichever hata kama nikipigia Raila, hata sahi tukipigia labda Matiang'i, it's the same. Tukipigia huyo hata Maraga ni the same. Unaona? These people it's like wote wanajificha tu nyuma ya sisi. Before kuja kujua the real character ya huyo mtu, it is too late. Sahi nimejaribu kumsikiza mtu kama Sudi sahi, na hiyo just thumping unaona ako nayo kwamba hata mseme one term, mseme two term, tuko hapa mpaka 2032. Unaona? You come to listen to Ruto anakuambia nimejenga kanisa, I'm not apologetic for it. Shetani hata akitaka afanye vile anataka. Unaona? So ukisikiza huyo mtu unaona kabisa he doesn't care, yani nyinyi muongee msiongee, it's none of his business. Hiyo ni shauri yenu. Unaona? So imefika mahali sisi wenyewe kama youths, yani it's like we need to redefine direction ya nchi mahali inaenda. Unaona? It's not just as an individual kama ni president and president. It's just the whole system. The whole system ibadilike. Sometimes mimi uketi hivi najiuliza, hata constitution tulipitisha 2010, how beneficial is it to us? The cost of running the government, it is too expensive for us. So hata tukienda maandamano, turuke, turushe mawe, turudi kwa nyumba, tumeumia. At the end of the day, we are not helping anything. Sahi, hata Ruto ni kama sahi ametuzoea. Amejua kwamba hawa watakuja huku warukeruke, wakimbie town, wakule tear gas, warudi nyumbani and nothing will change. We don't have something we need. Na sahi, by the maandamano itafika mahali ina lose relevance. We don't have something we are fighting for. Hatuwezi sema tu peke yake eti Ruto must go. It's not enough. It's not enough kabisa. It's like we need something real. Sahi, sometimes me feel like hata yani kuna vile tunastahili hata kurestructure the government itself, hata ikuwe cheaper kwetu kuiran, unaona, na pia ikuwe accountable to individuals ambao wako kwa hiyo siasa. Mimi wezi niambia sahi eti mtu amekupea 2 million ufanye project, then 2 million imepotea, you can't explain mahali imeenda, hauwezi fanyiwa kitu. That's how politicians wako. Wanakopa loan, billions of money, inaingia kwa serikali, it's not accounted for, na mtu anapelekwa kotini na hakuna kesi, then you wonder kama huyu mtu alikuwa na hii pesa na haikufanya kazi na ilipotea, who is accountable for it? Kama hawezi fungwa, kama hana makosa, then hiyo pesa ilienda wapi? Bora. So I think the system it's so wrong. Na wabunge ukiangalia, unaona kama juzi vile walijaa parliament wakipitisha ile mswada ambayo inawafaidisha wao, almost 90% walikuwa, but wait until usikie kuna bill labda ni education, utakuta wabunge 20 wako parliament. Bora. Yani they just don't care. Sasa mimi ujiuliza, why do we have a lot of MPs in parliament in representation and in the real sense hawatusaidii? Why do we have so much MCAs, women rep, senators, and all of them hakuna kitu wanafanya? Bwana, these people wakiungana, they do what they think is good to them. Hii kile kitu kinatusaidia sisi. Bwana. So sometimes hata kama tunapigana, I think as youths, kando na kupigana kwamba tubadilishe nini mtu ambaye yuko kwa kiti, we just need to rethink the system itself. Bwana. Tukuje, it's like yani tunahitaji a new mind, hata kama ni constitution bana ibadilishwe tu, tukuwe na kitu ambacho sisi inatufavor sisi. Unaona, sometimes most of us sahi labda ni 30s and ama below 30s. Unaona, those people are making decisions kwa niaba yetu, ni mtu amebakisha less than 5 years labda wengine wakufe. Unaona, God forbid, lakini that's nature. Unaona, mtu yuko 87, yeye ndiye anatuamulia sisi vile tutaongozwa. 87 mtu amebakisha sijui miaka 2 aende. Unaona? Na ndio anatuambia sisi hii constitution tunataka ikue hivi. Unaona? It was good for them at their time. Unaona? Saa hii hata sisi tunastahili yetu kwa muda wetu saa hii at our own generation. Unaona? Something ambayo inatusaidia sisi. Unaona? Na pia sisi tuache kuegemea ati kwamba huyu ni mtu wetu. Unaona kama Msudi anaenda kwao na very proudly anasema hata mseme nini tuko hapa mpaka 2032 ndio tufikirie kama tutatoka. Unaona? Yaani unaona hiyo kitu mimi sijui kama inakasirishanga watu wengine. Unaona mtu kabisa yani ni kama kiburi fulani, ni maringo fulani. Mtu anakuambia yani direct to your face hakuna kitu utanifanyia. Unaona? Nitakupiga na hakuna kitu utafanya. Unaona? Nitaiba na hakuna kitu mtafanya. Tuko hapa mpaka 2032. Mkubali, mkatae ni sisi. Unaona? Which is so wrong. Unaona? Sisi unajua some of the nchi zingine ambazo zimeendelea unaona hata leaders wako accountable to anything they say. Unaona? Sasa mtu kama Murkomen, I think sasa angekuwa ameresign hata yeye mwenyewe bila kuwa impeached. Na serious country. Unaona? But juu sisi huku Kenya we tolerate a lot of nonsense, ndio maana unaona yuko hapo. Unaona? I remember ile time ya corona. The Prime Minister wa UK ali resign just because ali break sheria za corona. Unaona? Na ali resign. But sisi hapa Kenya sasa hiyo ukijaribu kusema Murkomen resign, utaambiwa oh you are against the Kalenjins. Unaona? You are a Kikuyu na sometimes hata wewe si Mkikuyu, you don't even care. Unaona? But sisi we are not accountable to ni nini tunafanyanga. Mtu ataiba. Unaona? Na ukijaribu kuuliziwa sema hapana, mimi ninashikwa juu natoka kabila fulani. Unaona? Na sisi juu ni wa kabila yetu tuseme ni mtu wetu ana nini. Unaona? So we just don't care. Unaona? Zile institutions zenyewe zimewekwa zifanyie hiyo kazi akina EACC. Wao ndio wanastahili kushika mtu amefanya corruption, but wakimshika pia wanadai kuongwa. Unaona? Wafungie kesi. So na corruption itaisha aje? Kama wale ambao wanafight corruption pia wanadai corruption ndio wafungie hiyo kesi yako isitoke kwa media ama isifanye nini. Unaona? Hata media wenyewe wanafanyanga the same thing. I've just seen especially hata Citizen. Kuna mahali tu niliona there was a certain story tu walikuwa wanastahili ku air, but they had to cut some of the stories juu walihongwa. So, ni something sani iko so bad, yani sometimes sijui kama tutakuja kukomboa hii Kenya. Ndio hayo tu kwa sasa.
Thank you. Forrester, let's have New Kenya as we end this space for today. New Kenya. Ruto is building a church for 1.2 billion. And that's his own money for selling chicken.
Good evening, Leon.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. And everybody, good evening. You know, the story of Ruto is, I think, wa mimi nasema saa zingine kwamba we have talked about Ruto. Mpaka naona sasa Ruto pia ametuzoea to an extent whereby wajua haimsumbui, even people talk about his name, he's just proud of that one. I think he's bringing other things to divert our attention, because building a church in a state house at the same time Esther Passaris is taking a bill where a state house should not be a no-go zone. So who are you building a church for? Is it a church for wash, or is it a church for cult, or is it for what? And today we are electing a Christian to be a president. Tomorrow we may elect a Muslim to be a Christian. We may elect an Hindu, which they go for temple. So I just I don't know, because I think there is a problem. I think some of our leaders are suffering from mental disorder, and it is high time that we may just take time, look at them, and we see that they are sick. Because as we talk today, you take 1 point something billion building a church for your own money. Yet there are schools, which, because I know that is not his own money. If audit can be done, that is not his own money. There are schools from his own backyard where people are still learning under a tree in a system that they are praising, that is a CBC, is a U-turn to our country. What are you telling us? In a country where people are struggling, the education system is not working, then you are building a church. So I'm like that. The problem we are having is more deep-rooted, that we can just look on how we can do it. Just as the previous speaker said, we can change the structure of the leadership, which we can. But how are we going to do it? There is a previous speaker who talked about the kind of leaders we have, the tribal line. The problem that we have been making in this system, this regime, is one. If I can remember well a bit, it is the leadership. If somebody can remember, after the post-election violence, there came the Grand Coalition government, where ODM were the majority in parliament. The speaker was Kenneth Otiato Marende. That guy had a wisdom in leadership. If they were of leaders of today, they would have impeached Kibaki then, because ODM was the majority. But Marende managed that parliament. I think it is called the 8th parliament, something like that one. He managed that parliament up to the end. The problem we have in our country today, as much we blame William Samoei Ruto, the problem starts during our election time. And this thing comes with the political party. This idea of political party, going with political party, because I've come to realize that the political party does not give us the competent people. They give us their loyalties. You know, if you give me a loyalty person, it is not competent to me, whereby he will not articulate my issues. He will always articulate the issues of the boss. And the boss is the owner of political party. Remember, these people remit money to political party the way I remit money to how they carry, I remit money to carry. That is how they do it. So the problem we have in this country as we talk now, it is the members of parliament. We talk about all the independent institutions, but the most independent institution which has direct power from the people is member of the parliament. In fact, if there is a superior house than any other house, it's parliament. A parliament has the power to question the president. Parliament has the power to impeach the president. Parliament has the power to approve. Parliament has so many power. But what are they doing? That is where the problem is. And if the like of Oscar Sudi may try to do what, we can restructure these things from the grassroots. What kind of leaders are we going to elect? Let us don't elect leaders based on the political party. Political party is what has bring us where we are. Who assume today you are supporting ODM? What is ODM doing for you today as a member of ODM? What if you are supporting UDA? What is UDA doing for you today? Those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. I was supporting this party. What is this party doing to me today? What is the philosophy of this party? Because what has disturbed me most in this country that every 5 years, we we every 5 years as we approach election, we don't go to election with the same political party. There is no any president of this country that's ever been going to election with the same political party that he was elected on. Why is it that they keep on changing political party, changing? Because they don't believe in the philosophy of what they're telling us. Because once they go there, they do their things. Later on, they come with another philosophy. The manifesto will never change. It is just the same thing. So it is just my appeal to my fellow Kenyans as we continue fighting for this thing. Because the person we are fighting, it is like, in our place, there is what is called hippopotamus. The skin of hippopotamus is so thick to an extent, even if you cane it with what, the hippopotamus will never feel anything. The skin of Ruto, as we talk, the skin is so thick that anything we will tell him will never touch him. Today he's telling you that he is a man of God. Who a man of God that can oversee the death of people, and then you are just proud about it? Which a man of people you talk about? People are creating anarchy and what? Where is this God, honestly? Or this God is just selective, that the people who know God more than other people. So this mockery of being people hiding behind God, or we are men of God, or we are children of God, we fear God, and what you are doing does not reflect what you say is another thing. So my prayer as I land, let us just rethink on the kind of leadership we have, and let us start it from the grassroots. If we may get the right from the members of parliament, the legislators, let us leave alone the judiciary, let us leave alone the EACC, leave alone the DCI. If we will get the right, if we may make the right choice from the members of parliament, that is where the power belongs. I think that is when we can make something. And this one will only happen when we do away with political parties. Because as per now, we need to realize that how political parties working in the US, because they used to give us comparison in the US. Oh, in US, Malaysia, what? There are those things that those people did right, that we have never done right, that we should not compare ourselves with them. Because you need to remain with the philosophy of something, the philosophy of that something need to remain. But you cannot keep on changing like a chameleon. Today you are in yellow, tomorrow you are in blue, and you are just the same person. So they don't believe in it. So my prayer is that as because election is coming, let us do away with political party. Let us try to internalize individual that today this Maraga that want to be a president of our country, where has he, from his upbringing up to date, what does he believe in? Since he became a grown-up, what has he been championing for? Because here we come and we elect somebody who does not believe in anything. History teach us a lot. Every person, if you look for the history of William Samoei Ruto, this guy don't believe in anything positive. History speaks for itself. And we cannot do away with history. History is a repetition of the character difference. But Ruto is just Ruto of yesterday, today, and I don't think if he will be changed. So let us start to analyze these people individually. This guy want to be an MP of an area, an MP. What from his childhood, from his upbringing, what does he believe in? Does he believe in leadership, or is just somebody who need to be carried? That is the only thing that I can pray. As we go forward, kindly please, let us analyze these people. If we do that one, in the next 2027, we may improve a bit. Coming 2032, we will reach somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikenya. Mustafa, can you say something as we end up this space? Mustafa, are you there?
I'm there. Nashukuru sana haswa wasikilizaji wote, to all listeners, speakers, who spoke before me, and the host. Nashukuru sana. Kwanza, by the way, we have spent a good deal of time talking about this issue ya church for 1.2 billion, and this is the kind of tricks they want to play on you in order, yani, usikuwe tumekuwa organized. To get organized kwa sabasaba. Hii mambo ya kanisa sisi ndo tutaamua, sio yeye, kwa sababu pesa inaweza kuwa yake, lakini ardhi ni yetu. ndio maana imeitwa State House. Ajenge huko kwake Karen ama Sugoi. So sahii tungekuwa tunaongea kuhusu mambo ya kupanga Sabasaba, hiyo maandamano venye tunafaa tufanye. Huyu jamaa kwanza ameenda, ametoka hii imeenda sasa, lakini mimi kama Muislamu, mtu akikimbilia kwa msikiti ama kwa kanisa, unajua tunaambiwa hatukubaliwi. Hiyo ni mahali pa ibada, ni nyumba ya Mungu. Mtu mara moja akikimbilia huko, anafaa umwachie Mungu. Lakini yeye akikimbilia kweli, tutamwacha kenye tunajua kikiambaa kenye ilifanyika. So we should stop talking about Sabasaba. Hii ni conflicting the narrative. Ya pili, huyu jamaa hata akifanya nini, kuna shida nyingine moja we don't normally discuss about. The other time we were talking about IEBC, sijui reconstituted. So even if the top leadership is reconstituted, those who are in the ground root, those who started working with IEBC since its inception are still there in each and every ward, every sub-county, every county. So kama how, if they're still there, how do you expect change? So we should talk about funding the drain. Hii mambo ya church na sijui nini, we should treat this kind of nonsense with the content it deserves. We should not waste our precious time talking about this bullshit. So wacha tuanze Sabasaba tutaenda aje? Hii mambo ya kanisa. Hii mambo ya kanisa ni the narrative.
Nini, your network is not good.
Are you not listening to me all that time?
I'm listening, but can you check your network?
Network iko sawa. Am I still on mic?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So mimi nilikuwa nasema hii mambo ya kuhusu church, this 1.2 billion church that is being planned to be built in State House. Na venye amesema pesa ni yake, yeye ndo ameona tu ajenge kanisa. Hata kama pesa ni yake, State House kwanza sio yake. Na by the way, this will not be the thing we should be talking about now, since we have wasted quite some time talking about this issue. Na Monday ndio hii hapa, yuko mbali Sabasaba. So huyu jamaa kwanza ameanza kitu ambayo imeshakubali. But now ile kitu tunafaa tuulizane, IEBC ikiconstitutiwa the top leadership, yani the chairman and hao wengine kadhalika, hao commissions. Kuna wale walikuwa wanafanya IEBC wakati ya uhuru na mpaka sasa hivi wako in the grassroots. Hao pia si watabadilishwa. So these are the kind of issues we should be talking about. Wachaneni na hii mambo ya kanisa na hii 2 billion sijui nini. Sabasaba ni nini tunafaa tufanye? Tukuje kikundi kutoka yani sehemu gani? Tukuje all roads should be leading to the State House. Hii mambo zingine tuweke kando. Sijui kama mlikuwa mnanisikia. Nimeshukuru sana.
Thank you, Mustafa. Thank you for all the speakers who were here before and the listeners that is high. Do you want to say something about kanisa ya Ruto? Na kama upendi, wewe ni shetani. Shetani apende asipende, kanisa nayo atajenga, na si pesa zenu, ni pesa zake. Yeah. So see you maybe on Tuesday. We will be having a space hosted by Justice for All, co-hosted by me and
do your job. Can you believe that?
Just imagine, anasema let them just kill. So imagine what Murkomen wanted. Mwana wale watu wenye wale wa Kikuyu wamekuwa kule Homa Bay wakichoma police station. Alitaka Wakikuyu wote walikuwa huko Homa Bay wapigwe marisasi. That's what Murkomen wanted. Yeah. All those thousands of the people from Mount Kenya wenye walienda na bus hadi huko wapigwe marisasi. That's what Murkomen wanted. But this government, yani wamekataa tu kukubali kwamba there is nobody who loves them in the country. Any person who comes out to protest, sijui the people of Mount Kenya, my friends, some of us have never been to Mount Kenya and we are protesting every now and then. They need to understand that we are tired. We are tired of them. We are very, very tired, bwana. Na by the way, sio lazima ukue hapo. Because wanatuuliza Ruto must go, then what? Wanauliza aende wapi? Kamiti, my friends. Kamiti, lakini kamiti ni karibu, anaweza kuja kuona. Mimi naambianga apelekwe Shimo la Tewa. Ukaumwe na chikungunya properly. Chikungunya ni matendegu, my friends, kama mjui ni ugonjwa fulani inakuanga huko Coast. Wale umeishi Mombasa, I hope you understand that. So guys, tuendelee kupush because mimi what I believe, our comrade was never hiding. He was abducted. Ukiangalia venye anafanana, he was just in fear. His facial expression, venye amenyolewa. Nimeona Billy akapa. Billy hata ulinyolewa fiti bana. Jamaa amenyolewa vibaya. Vibaya kabisa.
Baya Billy lazima tu way into this.
Billy ulinyolewa vizuri bana. At least walibalance nywele. Huyu amenyolewa kama kuku. Hakuja hapa kutuambia alikuwa amejificha. My friends, hakuna baba anaweza kunyoa hivyo.
Haya. Billy Mwangi, are you in a position to talk? Billy. Billy. Kiotibwita Billy labda nisikii.
Billy Mwangi.
Yeah, Billy Mwangi, incoming senator of ni Embu ama ni Meru?
Ni senator wa Embu.
Embu, yeah. Senator wetu went through the same
na KOT
ordeal.
nimesikia unasimama wapi KOT?
Ufai kusikia, inafaa ujue.
Kimilili.
I'm vying for MP Kimilili kule kwa Didmas.
Yeah.
Didmas, I'm vying for MP.
Yeah. We keep encouraging the youth not only to get IDs, guys, get an ID, but also stand for any position. Any position will support you. We are tired of this old guard. These guys, they want to consolidate power and then pass draconian laws. So, hapo parliament, lazima we must capture parliament again. This state capture has to end. We are over 15 million. Mama. Drain the swamp. So drain the swamp.
That's
what
it.
we're calling for. Yeah. Yoroslav, are you there? Yoroslav, comrade, are you there? Can you hear me?
I'm here. I'm listening intently.
Mike Niako.
Yeah, thanks, Afro. So the whole day, like the previous guys have been saying, that there is a counter narrative that is being pushed around. But then, even if that narrative was true, I want to explore a scenario in which that narrative is true, that the guy abducted, went into hide. I find it very offensive to say someone would abduct himself. Someone can go into hiding for fearing for his own life. And this whole clamor around the guy's life, there is a possibility that if those guys go, because they went to his home twice and they didn't find him, okay? That is the scenario I'm exploring. Even if that were true, okay, some people are coming to the extent that they're breaking into your house, but they don't find you. You go into hiding for 10 days for fearing for your life. When you go into hiding from guys who are trying to find you with the full force of the government, like assuming he did, definitely you're not going to carry around gadgets that are going to be used to track you.
Let me ask you something. Let's play that theory. I like it. Okay, all the work they have, will all the backlog work? I mean, you're so important. They really have to look for you. They get to your house. They break the door and head to delay. You're a very important person to them. Higher.
Yeah. So the nini is this. What would be the first like the one thing that is most important to a person, especially when they are faced with an existential threat? Obviously, it's self-preservation. You don't care about the constitution ama hizo upuzi zingine ati you have to present yourself to the police. Police themselves are the niggas who are trying to kill you. And there are so many reasons. There are so many cases where the police have come for people. And people, the case of Ojuang, they went there, they were policemen. They found him eating. The father was there as they were taking his son. Nona. And they and everyone was like, kwanza wanasema baba yake alimwambia aende tu, because baba yake trusted that he was with the police and that was he was safe. Okay? Then it comes ati amekufa. So for a normal person, you have kids, probably have kids, or you are just, it doesn't even matter whether you have kids. What do you do having seen all those scenarios? And then they are coming at night. Mimi na kichakani, obviously, I wouldn't, even if that was what happened, I would go missing. I would make sure I'm safe, because my safety matters. I want to see the next day. Okay? I'm not going to allow myself to be killed because
What
someone
made
with a
you,
brittle ego.
Angalia, bro, Yarosli, what makes you so special that these people have to look for you? Or what have you done outside the law other
Exactly.
than exercising your democratic right? Why are you special for them to look for you in the first place?
So then the other thing we have to understand, in nchi ya majambazi, like the police government is basically an organized crime, whatever, or an organized crime syndicate. So that thing that what we say, the thing that people say that, you see, when the government comes to knock on your door, open the door, well, prioritize your safety, especially when you know the kind of people you're dealing with. Heri hata uambie tuma OCS mwenyewe ndiye akuja nishike. You can actually refuse to open the door to those. Mwambie, I'll present myself tomorrow with my lawyers. If they want to break the door, singuvu ni yao. Let them do what they want to do. But then what he did is very much the way a normal person who is fearing for his life would do. That is the scenario I was exploring. Now, in the other one, and this is the one that me personally I believe is what happened. That nigga got arrested by the police. He got disappeared. The noise got quite high, and before given the kind of public interest that was involved with the case, they might have you'll find, because these stories will come much later. Okay, when the MCA for Wajir got abducted and was perceived dead, but then reappeared, there were these two guys who had been arrested who swore they were with that MCA somewhere in Kajiado, and the people were like, "What do you mean?" You know, but that was the case. He was there. So people try to treat the government and the police as some of these overly, responsible people who can just come and take you, and then you can expect to be fine. The law is not more important than your life. Following the law is not more important than living and preserving yourself. The guys who are enforcing the law are not themselves the law, and they are all predisposed to the trappings of power. So mtu anaona yeye ni polisi, anaona anaweza fanya chochote kenye anataka kufanya, and he'll get
Kuna
away
ule
with it.
MCA wa Mandera mwenye alikuliwa.
That,
He disappeared for long and then they found his
people had
body.
even said he had died.
Yeah.
People had said he had died, but it turns out alikuwa ameshikwa na kina Nurdin Haji, the NIS guy. And then they kept him in Comunicado all those months, imagine. All those months. Then some guy goes into hiding for fear of such a case happening to him. And you see some people are on his case that this will be used by CG. Yeah, but he's alive. And now they can't do anything to him because it's now on the public domain. And then the one thing as I close that I wanted to tell guys, this government, the messaging that they are trying to put is not to the learned people. They know they already cannot control the learned people. But I can assure you that for the guys who are deep in the rural areas, who don't probably have much access to the internet and whatnot, they will believe, because this is the stories that are being carried over the radios. You know, ati alijipeleka kotini, ati alikuwa mafichoni and whatnot, and the narrative starts to build from there. So we do what we have always done, which is we always counter these stories, one person at a time. Post on your status, post on your timelines, go to those guys who are nini. Wherever you are among your peers, that guys are bringing out these alternative facts. Tell them, because this is how the guys who are masterminding these things, it would be a mistake to think them foolish. They are very bright at what they do. And they're very bright at controlling the narrative of the masses, especially. And the masses, I mean the guys who are not that much very well informed. So those are the people they are targeting. They're not targeting you, Afro. They're not targeting KOT, because they know you'll always see through the bullshit. But there are a lot of people huko nyumbani who will listen, and whatever the radio says, oh, kumbe alipatikana, alikuwa amejificha, anasema sijui didididi. That aside, sabasaba ni sabasaba. Comrades will fall, comrades will rise. We'll have, you know, they're always dealing with this thing where they want to wear us down. And in wearing us down, then they think that, oh, if you hit enough heads, nobody will be brave enough to come forward and challenge us, and that is their that is what they are angling for. But then we are brave and we know what we are fighting for, and we have that conviction of what we are fighting for. So akina Lagat kama amerudi kazi, kasha rudi kazi, sijika leave yake imeisha, because that is just a leave. You see ukuzi alikuwa anasema is stepping aside. He can't step aside. He can't, he can't reprimand himself. So we do what we do, and we always shout. We always give the guys who are victims of police brutality the benefit of the doubt. And we always call the police to account. We never get tired. Because when we start getting tired and fractured, then they have won. And trust me, they have immense power. Yeah.
Hiya. Thank you so much for your insights. Guys, please engage the space. I think, let me check. We have only 21 people in a space of 200 people who have reposted the space, who have engaged it. We're increasing visibility, we're expanding the conversation. This is how we're able to keep the government in check. This is how they operate under darkness in terms of restricting information. They are using all power levers to control the media, to control the information that you are getting. A Google Operation Mockingbird. This is something they are copying. It was an operation that was done by the US to put CIA agents in every media house so they can control the narrative of what is being said. The same is happening in Kenya. We have seen what has happened on Citizen TV that are pushing the government narrative. We've seen newspapers also push the government narrative. We, the people, have to demand that the truth remains the truth. We have to keep on fighting for justice. So every time we come on these spaces and we speak, we are literally countering their propaganda. The government of Kenya, in my view, and I've witnessed with my own ears and eyes, is the biggest source of lies, disinformation, misinformation. And once we are arguing about what is truth, they are continuing to operate with impunity. So request the mic, repost the space, comment, engage the space, and come speak your truth as you see it. And to give the microphone to Tom Boyer.
You know,
Tom
Afro,
Boyer, welcome to the space. Yeah.
thank you. Afro, you know, this lady and Jamila is my cousin. You know, they you know the kind of things they say on their program, like they sum up all these things. Like the other lady was saying, Casey Aflani Midropure, who's Casey Midropure. The way Jamila also sums up some stories. Guess what? There is cars now parked in front of their houses all the time. They come from work, they see cars following them. I spoke to Jamila, she's my cousin. She's like, you know what? They can do whatever they want. They can follow me as much as they want, but I will not stop talking.
Yes, exactly. Tom Boyer.
Thank you, Afrocentric. Kindly confirm if I'm audible.
We can hear you.
Asante sana KOT, asante sana all Kenyans all over the world. This is a good opportunity. I can read the topic of the day, forced disappearances. But I request you people to allow me not to address it directly, just because it is a symptom on the ailment that we are having. I therefore just want to encourage all Kenyans, wherever you are, to get the mindset, basically, of what KOT Sonko yesterday passionately expressed at Citizen TV JKA Live, that we need to cure the disease. We do not necessarily need to analyze how the symptoms are making us feel, because it has always been there. And therefore, the message is to focus on overhauling the system, making sure that we uproot the old political way, the old political culture, that we uproot the leaders who have always played games with emotions of Kenyans, continuing politics of lies, politics of deceit, while Kenyans remain in abject poverty, no job creation, and many other things that are affecting our lives generally, including police brutality. So I really encourage Kenya that wherever you are, just decide that when you go to vote at the ballot, when you see any name that appears like one that you've always heard or the one that you've always seen, you'll be able to make sure that you deny them a vote. We are propagating a movement of new people, new thinkers, people of integrity, people who have not always rotated on different political parties that have always been there for years. That is the message I'm sending to us. Be ready to align yourself with a new voice, a voice that is passionate about transforming this country. And personally, what drives me is a voice that is keen on making sure that a country is led based on the rule of law and constitutionalism. I just pray that the likes of Natembeya, I don't know what KOT can say about such a leader who purely has not been directly in politics. However, he has been serving in leadership position in the security department. I just pray that people like Natembeya can align themselves with these voices, these revolutionary voices that want a total overhaul of the system. That's the message I'm sharing with us. And if that can happen, we are no longer going to discuss forced disappearances. Above all, let us all aim to live by virtues. Let us all aim to do good all the time, such that people who will get elected, like KOT Sonko, when you get to the parliament, you go there as a benevolent person, making sure that the interest of the people comes first before your own, so that we transform this country, we secure a better future for our children and our future generation. That is the message I'm sending. And I hope that we people are going to buy into that and keep encouraging people wherever you are, in your neighborhood, where you are working, and even in all social media spaces. Let us not give our ears to the likes of Raila, Ruto, Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Wetangula, Gachagua, all those people. Let us focus on a new wave of politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom Boya. Yes, we need to focus on a new wave of politics. And it's going to be interesting also to get a perspective from Natembeya, especially he knows the inner workings of the security structure in the country. Msichana ambaye anachukia Ruto vibaya sana. Great to see you. Mike ni yako, karibu kwa space.
Hai, habari, mambo Afro?
Mambo.
Ehe, na wasalimu nyote. Today, mchana nilikuwa nimekasirika, but jioni hapo hivyo nikaona Homa Bay wamenifurahisha, so leo sina hasira sana. Yeah? But I want to say something. First of all, you have to understand, mimi nachukia Ruto. That is one thing you should associate me with. Hata tukipatana nikiwa na miaka 80, that is if Ruto will not kill us. You see me, you see Ruto's hatred. Okay? And also, Afro, I'm sorry for doing this, but I would like kidogo too. I want us to spread out this space. So, we are 208 of us. Na nimesikia Afro akiongea hapo, mmejifanya msikii. I want each and every one of us, please share the space. We need more people so that we can be able to speak in one voice. Tunafaa kukuwa hata around 500 hapa. So if you're inside here, kindly share the space. Share it immediately. Nataka kuona watu wakishare space saa hizi, and I will be counting. Ipeni tu dakika 2. So zimefika 29, continue. Tuendelee kindly. We need at least 100 shares because hii kitu ni collective. Mnaona serikali inatuwaste, inatuharibia mood, yani the government is fucking us raw, and we deserve to have more people in this space. So kama unanisikiza tafadhali, you have to share this space. It is your patriotic duty to make sure that you share. Tumefika 33. So let's continue sharing and let me speak my mind. First of all, KOT, how are you? Hope uko poa. Mimi nataka kusema personally, this is me. When we make a collective agreement as people who are against the government, tukisema to block Citizen TV, unaenda huko kufanya nini we mzee? We said that Citizen TV, they are promoting the slow, hizo psyops za gava. I felt like a little betrayed. I don't know what you said there because mimi siangaliangi Citizen. But I feel like if we decide kusema we are draining the swamp, we are draining it. Sisi wote, we are moving towards one direction, and then some people are going back. I'm not saying that maybe you had any other choice or what, but I feel like tukisema tuna vote out Ruto, Murkomen hafai kurudi. That is like draining the swamp. So when people are saying tuna block citizen, we are mass unfollowing, you are not supposed to associate yourself with anything that we are against. Sawa. And I'm sorry if that to be rude, but I'm speaking my mind. And also nataka kusema hivi, mtu yeyote ambaye anaamini hizi stories za ati Jangui amekuwa ameficha, ye ni fala. Like you can literally see this man is traumatized. So I don't want you people to just sit down and keep quiet and watch the government play with our minds. We are not stupid, we are not children, and most importantly, we see behind the scenes. We can literally see what they are doing behind the curtains. So it is our patriotic duty to make sure that Yangui hata amekuwa obviously ametishiwa. I don't know wamemtishia na nini, but all boys ametishiwa. He looks fragile, he looks traumatized. It is our duty to shout to the heavens. Murkomen asione kama sisi ni watoto wake na kichwa yake. Everyone mwenye ako hapa ndani, remember 7th of July, which is in the next 4 days. Tunarudi street. We have to make sure Ruto does not get comfortable in his life. I never watched this man, but small clips here and there zimeonyesha yeye anaishi in an alternate Kenya. Niliona amesema mama mboga sijui amefanya nini. We should not allow Ruto to have peace. Never. Ukisikia ameenda UK, make sure umeenda kwa nini. Like we send emails, we make sure that our comments reach there. The world should know that we have a madman for a president. He's not, yani akili zake.
Hiyo tunakaa kwa airport. Tunapack the day before I arrive. Trust me.
Exactly. We should make Ruto to feel as uncomfortable as possible. And listen, si kila mtu hapa anaweza tokea street. But it is our patriotic duty to make sure that we hold to account each and every person that is making Kenya collapse. Everyone that is aiding in the collapse of our beautiful motherland should be held into account. Someone like Murkomen asiwahi ona kiti yoyote ya nini, hata akuwe mzee wa nyumba 10. He should never. We are draining the swamp. We are heading towards a better Kenya. Tunataka Kenya yenye mtu kama Matiang'i hafai kupata nguvu ya kusimama kutuambia ati this and this happened. People who are supporting Matiang'i are the same people who will eventually mbele huko, they will support Murkomen, because whatever is happening right now is what Matiang'i did during his time. I hate to see people promoting nonsensical people. We are kizungu imeenda. Tunataka watu ambao hawatuoni watoto. Mtu ukiulizwa maswali, mbona Kenjako brothers waliuliwa, you have to tell us I was told by so and so, because we are trying to make sure that we have a clean slate. We are trying to make sure mtu kama KOT, when eventually he vies for his seat and ashinde, hata kuwa na ugumu wa kuarrest mtu kama that moron called Didmas Baraza. You understand? We want to hold into account each and everyone. Mtu kama Billy akishinda senatorial seat, huyo Muguka anaongeanga ni kama amelala, anafaa ashikwe. He's an embarrassment to Kenya. You know? So, kindly, if we are agreeing that we are draining the swamp, these people should never, even in their next lifetime, they should never, even hata wasiwahi kuwa head boy ama head girl shule. Never. So, if we collectively agree that this and this is happening, we should work towards this thing. If we do things that are contrary to what we are collectively agreeing upon, inafanya mtu kama Ruto atuone kama we are a joke. You know, do not buy into stories za DCI. Those are morons. Do not listen to a bimbo like Pasari. Huyo mama hata sijui alipata hiyo kiti aje. Karen Nyamo alitulia, alikula zake 5 amekaa. Now it's Pasaris. We have to deal with these people. Hata wafunge comment section. Deal with every government blogger. And if at all kuna mtu yote humu ndani anafanya serikali kazi, kumamako, ulaaniwe, wewe na kizazi chako. You cannot join us here. You cannot pretend you're working with us here and you are part of our problems. Mimi nawaambia, and you people should understand. Hata kama who you are not religious or you believe in whatever, nataka mkae mkijua karma hufanya kazi yake. For now you will eat pesa ya serikali. For now you will enjoy the privilege of being side zile za watu wako nazo, but trust me, hapa mbele utakuja utapata kansa ya mkundu, utalia na yani tutakuchekelea, because the good thing about the internet never forgets. So be on the right side of history. Mimi hata nikikuja kuuliwa sasa hivi, wallahi nitakufa nikismile nikijua I was on the right side of history. Even if no one will remember me, my spirit will be at peace knowing that I did not lick Ruto's ass. Kwa hivyo, stop fearing death, do not relent, do not give space and time to these government bloggers, do not heed to their trials, like they're trying to kizungu. Wanajaribu kutupima. Unaona? Like ile nye you are doing a lab test and then someone anakwambia add 2 liters of what evil. They are trying to pima us how they can subdue us, but we should not allow that to happen at all. If you're working for the government, jikalishe chini wewe na nafsi yako, jizungumzie, amua utakuwa fala side gani, because it won't be good for you. Remember, everything that we are feeling right now, the rebellion, the hatred towards Ruto and his fellow goons, it is the call of our motherland. He is whispering in each and everyone's soul. He is calling unto us, because there is no way serikali inakata miti hobela ndio hao watu wanauliwa ovyo ovyo. Para mwingine ana make deals za kuuza wasichana wenyewe kwenda ughaibuni kuosha matako ya Waarabu. Mwingine anaenda huyo anataka kuweka klani yake mzima kwa serikali. You know, this is not how it works. We should all go out. Remember, mi husemaje, homeland or death. Mnanisikia? Homeland or death. Because without that, bila hiyo, tafika mahali, our children we will become a country like that stupid village called Uganda. We will become like Uganda, you people. And that is what this man is trying to do. We should never allow him to lead us to a state where we become like Uganda. Never. Fight as much as you can, resist as much as you can, speak up the best way possible. Kama kuna pasta wenyu huko kwa kijiji anazoea kusema watu waombee serikali, atoke aende aombee serikali kwa nyumba yake. Anaombea serikali na microphone ya church kwa nini? No one should give the government peace. No one. And trust me, maybe personally I like staying behind the scenes. Lakini in my area they know I am in trouble. They know. Even my mom alisema at least wiki unatulia kuna maandamano, lakini natokea. Hii tarehe 7 trust me, mimi natokea. Kama unaweza tokea. If you're not able to share the post, ongea. We speak through various means. Wale ambao wanapatia serikali kichwa, headache, whatever, do so. Pigisha Ruto kelele hadi akublock. Si unajua kublock watu siku hizi. That is how we fight. In a war, kuna wale strategies na kuna wale wanaenda kwa ground. So we do this through all angles. Umesikia wapendwa wenzangu, my fellow patriots. It is homeland or death. Kwa sasa acha nifikie mtu mwingine azungumze, na kama nimesema kitu mbaya, nimekosea mtu, faki.
Thank you msichana ambaye anachukia Ruto sana. Asante sana. Proper injection. Will pick up microphone ukasema manze, we are going to repost this space until we get 500 of us here speaking in one voice. True to that fact, people are engaging the space. Asante sana. Yes, guys, we can't call for accountability among these politicians and not be accountable ourselves. So let's hold each other accountable as we moving on forward. Giving the microphone quickly, guys, engage the space. We're already 500. Let me see.
Nikuulize, how come these people bado wako na followers? Kenyans, you're very good at unfollowing people. Why are we not unfollowing them? Why do they still have people who are following them on their whatever platform it is? Why? You can get them, you can tweet to them, but you don't need to follow them. Massive unfollow, man. What is going on?
Thank you. Deplatform these guys who are using their platform to propagate government psyops and lies, kutuchanganisha akili, manze, pushing government narratives over here, manze. Deplatform them, give them a voice, wabaki wanajiongelesha kwa nyumba yao. Guys, we have 40 people in a space of 500. Only 40 people have reposted, manze. That means tukitisha action, less than 10% show up, manze. Now, Saba, we are on. Saba tunatokea. Saba tuko kwa grao. We are putting an end to this one massive last push. By the last time, we already had the revolution. Nitu, we ran out of light. Giza ikaingia, wase wakarudi home. We already have the numbers. You saw Siri ni numbers, Saba ni numbers. It is so simple to make Ruto resign and show him that he has lost mandate to rule over us. They are killing us. They have weaponized and politicized the police department. I do not feel safe in this country. You do not feel safe. Anytime you go into the police station, there's a shoot to kill order. Imagine unaenda hapo kustaki, unapigwa risasi. This is not the country we want, and this is not the Kenya we envisioned. So engage the space. Gadhu, mic is yours. Your hand is up.
Vipi guys, viva
Viva comrade.
Viva. Wale tulipatana kwa streets last week, well and good. Naweza ambia, let's not forget, we are the generation that was told to wait our turn, to be patient, to stay silent. We rise not in rebellion, but in revolution. Because silence, bana, it's no longer the option. Hii si kitu ya Gen Z, hii ni kitu ya generation zote. Everyone is tired of corruption, of the leaders who serve themselves instead of people. Hawa watu wanasahau, sisi ndio tumewaemploy. Hao si waheshimiwa, sisi ndio waheshimiwa. The systems are designed to keep us struggling. Wase, tuendelee to struggle. It's about policies or politics. It's only about survival. It's about our right to live in a country where justice is not a privilege for the rich, but a right for all, a right for the poor, a right for the sick, a right for those people who are suffering. Let's tweet, let's march, and let's care for each other. Hatuko hapa could destroy. We're here to rebuild our country. For there to be peace, lazima kutakuwa na bloodshed. Si kupenda kwetu, but to avoid bloodshed, we need the numbers. If we have the numbers, they'll run and they'll join. Let's not be driven by hate. Let's be driven by hope for a better country. And we know the power of people is always greater than the people in power. So let's be there in numbers. Manze, fanyeni civil education kwa wazazi wenyu, your relatives, before anything else. Because hii shida, it's not only in the leaders, even in our fellow people, manze. Fanyeni civil education mkiwa nyumbani, inject. Wherever you are, ukiongea na wasa bodaboda mtaa pia, they are another route. Watu wanakuanga, wamesikiza politicians, wameenjoyiwa, they've been bought. And au polepole wanaongeanga, they push the narratives of our politicians. Manze, inject, fungua watu macho, wafungue. This is not the end, it's the beginning. Unfollow if you can, unfollow, push, unfollow, boycott biashara za watu. Manze, tunafaa tuanze kuoccupy kama Pasaris anafaa kwake hata kusha occupywa or something. Anything you know about, si kumsalimia pekee. Tuna occupy manze. Kuna Molotov manze, watu wakianza occupy and the platform some people. Tafadhali manze, let's stay strong. Let's not give up. Tuende mbele. Let's do this for the country manze. Sahi we might be young manze, itafika time hasa watakula kila kitu. We're supposed to make these politicians, hata sijui maneno kwa arrest ama wanafaa kwa refugees. Hii mali yote wameacquire. We end up occupying, wakwe refugees. Hasa wanacheza game, wabaki kwa hizi streets. Hatuwataki kwa hizi streets. Occupy, tusafishe hii nchi, tuanze afresh, tung'ang'ane, na tuishi in peace manze. Manze, mali hakuna corruption. You don't even need money. And tunaishi vizuri. So guys, don't give up. let's stay strong, let's be together to kill hatred amongst ourselves. Let's know the enemy. It's not only Ruto, it's all those politicians, all those rich tycoons who've run our country dry. We'll be left with nothing at the end of this. And they can take all this money out there. Na hakuna kitu tutafanya. So I say, msisahau, don't forget what the goal is. Let's stay together. Afro, KOT, everyone, big up. You've done the best.
Thank you so much, Gadhu. Yes, I agree with everything that you've said. I'll give the microphone quickly to Keegan. Keegan, are you there? Keegan, are you ready to speak? Keegan is not at the mic. Let me give this. Scott, are you there? Scott Mugambi. Scott Mugambi, not on the microphone. Antonio, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, microphone is yours. Go ahead, please. Hello, we can't hear you. Antonio.
I'm a drop.
Antonio has okay, I'll give the microphone to Blackman.
Afro.
Yeah.
Afro kiasi tu.
Yeah.
Ni msichana. I just saw a post. You remember the other day when ni juzi usiku there was a guy alipatikana ametupwa sijui mahali,
Yeah.
and then akapelekwa hospitali. I just saw someone, unaona nguo zenye Dagwin alikuwa amevalia leo. It's the same clothing. I don't know how, like ni nguo same from the hoodie to the trouser to the shirt inside. It's a little weird.
Yeah. I've noticed that the hoodie maroon, the shirt checked. I was like, manze, hii Matrix, manze, inatuchezea na akili nini? But I've seen that picture. I'm still reading into it. I don't know what people in the space gather from that information, but hey, that cannot be a coincidence. Cannot be a coincidence.
Now, just to contribute. Sorry, see, it's not my time to speak,
Yeah.
but I think that thing draws my attention. Ukiangalia hiyo hoodie hazifanani. Hoodie ule jamaa mwenye alikuwa amekufa, hoodie yake iko na zip, but hoodie huyu jamaa mwingine haina zip, so usifall into that propaganda. Hazifanani kabisa.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's the same thing, as in I'm saying like the way gava inatuchezea akili. Yani they think, yani they're trying as much as possible to give us information overload.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. African, you just want to continue and finish up your thoughts?
Okay, sawa. So guys, where can I start? Like, I know kuna ile fatigue ya maandamano, you know, especially after 25th. Let me talk on my behalf. Like, after 25th, 26 meka kwa nyumba najiuliza, man, what has just happened? Kuna ile feeling ya ni kama umetoka matanga. You feel like there's a goal you wanted to achieve, but you have not achieved. So when it gets to that point, the tendency is for people to, you know, to give up. There's nothing you're doing, there's nothing you're achieving. But what I can tell you guys, every push we are making, it's making some changes in this government. If you had listened to the speeches in Ruto Ali make after that 25th, the guy is shaken. The guy is very shaken. Like, I drew what will happen next. And that is the power we have. So anything, any justice we want to ask for, any change we want to see in this country, it is upon us. No one is coming to help us. The MPs are not going to help us ask for change in this country. Hakuna msee anaenda kutusaidia. Ama MP kama ungekuwa anatujali, kama MP ungekuwa nasikiza, hata sijui nitasemaje. Niliona Babu Owino kwa maandamano last time. Nikasema these guys wanakuja kutupima manini. If these guys ungekuwa nasikiza wananchi vile wanasema they are the representatives wa wananchi kwa parliament. Saizi wangekuwa wametable an impeachment motion ya Ruto. Kama wangekuwa wenyewe wanatujali. Lakini mtu asikuja hapa tudanganya ati mimi niko na wananchi, kazi yako kwa parliament ni wananchi wanasema Ruto must go. 1 year, none of those MPs has tabled an impeachment motion. So hakuna MP yote anakubalika kwa hii movement kusema ati mimi niko na wananchi.
The only way unaweza kashow wako na wananchi ni how kutable impeachment motion, nothing else. That is all we want them to do. But hizi propaganda wanajaribu kutuchezea hapa nayo, no, we cannot accept that. Number two, hii maandamano zote tumefanya, I think there's a point yenye tuna miss. I don't know how we'll achieve it, since we are leaderless, all those things. But kama tungekuwa tunatokea na mpango ya maandamano, tunasema we are meeting from this time and this is the destination. This is the time you're supposed to be in that place. Ingekuwa inasaidia sana. Because nili notice year 25th wase walifika tao late, alafu wenye walienda status wakienda late. But you can imagine kama tungefika tao mapema and then tuseme tunaenda hivyo. Because wase walienda kadhaa. Wase walikuwa kwa hiyo route walikuwa wase kama 500 and then wakarudi. So if you can mobilize people ama just sensitize people, maandamano ikitokea wase watoke mapema itakuwa poa sana. And then second last tumekuwa tukioccupy tao sana na tunajua nani anatuseti kwa hizi maandamano. Safaricom. When are we going to occupy Safaricom HQ? When are we going to push for Safaricom offices to be occupied in all counties? Because hao ndo wanatuseti kwa makarao. Like we need to make a statement na Safaricom. We need to make a statement na Safaricom. Occupy Safaricom HQ. Kwanza nikiangalia hii side ya Wayakiwe, hapo inafunga haraka sana. Because the businesses in Westlands ni, ukifunga Wayakiwe ni hivyo. These guys will have to act. So tusisahau Safaricom HQ, occupy Safaricom HQ. And also, kama wasa Kiambu last time walikuwa wengi hivyo, why can't we push for occupy DCI HQ? Because wasione ni kama wanatutishia. The people shall. Yeah? No. We have to find a way of just making a statement. Like, no, najua nyinyi mnakuja kutushika, lakini tukiamua kukuja huko tunakuja. Muona vile watu wa Homa Bay leo wamefanya, and that should be the spirit. Like, inafaa tushikane hivyo. Anyone that is undermining our rights as the young people in this country, no institution should be spared when we are occupying. Wacha wajue. We can decide to bring down the government and rebuild it again. We have years, we have time as our advantage. We are not old as these guys. So tusinyamaze kuona wale wasee ambao hawatakuwa kwa future yetu wakiharibu future yetu. It is our time to shape the future that we want. So wasee tupatane Sabasaba. Nashukuru sana. Mimi naitwa Khan, by the way. Asante.
Thank you so much. I agree with everything you have said there.
Kidogo tu bro.
Unasemaje?
Kidogo tu bro. Allow me to salute Mabonga anajituma sana in this movement, and I think tumpatie flowers zake. I salute you bro.
Yeah. Asante African. I agree with you, especially hapo kwa hiyo point yako. We had the numbers on the 25th. We were just a little bit disorganized. I saw the police mobilizing helicopters to check the crowd movement. And since by resources, Manze, we really 500 revolutionaries to 1 police officer. That are the numbers on the streets. That is why they get overwhelmed. We overwhelm the security structures, and whenever we show up, na kila mtu anatokea kwa streets. Hawatuwezi, and then we take whenever we're on the streets, then we call for the resignation of Ruto. Like, the numbers were there. It's just that they were able to blockade Thika Road, Kiambu Road, and the numbers weren't able to merge. But that's what they were doing. But the numbers are there. Not if we have the numbers. We have the numbers. So Sabasaba tunatokelezea kila mtu kwa grao. Msichana, you have something to add on?
Yeah, nilikuwa nasema hivi, hiyo point ya Afrikane ya make about numbers. It's true huwa tunatokea wengi streets, lakini shida ni when this police fire tear gas, we run away from. I'm thinking kiasi tu dakika moja
Yeah. I think I can finish a point. When they throw tear gas, then the crowd disperses. That is what that machine. They know when you see a group of 10, 5, 15 growing into 50 people, then you become a mammoth crowd. And then you're able now, to speak truth to power. And one they have to disperse crowds. Guys, understand the loud noise, the smoke, the tears in your eyes is to make you disperse. Do not disperse. Do not disperse. Make sure
Nasema
unashikana.
hivi,
Endelea.
Afro nasema hivi, unaona polisi tukiwa wengi, sababu let's say it's 5 police and you're about 1,000 people, if they fire tear gas towards us, I think if they fire, we run towards them, not away from, so that kama wana protect, let's say they're protecting Parliament Road or whatever they're protecting, itabidi waende wajifiche huko ndani na ule msi anaongeanga sana, ule kiwete, so I feel like this strategy inatusaidia sana, like if we are going towards a certain place, itakuwa heri tukienda towards, like we should not be running away from. Wanarusha tear gas hapa, tunaenda mbele, sababu si at the end of the day tear gas itabaki nyuma, si ndio? So that was what I was thinking, like if we are being dispersed, let us not run back from where we are coming from, tunaenda mbele. You hawa watu si wengi, we are many and we are self-driven. That was what I wanted to add towards this idea ya African.
Advance forward. Retreat never. Thank you so much, Msichana. I'll give the microphone quickly to Sankale. Mic is yours, Sankale.
So thanks, African. Oh God. I'll go just straight to the point. I won't waste a lot of time. Mine is to talk about accountability and to have future plan of me. I want to talk more about Sabasaba. I want to talk about accountability and how Uhuru and Ruto should be in prison and they should return back our money, including Gachagua. When Kibaki was leaving office, he left a debt of 1.8 trillion, which was 42.8% of the country annual productivity. At that time, National Treasury was financing a budget more than 90% of borrowing, and it was irrelevant for the government to borrow from IMF and World Bank. What does this show you? Uhuru Ruto walipata serikali ikiwa sawa, ikiwa stable na serikali inaweza jifinance. Hatuko tunataka kushinda tukiboro every time. Do you know guys, Uhuru bado na Ruto walichukua Eurobond ya 116 billion yenye inafai mature, walichukua 2019 which ina mature 2027. Sita go so much about the debt, but niko na point yenye ninaleta. My point is this, guys. As much as tunasema Kasongo aende, we need to know how are we going to arrest Uhuru Kenyatta? How are we going to arrest William Ruto? How are we going to arrest Rigathi Gachagua? Alikuwa part of the team yenye alikuwa deputy president, pia ako na fraud cases zake. How are we going to arrest them? Tufanye accountability ya all the projects wametufanyia. Tufanye kitu inaitwa value. If SGR ya Tanzania ilikuwa cheaper than us na ni better than ours, then Uhuru Ruto wanafaa turudishie pesa zetu. Kama si hivyo, the same thing wamefanyia baba yao Waitito, pesa zao zikuwe freezed, to auction property zao, tulipe deni yetu. Guys, ask yourself this. Mbona the same old people ndio this system inataka kurotate? Matiang'i alikuwa ni nani? Alikuwa ni barakoa wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Anataka ingie kwa kiti afunikie deni za kina William Ruto na Uhuru Kenyatta. Rigathi Gachagua to a point alikuwa na integrity, hata by the time anakuwa deputy president wetu, article 6 ya constitution hakuwa na integrity. Billy Mwangi nilikuwa na wewe na Rigathi Gachagua, so make sure umemwambia arudishe pesa zetu, arudishe pesa zenye alikula. Kama sio hivyo hatutalipa hii deni yenye wanashinda wakituambia tutalipa. Tutafanya kama other countries zenye zimekuwa taken over by military. We are going to auction their property until hatutawalipia deni, wakule kwa starehe, si tuko tukitaxiwa every time. Guys, Uhuru alikuwa nakopa 1 trillion analipa deni ya 1 trillion. William Ruto anakopa deni ya 1 trillion, analipa deni ya analipa deni ya 1 trillion. Guys, tuache ujinga, tuamke bana. Tutalipiaje watu deni, si tubaki tukiteseka? Twende point ingine. Article 214 to define public debts as loan raised by guarantors and security issued and guaranteed by the national government. Hiyo ni chapter 12 inasema the outline of the principle, which is openness, accountability, including public participation. Zile pesa wamekuwa wakikula zetu, hizo barabara wamekuwa wakijenga, walituita kwa public participation. Hii barabara iko hapa Lang'ata Road, 1 kilometer road, ili cost 3 billion. Matiang'i alikuwa prime cabinet. Hiyo pesa alipeleka wapi? Rigathi Gachagua, Billy Mwangi, niwe na target. Rigathi Gachagua alituambia alipata empty coffers. How sure are we walipata empty coffers? Na yeye ndio alitoa kwa mdomo wake. Anashinda kituambia wafanyikazi wa Kenya watafurahia na payslip yao, which according to ile pesa yote wa Kenya wanakatwa ya payslip ni 70 billion. How can 70 billion rescue our economy? Ni arudishe pia yeye pesa zetu. Guys, hakuna kubembeleza hawa watu. Afrocentric, as much as tunaenda sabasaba, mimi nitasema hivi: Matiang'i cannot, Rigathi cannot, Kalonzo cannot, William Ruto cannot. Tuko na watu kama Kinokio Mtata na Maraga linalify election ya presidency. This is another Traore mwenye hatuoni. Billy Mwangi, achana na Rigathi Gachagua kama unataka tu walk pamoja. As much as ana fight Ruto, pia yeye is corrupt. Hakuna vile inaweza kuwa mtu anasema ana fight ule na nyuma ameniekea gun nyuma, pia anataka kunishoot. So guys, tusimame na tujulizane maswali ngumu. Mbona Jacob Juma aliuliwa? Which information, classified information ndo alikuwa nayo ikabidi ameangushwa chini? Guys, as much as tunaenda masabasaba, this time round, nataka nikitoka hapa nikienda sabasaba, ukiniambia tunaenda kutoa Ruto, uniambie what next? Who is that next person tukishugisha bendera ya UDA hivi chini? Military kienda kuchukua power, who is the next person tutakuwa tunasuggest atakuwa our leader? Keyoti Sonko, Afrocentric, this is a challenge for you. Afrocentric and Keyoti Sonko, you guys mko influential kwa sisi wote. You guys mnaweza tukalisha chini, including Billy Mwangi. Mnaweza tukalisha, mnaweza kaa chini nyinyi big wig wote. Na mchukue some members, na niki tunashinda nikiwaambia kila wakati, na mchukue some of members who are listeners. Nyinyi eti mtakuwa viongozi wetu, but tutakuwa na a way ya kuapproach Maraga. Tunakaa na yeye chini, tunaongea, tunaform a plan, tunamleta kwa spaces kwa wananchi wetu, tunamwambia this is what and what and what we want. Si eti inamaanisha Keyoti Sonko there's anything utakuwa unafanya behind the scene, but at least kama this paperwork inafaa kufanywa, we will me, you, Afrocentric and wengine watakuwa wakifanya. So hakuna vile tutakuwa tukienda maandamano bila a plan. Hakuna vile mimi ndakuwa nikienda kila time maandamano narudi, I have a home, I have people to take care of, I'm going to fight for my kids' right, and the end of the day I don't have a plan. Plan yes ni kutoa Ruto, then what next? Mimi na wa challenge nyinyi wote, then what next? If he's going home with Raila Odinga, he's going home with Uhuru Kenyatta, he's going home with Rigathi Gachagua, na wote tunawafungulia kesi warudi. Mimi silipi deni anymore. By the way, kama kuna vile naweza kukata kwa payslip, silipi anymore. Washikwe, warudishe pesa yetu. Afrocentric na Keyoti Sonko, na kuna mjamaa mwingine anaitwa Justice for All, pia nilimwassign the same assignment. Kindly guys, jueni vile tutapatana tukae chini na tuongee. Yes, tunaongea kwa spaces as one voice, na tutakosa kuongea kwa spaces. Haimaanishi tukipatana meeting kutakuwa na anything ya siri. Enye yote tutaongea, tutakuja tuiongee tena hapa. Thank you. Na by the way, mimi nakasirika every day, nakasirika. Billy Mwangi, mimi nisikuone tena na Gachagua. Nilisikia una form political party, isikuwe ya kina Gachagua, ikuwe ni yetu. Everyone anakuwa associated na hawa watu, hatutaki kuwasikia anymore.
Thank you, Sankale. Powerful accountability. Thank you for holding the transparency mirror to each one of us on this space. And this is the Kenya we want, Manze, being told truth, being spoken to, truth being spoken to power, us holding each other accountable as comrades. Thank you so much, Sankale. Very short answer. My personal views.
Will you do Afrocentric?
Yes.
Will you do? Just a question.
Yeah.
Will you do this? assignment enye nimekupatia, na kama kuna mwingine atakupatia the same assignment, are you willing to carry the burden? Unajua niliambiwa nitoe profile picture yangu, nikatoa jana, lakini nikarealize I'm hiding nothing, because at the end of the day I'm not a criminal, I'm fighting for my country, and everybody must be. So are you willing tukae chini tupatane sasa tuongee as one voice? Kuna everybody ana host different spaces. Are you ready? Hawa watu wote wana hold different spaces wenye tuna speak one voice, tukae chini tuongee and then turudi tena kwa space. Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. So nakwambia, focus is the key over here, Sankale. Energy flows where focus is, and that's why these psyops are trying to get us off focus. I believe the number one is the head of the snake, which is Ruto. Ruto once he resign, then we can deal with all these issues which are being raised on the space, which we want to hear about. Safaricom, we know Imetuuza, we know Akina Kipchunga Murkomen, Akina Elu Langat, the whole system comes down. I agree with you. We have to drain the swamp. Hapo tuko pamoja. But sahi ukianza kusema tuanze kuchagua presidential candidates, tuanze kuketi tuchukue my leaders, you're stealing our focus. Tuko na kazi mbele yetu. You're putting the cart before the donkey. Right now, ni kukuja kwa streets, sabasaba kukuja kwa streets, Ruto resigns. That in itself is a very difficult task. And your energy should be there. Communicate, umepatia parents yako civic education, saini Gen zote kwa barabara, tunatokelezea. Kila mtu anakuja.
Afrocentric. Tutenda maandamano, si ni kweli? The only people wamejiorganize so far ni kina Rigathi Gachagua. As in those people, if today Ruto goes down, they are the next people wako ready for campaign na ready wameuza manifesto yao kwa watu. The same thing, tuko kwa political battle na tuko kwa battle ya kurestore country yetu. Yes, sisi ni foot soldiers wenye tunaenda kupigana, but at the same time, why don't we plan ourselves as well politically as theirs? Hatujasema so and so is going to be our president, but nimesema in case tumtoe kesho, tomorrow the whole country will know we have a plan, we have leadership, na already tuko na watu tunajua this and this, already we can form a government by ourselves, because tutatoa Ruto kesho and then tutakama hapa tena kwa spaces tuambiane, guys, sasa tumemtoa, what do we do? Si tuende tukijua tunamtoa and this is our next plan. Si eti kina Rigathi Gachagua watakuja wa hijack damu yenye tutakufa huko nje. That's what I'm just trying to insist. Thank you. I won't talk again.
Thank you so much, Sankale. That's what I'm saying. I agree with everything that you've said, but me, I'm still on the issue of focus. The last time I checked, the Maraga camp have already started doing a lot of groundwork. He has already declared his presidential ambitions. So as far as I can see, I can tell we are aligned with every presidential candidate. Tunajua those who have been working. We know the thugs. We know everyone who has been stealing from the public coffers. Hatuwarudishi. We are draining the swamp. But right now, especially this space as constituted, manze, hii ni ya focus ya maandamano on Sabasaba and taking that to make Ruto resign and Eliud Langat, he resigns. These guys cannot lead us. That in itself is a monumental task that we have to achieve. And that's why the government is trying so much to divide us. It's trying to say this movement is a Kikuyu thing, that we're being sponsored by Gachagua, that we're being sponsored by different billionaires, that everyone here has different interests. They're trying to divert our attention. No matter tukianza sahi, ground ikianza kushika moto, Sonko anakidnapiwa, someone influential anakidnapiwa, we switch our focus, wanasema free Sonko, free Sankale. Manze tunapoteza focus, kimbi for another 2 weeks. By the time we come back, ndo huyu Eliud Lagat who had stepped aside amerudi the position of power. Muliona picha zake kihuko juu ya KICC. So I agree with you, Sankale. We need to have leadership with integrity and character, with individuals who have proven track records to take a power once it falls. Because last year hii kitu ilianguka na ODM wakaichukua. Raila profited from the deaths of 60 plus of us and over 600 of us maimed and injured, removing bullet holes at Kenyatta National Hospital. So I agree with your points, but right now, focus. Sabasaba Revolutionary Day. Kila mtu anatokea, civic education to your family members, to your circle of influence, to all your friends, and let them know that right now is a time for patriotism. Gather under the flag, everyone. I'll give the microphone very quickly to AG, Mike Niyako. The AG, are you there? Haya, Chief Returning Officer, Adrian is king.
Oh, sawa. Thank you for the mic. Niko na point tatu. Mnanisikia? I'm hoping mnanisikia.
Nakusikia vizuri.
Oh, so niko na point tatu ningependa kupitia first just take much of your time. Kitu ya kwanza ningependa ku-emphasize on personal security. Nikiongea hivyo na maanisha both online na offline. We are going against a very vengeful guy. He's a cold-hearted dictator. Huyu jamaa hakuna kitu atakufanyia. If you speak up na he's able to get you, anakufikia na anakuchukua wanakupeleka. So I was emphasizing hiyo nani, kama tunaweza kuwa faceless na nameless, hiyo tunajisaidia sisi wenyewe. We are helping the movement. If they can get to us, then they're harming the movement directly. Point ya pili ni nani, emphasize on giving up. This time round wase tusi give up. Unaona hii ku give up, wase wanaenda home 5. Hii ndio inafanya wase wanaibiwa huko mtaani, mademo wanarepiwa kwa sababu tuliacha wengine wakaanza kwenda home masaa 3 huko masaa 4. So this time round tuna camp huko mpaka tumalize job until it's in the morning. Kama ni kwenda home ndo watu waende home. That's a point on its own. Point ingine ni fear. Umse alikuwa amebai uoga. Ukianza kuona mabloggers wameanza kusukuma masayo huku kwa TL. Umse ameingiza uoga and he's using the last means possible. So sasa hiyo wase we go hard, we are nearly there. Unaona? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are nearly by the 20 I believe June 25th we had done the job. Kama we didn't run out of time, and if we had met together, we had already done the job. It was very clear to the nation. That is why they shut down national TV. All media stations and radio stations were shut down. We're told do not broadcast this, because if the nation came and they saw 1 million people on the streets, Manzi Ruto went home. KDF inaingia hapo, immediately the people have spoken. This is done. It is so simple. I'm telling you, it is going over many people's head. Tokea, sabasaba siri ni numbers. Just get on the streets and the whole world will see Kenyans want Ruto gone. Everyone knows it. By the whole region knows Ruto. We are done with him. The whole region knows Ruto is done. West Africa ishafika. And all the videos coming out of West Africa, wanajua Ruto is an evil man. So guys, get on the streets. The TV stations immediately broadcast. 1 million people on the ground. Ruto has to resign immediately. KDF need wanaingia hapo, unapitisha Maraga very quickly. YK, Mike, VK, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Habari yenu? Sorry guys, nimetoka job tu sahi. I try to catch up na easy spaces. It's not easy wherever I am. Anyway, I'm just here to tell people, always arm yourselves with gas masks. Ziko hapo Kamukonji, they're very cheap. Googles and at least get easy jackets. Zinaitwa hizi za mvua, raincoats, yeah? Always have them. Na si zile heavy zenye zinafanya watu washindwe kukimbia. Then the other thing, emphasis on privacy. Always. Kama unaweza kuwa kwa VPN, please try. Like, I'm so far away, but it's so funny that someone was trying to call my number overseas. Na naona vizuri anapiga. I wouldn't say I'm safe 100% wherever I am, but I'm telling you for sure the government is they're really having a dragnet on these hashtags and the things people are retweeting. So si ati wengine wetu bado wajaingia kwa inbox. KOT, you're doing a good job. I always see you go around kuongea civilization and whatnot. Guys, civilization is needed much on the ground, kama hizo camps za Maraga and whatnot, because either way, I'm still supporting Sankali on what he says. We need to have a plan. Whether anatoka sahi, as much as tunaendelea na maandamano, we need to have a plan forward. Yes, I support Afrocentric as well. Kichwa ndo inafaa kugongwa because he's the one leading everything. But we also still ought to have in mind who are the next prospects. One, me, I'm anti Wamunyoro, I'm anti Matiang'i. Au watu wote, hiyo rende yote, akina Matakarua, akina nani. Those people, they don't fit to be leaders. Where they're showing up now, mi mtu yote kwanza nashikana na hiyo party sijui akina Wamunyoro na nani. It's just a lot of bullshit. We need to have fresh leaders who will advocate for justice and proper systems in Kenya. Now, the only way we can put Maraga up, kama ni Maraga tunataka, we must be on the ground. Sasa nyumbani wazazi unawaambia your people in the community, like we need to be educating people as much as we can to hata ikifika hiyo time haitakuja tu hivi virahisi, then sensitize people, my youth men wachukue IDs and whatnot, kila mtu akwe na kura, because maybe itafika 2027, we don't know, but as much as we are trying to push for maandamano, sabasaba and whatnot, and then goggles, gas masks, ndivyo tear gas ikirushwa wase waache kutawanyika, and then watu wa Thika Road 5 a.m. si kutokea saa 4. Last time naweza wa attest that some of the people walikuwa au maaskari walikuwa kwa barabara by 8 asubuhi. Msi alikuwa anani-call tena ananiambia wamefungiwa rosters. So wanajua vizuri that Thika Road ikishikana na crowd yenye imetoka Mathare ishikane na Kiambu Road, alafu ishikane na yenye inatoka also, hiyo crowd ikiingia tao basi State House itaenda down. So ni kutokea mapema na kujipanga and then look after each other. Kuna msee wenyu wanapigwa manini, as in you must msirudi nyuma, because Thika Road ni ukweli walishoot watu, we were scared of course, and then watu wakaanza kuretract, and then sasa wakaleta hizo manini hapo Roysambu and whatnot. I'm so far away, but I really keep up with everything that's going on the ground. I try to support a few people here and there as long as I'm doing something. So yes, sabasaba, siri ni numbers, retweeting, and then to hizi side shows, say abductiwa, yes, it's important we fight for them, but pia zinakuanga theatrics za ku-divert attention so that tuache ku-follow agenda. Kama sahi sabasaba inakam, mtaona kuna agenda itakam kesho, kuna agenda itatolewa leo usiku. There must be something. Sasa hii wameleta petition ya nani ya Murkomen kutolewa. So itakuwa the talk of the day, then mnasahaulishwa kidogo. Focus, just as Afrocentric anasema, and think of the next leaders we are having. To add on the last point, guys, lazima mjue MPs wenye mnaweka kwa parliament. The next time we are choosing people, you must know the MPs that you're putting in parliament. Watu wenye wako kwa hiyo parliament, majority, ndongomozi, tumbocrats, I will call them everything. And hao ndio wanapitisha bills tu kama fala, they don't care, Yani Kenya iko kwa ICU na madaktari wenye wanatuchunga wana unplug kila siku ku make sure tuko ina coma. So mkiangalia mbele, msienda kuchagua mtu ati koza alikuwa anauza chai nini. Choose competent people who understand the constitution, the laws. Bills tu zinapitishwa huko zenye zinakam kuumiza watu. At the end of the day, these people still wanakam kuinvest pesa zao na huku nje. Wakati kamenuka, watachukua mandege wanaishia. So we must focus and know the elite people, and only Gen zote wenye sahi wana fight for the governance, the proper governance of the country. I think that's all. Nimeongea much. You guys have a good night. Tutakacha up.
Thank you so much, VK. Mike kwa Ochieng. Ochieng, are you there? Yeah, Peter Muteti, are you there?
Yeah. Hi everyone. So
hey, we can hear you. Go ahead.
First of all, like I can say, since my release, I've never been on a public channel. I can first of all want to thank all Kenyans on X when you fight for a release ile time na kina Billy na kina Kavoli na kina Yoko. Like asanteni sana manze, like we owe you. And then kuna hizi narratives zinataka kuambiwa ati Ndangui alikuwa amejiabduct. Okay, for me as a former victim, mimi naweza sema tu ya Ndangui ilikuwa legit. I don't know how naweza explain this, but I'm sure msi alikuwa amejiabduct. Yeah. Let's keep fighting. Na siku moja tutakuja kuliberate our country back. And then another thing, my main account ilikuwa suspended by the way days after my release. So wale watu walikuwa wananifollow kwa the other account, the Nairobi, and you can still follow me. This is my account. Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much, Nairobi. Nakumbuka tukipiga kelele for about your release, and thank God you got released. And hata nikiangalia account yako sikuwa na, I was not sure kama ni wewe. What happened to your account? did the government come deactivate it? Or did you lose it? X ama because nakumbuka ulikuwa na followers wengi as the Nairobian.
Yeah, so sometimes back in March ilikuwa tu mysteriously suspended, walinipea tu option ya ujinga nijaribu kuapili nikataa. Yeah, so they just suspended it. Sijui kama ilikuwa something to do with the abductions or maybe ni other 2X violations.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Please follow Peter Muteti. I think I'm going to share. This is your official account so Kenyans can know you're back. The Nairobian is back using this account, Peter Muteti 22. Karibu sana. Sorry for your experiences. Have you been able to recover psychologically? How do you feel mentally?
So I can say I've recovered. Ilikuwa kitu traumatizing. Really, I think ashaisha experience yake, I'm not sure. But I think kama naweza kumbuka mimi ndio nilikuwa nimeshikwa na makosa ingine mbaya sana. So for my case ilikuwa so different. The trauma, the punishments. So but I can say saizi niko sawa. Yeah. I'm now okay.
Asante Peter Muteti. Please take all the time you need. We try not to put pressure on anyone who has been victimized by the government, because, they abduct you and then claim self-abduction, then make the victim, suffer from victimhood. It's just a tactic, of suppression and fear, threaten you, threaten your family. And thank you for speaking on the space. I'm telling you, even anyone who's abducted, one of the abductees, when they come from that ordeal, they're not the same. Hata kuongea kwa space, they really, ukiona wanakuja na shika mic, lakini waongei. So take all the time you need, and thanks for coming to speak about this abduction of Daguid Kinyagia, who is now alive. Tunashukuru Mungu sana. And I believe this is why many of us are on the streets, because hata last year, come on, if you're trying to keep up with the syllabus, no one was so Ruto must go, ilikuwa reject finance bill 2024. That was what we were called. That's what took us to the streets, to come against all the taxes, the tax increases, and how to make the cost of living in Kenya come down. Alafu, wakawa Rex, wakawa Denzel Omondi, 60 plus died, being found in quarries. I think that's when something broke in all of us, and we decided, no. We can't go back to these days where people being abducted, forced disappearances, and these extrajudicial killings. Ruto has to go. Like, you can't do this. And I believe that's where we are today. Hata kumtu kanambia, Bona, this year you didn't reject finance bill 2025. Kambia, that is not where we are. We are not on reject finance bill. We're not trying to go to parliament. Ruto must go. This regime has failed. We are not going to start pushing here tags of reject finance bill when Ruto, the cancer in the nation, is still there. We are operating a deep cancer removal. Tunatoa hii cancer. I'll give the microphone to quickly King Kong. Welcome to the space.
Yeah, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate a lot. KOT did an awesome job yesterday to inject kabisa. And guys, this bad leadership, it has come to an end from the start. We started it and we must end it. Yeah. Hiyo candle isizime manze jo. These guys wana deserve kwenda home. And Lagat must be arrested, of course. Asidani tumesahau story yake. We haven't forgot bana jo. You saw today guys from Homa Bay. They did it manze. And those guys walikuwa tu wametulia tu wanangoja mnasema mnatuwa tukiingia police station sasa kujeni basi mtuwe. And you saw they went there in a large number and nothing happened to them. Wanaenda wakachoma stenje. Kwani they don't fear anything. They don't fear dead bana. Kifo inakujanga kufita. Hao waliamini walibelieve kitu tunasema like kifo itakupata ukiwa kijani. Hata ukiwa kijana mkoma tulia, Albert alipatikana ametulia mtaa kwake, alikuwa kule ilikuwa supper ama lunch na mamake, then akashikwa all of a sudden, and then some few hours unasikia msema amegenya. So kifo manzi cha golipe itakupata anywhere. Yeah, you can see even some players dying. Diego Jota amekufa pia ameenda tu hivyo. You never predict, life is unpredictable bana. So manzi tukisema ni street manzi, streets are calling bana, kila siku zinatuitanga, and I think Albert's dead manzejo, like this guy is not resting in peace. Msee amesema manze lazima nipate justice yangu. I was a youth na nimeona majuso wananipigania. You know the spirit wanga tu it can't see manze. The body cannot respond, lakini spirit na respond in a way that you guys, the way we are protesting tunaenda kuingia kila siku road kusema this government out. I think Albert is doing is ako happy then lazima tupatie ile motive manzejo, guys nataka justice manzejo. So umse yuko arrest in peace, and the way his mother talked manzejo, mama yake nyewe alikuwa mhuzunika, then akaambia mtoto wake manzejo aki usilala kwa amani manze, hawa sio wamekuwa usilala kwa amani, wasumbue kabisa. And I think this thing is happening, you can see today manzejo, and today I believe manzejo kumbe prayer it can work, miracle do happen. So and umeona tena Gladys Wanga, that witch lady anahonga maboys that anapatia 500, then ana buy a bull, anawachinjia, then anawaambia like you guys tomorrow is the day. So and then they use just take it. So umeona wamechukua, but what they responded ni kuingia street manzejo, we demand justice for Albert. And lazima ipatikane hata kama Ruto anaficha Lagat, because I know Lagat hundo msana anataka kwe general, because I think Nani is just a flower girl there, Kanja is just a flower girl there. So Lagat is from the tribe of Ruto. So Ruto now wants all the Kalenjins and all the Nandis kwa his leadership, his bad leadership. You can see Kibet, who is Kibet man, the fucking maze at all kwanza. Kibet maze misi mtabui, just ugly person maze jo, kiato kimono kiato kupiuk. Umsana kasota ingine very bad maze jo. Hey, umsana hata deserve for human being, yeah. Umse hawa sasa wanataka kutubebasika wajinga. We are not fools bana jo. Wase wamekula mbuku, wase wamekuwa hapa kwa street wanalia saa hizi, hakuna job, hakuna nini. Yetu unakuja hapo unasema timu mtaki kuja stenje mpige rive. Msaki enda street manzejo mpige. Wewe pasaris kwanza wewe mama wewe tutakuvisit wewe. Huyu mama deserve manze kuwa leader. She doesn't deserve at all. Huyu madam amefika at a point like anatubasima Gen Z. Hatuwezi mwambia kitu, unaona wanachukua hadi wana fund their hizo present their nini hizo kwa ati kuban maandamano, like they don't do any development kwa ma constituencies zao. Yeye ni women rep wa Nairobi, anafanya nasaidia nini wa mama? Kuna kitu anasaidia wa mama, kama nyiko kusaidia mama ingekuwa anasaidia na linda mama. Sasa linda mama saizi ndio imepotea, wa madheza kuiwa na mama anakufia tu akigive back usimu sana enda maternity mazejo, hakuna funds shaifanyi. Then kuna some stupid leaders here hata wafikiria hata they just talk shit, anything that just come out of their mouth wanakuja tuna kusema you guys lazima mpitishe kitu like isikue, yani isikue hivyo, yani wana force. So and these leaders manzejo, you know that these leaders whatever they do behind their backs manze, these guys are crying a lot, they're trying to protect Ruto, but behind their backs these guys wanaumia. I know that they feel it, so they just come to public to pretend. But coming back to our homes, you can see Elachi, I think she understands us now. Amekuja kaona kumbe Gen Z mko na stay, so like ameona tunafaa kukua mahali hapo hivyo, so amekuja on time like amaanza kutubaka, amaanza kusema Gen Z tuna deserve something kupata. And so mwana mama mwingine amechukua advantage pasaris, yes sasa ni kuenda ni kama anafungulianga Ruto miguu. Sasa ino sana mbaka saa hizi fuck her, I don't, fuck you leaders mazejo. Mimi nawachukia vibaya. Mimi nikiona mimi naweza wapiga mamawe mazejo. Yes kutapatana kwanza 7 mazejo, mbaya mzee. Hiyo nao lazima tu. Hiyo nao tuhakikishe maje. Hiyo ni final, grand final. Alafu mjinga mwingine ameenda majuu, anadanganya watu hapa ati Kenya tunampenda, tumesema ati asi. Like what the fuck this guy? Who dare tumebanga aje mazejo? Hadi anadanganya mazejo, anaenda diaspora anadanganya watu. Anasema ati Kenya nao wako in luxurious lives, wanashifiti, unga imeshuka nini, like fuck you Ruto. Ati Ruto wewe ni mjinga, wewe tumefika na place fulani unajikanyaga mwenyewe, unajichomea manze, unaban, unajishikisha handball bana. Hiyo wewe nao hata wewe tumechoka na wewe bana, wewe ishia mtaa bana. Fuck you manze jo. Manze jo. Kenya mimi ni youth. Yani Kenya imenibore. I'm really yani nikisikia about politics. Dansa from manze, mimi nimeudhika tu na igava. Mimi sipendi kabisa. I hate it at all. I rest my case manze jo. 7 Monday. We there manze to represent Kenya to the highest. Lazima tupate watu we started. Lazima tukonke. We have to win it manze jo. We're going to give up. Like fuck all leaders, fuck police, watu wa D-minus, hata sidi na walipata wai hawa say. Walitumia do kufika hapo hivyo. Ndio maana watu wanabeba ufala wanaambia fanya hiyo wanafanya. Mzee unakuja unashutu wasee kuanzia saa 7 hujakula hata lunch, hujakunywa chai, bado unaendelea kupiga tear gas. Wewe ni umbwa, wewe ni burukenge, kwendeni huko. Nyinyi hata nikiona nyinyi ni wajinga, yani hamna akili. Sima, yani nyinyi polisi hamna akili kabisa. Kwendeni nakaa huko hapo wewe ni kara, wewe ni mjinga, wewe ni mjinga. Unisikie. Mimi nimekasirika na say Kenya, sipendi Ruto. Ruto is no longer my president. I never recognized him from the start. This kwa chukua order kika Biblia juu akisema in 100 days when I put this Bible down itakuwa 100. Fuck you. Sasa unasema sasa hivi unga ni 140. Sasa itakuwa 100. Mbona sasa ni 145? Sio hiyo 45 ikuwe 100. Peleka ujinga huko bana. Watu walishatoa ujinga Kenya. Hiyo ujinga wako pelekea Suluhu huko hivyo bana. Sisi Kenya tumejanjaruka bana. Umesikia? Atima sorry wanasema you are the best ranking best African president motherfucker. Labda kwa UDA huko hivyo, si Kenya. Watu wa UDA, watu wa ujinga hawajasoma, kina Murkomen wana fake makaratasi hapa, wanasema watu wamesoma. Huyu hata hizi atakuwa leki wangu huyo, lecturer mgani huyo madaka, wewe unaweza mtuzi ni mtupia karatasi huko jinga wakwenda huko mapolitician. Kama ni politician huko hapa hivi, fuck you, siwatambui. Na Maraga wase tupigeni Maraga kura, ukitaka mnichukie mimi kura yangu ni Maraga, haki nimeshasema. Maraga deserves it. That guy is, ukiangalia ukifungua profile yake
pia yangu,
we vote for him. Itusini mkitaka, but me I vote for Maraga. Mimi nimechoka na watu, fuck them. I rest my case. Afo.
Thank you so much King. Maraga kila mahali. Thank you so much. At least eyes na hii kitu ndo manze hii kitu wameshindwa to silence us. Our eyes are open. We know the good leaders we need to have in power, and that's why as the youth tuko na numbers, we can vote in good leaders. To see let's not vote emotionally, let's not be go back to our ethnic cocoons. Your story imeisha, that thing has died. We have the numbers and we're going to vote in a president who has character, who has a track record, and who will fight for us and who will speak for us. Thank you so much King for that. Wacha nipatie microphone very quickly. AG, unatusikia right now? I know you couldn't hear us. The AG, can you hear me now?
Okay, now
Yeah, Mike Nyako.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Kwanza kabisa, I thank you Afro and Billy and Peter and the rest. Big up sana. So first of all, mi ningependa kusema like kuna kitu inaitwanga psyop, like misinformation to the public kwa hiyo sector ya politics. A lot of things have been happening zenye ziko very critical, hizo abduction and killing, na unakuta they stage another thing so that our attention. So hizo vitu hazifai to distract. And then one of the critical thing nataka niongele ni hiyo story na like our unity as Gen Zs. Mtu asikuje in between us to try and divide us. We know that some people were here and hao ni wasi walikuwa wanaenda street na camera Photoshop, wakati tuko maandamano wanaenda Photoshop, and then they go and say oh we are the ones and we trusted them, but they were just moles. So I can say that we have not yet attained 100% unity as Gen Zs. So kile tunafaa kufanya, I think hiyo maandamano ya June 25th, it was a tsunami, that one. So if we continue to do that consistently, I believe that there is a reward at the end. I think at the end tutakuwa na gift, because we should not just be praising great things that are happening. We should also be able in the to be in the capacity to do them. And for the presidential candidates, so hadi sahi we are still on your time. We are gauging, though we know that some of them we have eliminated them, but tunajua wengine washakuwa garbage au ni garbage, but Sahi, we have filtered the information and we understand that this guy really qualifies. Now, we want to compare and contrast this person A and person B. So ni hayo tu. So let's be wise on the street, and also let's keep safe. Be your brother's keeper, be your sister's keeper. Na hiyo story ya makarau, those guys, sijui wako na mafi kwa kichwa ama ni nini. I have one of my classmate, former classmate, ako huko kwa hiyo crew. That guy akikuja nyumbani huko tutachoma nyumba yake. And I saw him kwa maandamano. We will burn his house.
Hey. Yeah. Officers, please, we are asking you, you do not have to follow an unlawful order. You do not follow shoot to kill orders. Do not take lives of your brothers and your sisters. Please reject those orders, because utakuwa peke yako. Utakuwa kotini, utakuwa peke yako. Ukifungwa, utakuwa peke yako. You know what happens in prison, what they do to ex-cops and anyone who has served in the security agencies. Please do not follow. Kuwa na utu. Have a little humanity. Don't shoot to kill. Microphone very quickly to Redefender. Redefender, are you there? Redefender? Killsweb? Killsweb? Yeah. Ochieng, are you there? I have a lot of dead mics here. Ochieng? Ochieng? Are you there? Yeah. Chief Mouse.
Good evening. Okay, there is a matter concerning forced disappearances that I wanted to bring to your attention, especially Court Sonko. You are the one who can reach people like Hanifa or LSK. So I came from work today and checked our football group, and there is a boy who was arrested on the other Mandamano, a very small boy. So the police accused him of breaking and stealing, something like that, which we all know that boy does not have that ability to do that thing. So her mother contacted us today, claiming that they were taken to court for, I don't know, a mention. Then they were taken back to industrial area because they are demanding a fine of 50K. So yeah, that's why I'm bringing this matter to attention, so that you can reach relevant people who can help this boy and others accused of the same. So these are protesters that have been arrested, and instead of being booked for as protesters, they have been booked as criminals, which doesn't sit well with the constitution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Microphone very quickly to Mau Mau. Mau Mau, are you there? Mau Mau.
Yes, I'm on. Mkoaje? Nataka tu kuongelea kidogo about this thing that's going on. Manze, we are tired. Leo kuongelea this.
Hey, Mau Mau, we have lost you. Mogambi, go ahead as we find Mau Mau again.
Thank you so much. Good evening, fellow Kenyans, wherever you are. as always, kila kitu inakuanga kuinject as a youth, because this is the only time yenye tuko nayo to fight for the country. This is the only time yenye tuko nayo to set every record right. So with that, tusiangalie maandamano tulifanya juzi that it's not that successful like the one we had last year 25th when we had the numbers, really numbers. This time walituangusha because they had to block us on all the ways. We learned our mistake. So I did see someone akisema maandamano ya this time tukiingia 7 ni kuingia 5 am, so that these guys wasipate chance ya kutublock, and at least we learned that kuna panya routes which you can use in a way that we get ourselves to town. And the other issue is that we allow this current bill that's being sponsored by Basaris, by this hata sitaki kuongea jina mbaya, but this useless kind of a Nairobi. Tusikubali that thing, hata kama ni kumsalimia, hata kama ni kumtembelea. We have to do this bill is why ipita, because it means hatuwezi kuja CBD, huwezi fanya maandamano, labda ufanye tu shambani. Hata shamba inaweza kuwa protected area. So let's not give up. Naona there's another issue yenye inanibo sana huko nje. That nimefungua. There's some issue that inanibo huko nje that we attack each other, left, right, center. We have one enemy. Let's focus on the enemy. Let's focus on solving our issues. Hii issue that nani this, we all have different behaviors, but at least we have a common goal at the moment. We have a shared initiative at the moment of ensuring that we are making Kenya great again, not only for us, even for other generations to come, even setting standards for our parents who never had the opportunity to have a better Kenya that they wanted. So those side shows that huyu na huyu amefanya hivi, sijui alikuja mahali hakunisalimia, let's forget about that. Yeah, we are not after greetings, we are after making the country great. Hata kama mtu anachangisha, acha achangishe kiwachangisha, but let's ensure that this Kasongo aende nyumbani. Ruto must go. That's the end goal. And let's ensure that police brutality is so happen again. Even if it means that us against the police, let it be. But we set the record that we have to follow the law and nobody else is above the law, and even the police officer has to follow the law. Even on arresting you, the law is always that mtu kuna procedure, mtu anafaa kuwa arrested. So hata kama ni kureso na hao watu, let's do it. Even if it's fighting back to back, we have to do that. Till people learn to respect the law, learn to respect the officers that they hold, learn to do what they are mandated to do by the law, and learn to behave as they are required. Kama ni private citizens, there's some things you cannot do to your fellow Kenyan or any other person in Kenya or any other person in other country, because there are laws for that. But at the moment, I fight to ensure these laws are working. Everything is working in Kenya. So tuonane 7 na ikikata kuna 8, as long as it takes for us to have our country back together the way we want it to be. Sahi kila kitu ni must go. Kasongo haende nyumbani, and akina Kashagwa, they are not an alternative. Matiang'i is not an alternative. Kalonzo has never been an alternative. Even Wamalo has never been an alternative. Sahi tuko na Maraga, we have Akina Mtata and other young blood that we need, that is competent, that has demonstrated to have the capacity. Hata hapa Nairobi, we need even a governor who can work in any other, like viongozi wanaweza fanya kazi. Anybody mwenye ashaikuwa involved, even if he has been able to demonstrate nje. So going forward, let's select guys with competent records ndio to set standard for us. Sisi tuna support una support Babu Owino who shot someone, at the same time you don't support Maraga. There's nothing you are doing there. So let's support guys who are competent for us to have a better Kenya and a better environment, even from your ward, constituency, county, a better senator, and then a better president.
Thank you.
So
thank you. Mugambi uko hapo?
Yes.
Yeah. Asante sana. Ochieng, next. Ochieng, Guys, we have less than 1 hour. I need to get my main to this mic quickly inject. Ochieng, can you hear me? Ochieng can't hear me. Blackman, can you hear me? Blackman. Allah. Chief, returning. Chief, you have spoken. Mbudia, Stefan. Mbudia. Aya, Carl, Echo. Guys, ninawaita na mnisikii. Ochieng. Ochieng. Calm Echo. Calm Echo. Kobe. KOT, Ebu, can you hear me, KOT? Guys, give me 100 if you can hear me.
Mimi nakusikia.
Chief, return. Susha ongea?
Nishaongea.
Okay, yeah. Kobe. Kobe Maino. Mainos. Yeah. Okay, let me drop these speakers. Guys, please, co-host, help me drop, guys, so I can get right people on the microphone. But guys, please, let your circle of influence know, WhatsApp groups, your immediate, kuja tao na wase, come out streets, kuja kwa streets na mtu, usikuje peke yako. Every conversation, twist it. Any content, someone anaongea unasema, lakini Sabasaba utakuwa wapi? We have less than 4 days. We'll get the word out. 7 days. Baadhi tumalizie kitu Sabasaba. There's no other day. Sabasaba is the day. Hii back and forth na gava, wase wanaenda wanaumia, wase wanauliwa, hatuwezi. We cannot keep on losing innocent blood. Let us come out, finish the job immediately. Parliament, the speaker has to declare 60 days. The people, new blood gets ready. We drain the swamp, whether it is Maraga standing, whether it's a new leader standing. We have a new Kenya. In 60 days, it is possible. It is very much possible. Believe kila mali. Hii mauano iishe. Masayops na kiburi. Kiburi wako nayo. Pasaris, instead of passing a motion of no confidence, she wants to muzzle us. Msisikike, nyamaza. It's our turn to eat. Mazi kiburi lazima iishe. Calm Echo, are you there? Calm Echo, going once, gone. Kenyan boy.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Unanisikia?
Yes.
Fiti sana. Maze, mimi niko na vitu. I guess I have around some few items about. One is about on Monday, on 25, we realized that these guys had planned something about blocking. So come on Monday, we need to have a strategy. Tukipata majamaa wameblock manjia. Sasa walikam na hiyo story ya hizo mawaya. In case we come with other idea, how are we going to break those hizo blockages zenye wamefungwa kwa barabara? Then the other thing is about sealing numbers, guys. We did it on 25th, but we still need more. Assuming the numbers we were on roads on 25th, come on Monday 7th, kila msee aenda akuje na msee mwingine mmoja. They will not have any potential to beat us. We will win. He will go. He will resign by force. Na tukisema ni kukaa town. Hakuna kubanjuka pale. Let us move in groups. Let us be in groups. Now, the other thing I wanted to say is about msee ukifika ground hivi, look for at least 2 people. Either unawajua ama wajui. Take selfies, exchange contacts. You just be your brother's keeper. Wherever maandamano imeisha jioni, just get to know whether that person mlikuwa na yeye ama amerudi home ama the following day amefika home safe. We just have to communicate. So make sure you have at least 2 to 3 contacts of strange people you meet at the maandamano. Uko na tu msee yenyewe, but we need to be also watchful of the goons. So yeah, I think that one will also help us. The other thing was let us mobilize ourselves. The time is now. The time is never tomorrow. The time is now. The time is now, guys. Hao watu kina Gachagua, Kalonzo ni wa nyumbani, hatumtaki.
Huyu jamaa tunasikia tunamuita sasa one time, tushachoka na one time. Aende nyumbani Monday. This guy is just bullying us. He's bullying us. Huh? He just need to go home. Let him go home early on Monday by saa sita. We are ready for that. We are tired of this guy. Aende nyumbani. I'm there. Maraga ajitokeze. We are going to support Maraga. I guess Maraga is a new energy in the political arena. And I'm sure he can take us somewhere. Thank you for that. Let's meet on Monday on the streets. Alafu my handle is new. My handle had some issues, so I had to create another account. So guys, you can just follow me up. Kenyan Boy. I'm from Makueni County.
Thank you so much, Kenyan Boy. I've just followed you. Ndugi.
Thank you.
Ndugi Duku, guys, follow the speakers.
Yeah.
You can. Giduku, are you there? Nobody cares. Oh, no one can stop reggae.
Yeah, nobody can stop reggae. Mimi ni kusema tu ya kwamba kila kitu iko sambamba. Wananchi wamechukua power, iko mkononi mwao. So kitu ni kuendeleza tu, mbele iko sawa. Hao watu washa panic, hii government panic, polisi wame panic, kila mtu in the cabinet tunaona wame panic, Murkomen ame panic, so the thing ni kusustain, consistency is key. Tusifanye mambo ambayo ni ya kujaribu tu alafu kuretreat, ni kuenda hadi mwisho, all the way. So sina mengi, is just saying that focus yetu Ruto must go, focus yetu half term, is no other way about it. Alafu tunaona pia makomrade wetu wanaanza kushikwa. Tuliona the Muthaiga 3 wao wanaekelwa kesi, inakuwa ya kwamba hao ndio magoons, lakini tunajua sisi ndio tuna expose magoons. Tunajua mahali magoons wako, lakini wanachukua watu wetu wanawapeleka police station na wanafanya incommunicado, like hawaonekani na watu, wamewekwa in isolation, na wanajaribu pia kuwa separate, waende separate ways ndio waweze kuwafanya torture ambayo ni mental torture. So the thing is, until Langat ashikwe hatuta rest, until wale magoons ambao walikuja kupiga protesters hapo Tao, tukiprotest against the killing of Albert Ojwang, washikwe na tunajua mahali wako, tunajua majina zao, tunajua nani paymasters wao, bas hatutapumzika. So the thing is, tuendeleze, tukue strong, na especially tukue na consistency. Hiyo tu ndio dawa ya kupigana na hawa mabepari mambo leo ambao wanataka kuendelea kuchafua nchi yetu. So ndafikisha hapo. One love, kila mtu tuendeleze, mapambano yaendelee.
Thank you so much, Dr. Felix Ogudu. Mike is yours, Dr. Felix. Dr. Felix, can you hear me? Cornelius? WD Kenya, Willie Davido.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Mike is yours.
Thank you. I had an idea. Hadile ya kusikia, nilisikia an idea that after we are done with the Sabasaba protest, hoping they are going to be successful, and the man that we want gone, we hope that he goes. But either way, there is this idea that I had, and I doubt it is brilliant, because throughout the protest, tumeona the police have come up with new strategies to deal with protesters, kama kufunga barabara. Wanafikiria watu wanataka kuingia parliament na state house. But what if we, after we are done with Sabasaba, tunataka kutembelea ma MPs wetu in your constituency, uko kwao nyumbani. Let us choose one day, tutembelee all our MPs, let us occupy their homes. Now, we said we are not even, hata hatuna fujo. We just want to go and eat, because we cannot have some people in this country that are eating and others that are not eating. So we need to sit together as a country and eat together. That is all we want to do. Go visit your MPs, occupy their homes. Wacha tukule sisi wote, because it is not fair for the minority hao ndio wanalipa taxes, and the majority wao ndio wanalipa taxes and the minority wao ndio wanakula pesa yote. Kwa hivyo tumeamua tukimalizana na maandamano ya Sabasaba, occupy MPs houses. The influencers wenye wako hapa wa huko X wanaweza tupea the direction to follow after that, but huko TikTok nimepitia, naona watu wamewasha moto tu sana huko in regards to that, and I think it's a brilliant idea because polisi hawataweza kukua kila mahali, hawataweza kukua in all the 47 counties protecting every MP's house, but the people will be there. So yeah, that's just an idea I wanted to put out there. But Sabasaba pia we are turning up in our numbers, na tunatokea mapema na tuko wengi, tuko Mbogi ni kubwa, na huyu jamaa lazima ashuke bana. Tumechoka kutoka last year, same old stories, abductions haziishi, hakuna kitu inaisha. In fact, things are getting worse. So the more time we have him in power, the worse things are going to keep getting. And we need to get this shit over and done with, bana. We need a new country that works for the people, a leadership that listens to the people, because it's not that we do not speak, it's not that we do not have voices, but we have leaders who do not care to listen. So hii kiburi bana lazima iishe, hizi story mingi. Kwanza mimi nataka sijui tukienda kwa nani, kwa Pasaris na Karen mtabeba nini, lakini yeah, kuna wengine tunabeba avocado, but yeah. Just to put that out there, we are going to occupy the MPs in their houses. MPs, governors, senators, wote wajitayarishe to get ready. We are coming, and we are coming in our numbers, because we have to fix our country and everyone has to eat. Kila mtu lazima akule. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chief Returning Officer, the hand is up.
Oh yes, one last point. Nilikuwa nasema hivi, ndo Sabasaba iweze kuwa successful, lazima tuwe tumejipanga na supplies, unaona? Lazima kila mtu akuwe na kabag pale. Ndio tunajua tukikutana na babdwaya tunatoa nani pliers, unaona? Tukitembea ukisikia kanjaa unatoa kamkate, pale kwa bag kuna maji yako, unaona? So tujipange na hizo supplies. Na kama kuna ideas wase bado wako nazo, watakuwa nakwambia kama tutafungua space, ufungue space huko DM watakwambia. Ufungue space, tuchanganye hizi ideas, we make 7 hiyo Sabasaba success. Thank you.
Thank you, pliers kwa backpack. Powerful idea. Kimtai Rono, you've been lifting up your hand. Rono.
Good evening. My name is Kimutai Rono. Asante sana. Me actually, I have an issue. I want to focus my whole issue on a very interesting problem that we have as a nation, the education sector. So issue yangu ni sisi kama Wakenya, like our parents. Okay, let me start from sisi wote tuko very different people. We have come together to subscribe to a system that, despite our differences, kuna vitu ambazo zinatu affect sisi kama Wakenya. Kama healthcare, education, security. Those are things that affect all of us. Sasa sisi wazazi wetu walikuwa na chance, wali take the chance to pay for this system. Ndo igava to pay education. And also remember, as a nation kama Kenya, we are not endowed with atuna a lot of mineral resources. So our best resource as a nation is actually our workforce. Now, tumetoka from your point, government in itself actually has paid for our education. Mimi kama hata kama ulisoma in private schools, those private schools actually paid for licenses, meaning government paid for this education yenye tuko nazo leo. Then after tumesoma sasa, tumemaliza kusoma, tunafika hapa mwisho, huyu jamaa wetu hapa anatuambia ati sasa fanyeni aje apply kazi majuu. Why? Mbona mtu train na pesa yetu nyamba sisi tulilipa, then utuambie tuende to build another nation majuu? That does not work. Number 2, nilifuatilia vizuri sana the 25th protest ya juzi. And I watched something interesting about the police. They were doing something interesting. They were managing protests. Walikuwa nasema like wasema mkikuwa pamoja mahali mnakuja mnafukuzwa, mnakuwa dispersed. That is why unaona like our 25th protest that to achieve what we wanted. But now this time is Sabasaba. mimi naweza waambia like tuende na plan. Tuseme wase wa Thika Road wakifinya, watu wa Lang'ata Road wanafinya zaidi, so that pia hao askari si wengi, wani watatufanyia nini? Hiyo tu ndo yangu. Alafu pia majamaa, this thing affects you because you remember hii hata bunduki ambao askari anataka kutupiga nayo, hata hii risasi, hata hiyo mshahara ambao anapata ni mimi ndo nalipa. So how is it that mtu mwenye mimi ni boss wako unataka kuniua? Actually equalize government like a vehicle. Sasa hii gari sisi ndo tumenunua, sisi ndo tajiri wa gari, alafu president ndo driver wa gari, alafu kuna mechanic nini, this people ambao wako na wao. How come inafika so unaambia driver like ikifika mwisho wa mwezi unaniambia ni pesa ngapi ya mafuta nitakupea? So it gotten to a time now that you driver sasa anakuibia wewe kama mwenye gari, alafu ukicomplain anataka kukuua. Kwani really kiburi kiasi gani inaweza kuwa imefikisha watu to such a point? In conclusion, what I can say is that yes, we have a very beautiful country as a people. We are very educated, we are very, tuko tu sawa kama nchi. Shida yetu tu ni serikali. And in fact, if you look at shida yetu kama serikali, it's actually a bunch of politicians. And if you really go back vizuri, unapata like during Jomo Kenyatta, actually mimi nikifikiriaga vizuri naonaga shida yetu ilitoka from our problem came from who colonized us. We were colonized by the Brits, and when you go to the Brits, they believe that the entire system, that even the citizens of Britain exist to serve the king. So after we got independence, Jomo Kenyatta became president. So people thought that Jomo Kenyatta was quote unquote a king. Because unakumbuka, like there's this doctor of Jomo Kenyatta who was giving testimony. They were saying that if even you can imagine like president anaweza kufa utakuwa unashikwa. Things like that. So, and then when Jomo Kenyatta died, then Moi came in. But now you see the whole problem is this entire bunch of these leaders, this entire bunch of leaders we have today believe that it is a right for them to be in those seats. Instead of being servants, they become, I don't know. I mean, Mr. Zingine nakaga tu hivi chini najiuliza, kwani wasa wanajua kitu wanafanya? Because let me ask you, mtu kama Pasaris anasema ati, oh, let us ban protest. Ati kusikuwa na protest about 100 meters from bunge. Hiyo bunge anasahau ni sisi ni yetu. Hiyo bunge anasahau hata hiyo mshahara analipwa ni sisi ndo tunatoa hiyo pesa. Sometimes watu pia wanatubeba ufala saa zingine. It is now time as Kenyans that let us now elect people on merit. And the biggest problem mimi naweza sema kama Kenya yenye tuko nayo kama nchi ni sisi kama watu tunapiga kura. Because tunavotigi by emotions. We don't vote like sasa huyu jamaa alifanya hivi. For example, mtu kama Dr. Fred Matiang'i, I am pretty sure if he vies for presidency in 2027, kuna fala tu, kuna mjinga tu mahali atampigia kura. Hata huyu Ruto tu huyo mwenye anazungusha watu hivi. Kuna mahali tu itafika ataamua kuna mtu tu mjinga mahali atampigia kura. Even after seeing all this, ametuua, ametufanyia nini? Like angalia mtu kama Murkomen, kwani huyu jamaa anaishi wapi by the way? Twende tumtembelea after Sabasaba. Mimi unataka kutuua kwa nini? Na hiyo bunduki yenye unaambia askari atupige nayo mimi ndo nimenunua, mimi ndo nimelipia. Like sometimes doesn't even make sense. We live in a very interesting nation sometimes. Lakini Sabasaba mimi nawaambia wadau kuja kama uko na plan, wale wa marafiki zetu wa Nduri, mkuja na zile makamba za tukipata chance ya kufunga ile waya, wewe ishia nayo man, uende uuze. After all ni pesa yako, usijali, hakuna mtu atakushika. Ni pesa yako ndio umilipie hiyo waya. So tufunge waya iende. Na huyo Ruto hii Sabasaba atoke huko UK arudi. Na asitoroke this time, asiende Mombasa kwa anaenda 25. Akue tu hapa na sisi. Twende tumtembelee, tumuulize hii nyumba hii kiburi yenye ako nayo ametoa wapi. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. I think personally, my personal feelings on all this issue ni president is a servant. Na kama wewe ni servant, then unafaa usikize watu. Huyu jamaa alikuja space akasikia, what did he do? Unasikia tu huyo bibi yake wa Kimani Ichung'wah anasema penye kitu ambayo mlikataa tulipitisha by December. What level of impunity is that as a nation? Another thing pia mimi niko na issue ni his State House. His State House inakuwa renovated every day. Kama sahi wamepewa budget ya 2.3 billion shillings. 2.3 billion shillings watumie sahi. Supplementary budget ikikuja wanaongezewa another 1.8 billion shillings, kitu kama hiyo. Kwani wanatengeneza nini? Like do you all understand what it means, like what a billion shillings means? Like bilioni moja ya pesa ni pesa ngapi? So sometimes and another thing, by the way, unaona kina Rigathi Gachagua, all those wa Munyoro people, how wote tu just the old fashioned politics. Because you see, problem is in Kenya we do not vote based on issues, we vote based on people. And I'll give you an example. We did not vote, people never voted for Raila in 2022 just because Ruto branded himself as amekanyagiwa na serikali, amekuwa persecuted. So people were like sympathizing with him, sympathizing with the person. But the truth of the matter is, Ruto himself has never performed. Listen to people who have served with Ruto himself. Kina Jirongo. Kina Jirongo say that Ruto is a very determined person, but his style of leadership is wrong. We as a country actually really fumbled. Kama tunaweza sema tulifumble. And in fact, sasa mali tumefika. Kama tutapigia Maraga kura, I'm saying in 2032 now, let us consider also now bringing down his story at this age thing. Like let us pass it big. Kama mtu, for example, mnaona mtu kama Amin huyu Idi Amin wa DCI. The guy is already above retirement age, yet he still serves, he's still paid. And then another thing pia nataka kusema, like personally, is that who told people that hii kazi ambayo wako nayo ya serikali it's a right. In fact, I don't see it's a right. No, unapata watu kaki na Kipchumba Murkomen. I was listening to Ruto sometime kitambo. The time he fired JB Muturi. Aliambia JB Muturi ati I gave him a docket, then I found him being kazi imekuwa mingi. Who said it's a right for him to serve even in government? Like let us say one thing. Kitu moja inafaa tuelewane ni hii serikali iko hapa, sisi ndo matajiri wa serikali. Serikali ni kama mfanyikazi wetu. Itaweza kuaje mtu anafikiria hii kazi amepata pia ni it is right? Because you see there are people in government who hata watoki, wanazunguka tu. Unaona kama for example we one Munyoro team, they want to bring Dr. Matiang'i back. Dr. Matiang'i has served in government for 9.5 years. He still wants to come back to do what? Another thing is that our system is so wrong, because help me understand, why do we have political scientists in school? Why do we train political scientists? Yet they never end up being politicians. The people we have as politicians is a zoologist. Mtu mwenye alikuwa anafaenda tibu ng'ombe, si ati akuwe president. Hata hakuna kitu like tutengeneze pia hii siasa pia. Let's bring back okay, why were people trained to be political scientists? Why are people trained to be lawyers if they can never end up in politics? It doesn't make sense. As much as we're saying politics is everybody's, kama unafeel uko na hiyo uwezo ya kulead, but also let us channel our people, like let us elect people based on a career. Mtu alianza akakuwa maybe alikuwa kitu MCA progress, like we can track something from them, we can track their leadership, we can track their commitment. Si story tu mtu ameamka asubuhi amesema mimi hata mimi mnaona naonewa, nilifukuza kama ule wa Munyoro, nilifukuza kwa serikali. They talk as if it's a right for them to be in government. No, it's ni kazi umeandikwa na mdosi ataamua ile siku atakufuta kazi ama atakufuta kazi. So kitu kingine tu mimi naweza sema pia nikimalizia ni tuombeni, like tukifika tuombeni. Unajua niliona story nyingine nilipofika hapo, wale waliingia pale State House, kuna confusion spirit. Tuombe hiyo spirit isikue. So kwa ile bag yako chief ukibeba weka Biblia kale kadogo ile ya ndo ukifika huko nakemea askari na Biblia akiamua kuleta mchezo. Na munifollow by the way. Asanteni sana. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimtai Rono. Kenyan lady, welcome back to the space. Mike is yours.
Mambo, Afro.
Salama sana, how have you been?
Oh my God. Hata sijui. Wacha niseme point zangu hapa hivi alafu nitakupigia baadaye nitakwambia more. But well, we've been here. We've been hanging. So I have 3 things that nataka I would like to say. The number 1 is tukiangalia vile tumeendelea kutoka mwanzo wa maandamano, it's been a year, okay? Celebrate anniversary just the other day. The urgency cannot be even, hata sijui naeza sistizaje how urgent it is to have a change in our country. So much so that hata mimi mwenyewe I just don't know, but I really think this is the time that everything has been validated, that we urgently need to change our country. On that, Raila has always positioned himself like he is the person who will correct the government. Okay, what did he do last year? Vile tulitoka kwenda maandamano, he came in between, eti kuokoa, I don't know what, because the Ruto government was collapsing, and without him, joining Ruto, the government would not have stood. So now we have a bread-based government, but guess what? A year later, we don't have anything significant other than wheezy that has been doubled. I don't even know what to say. Like it's gotten worse than where we were a year ago. So I cannot say it hard enough. 10 toes down, 10 toes deep. I cannot even tell you how urgent we need to change our country. So Raila now knows that he's insignificant because yale maandamano tulifanya juzi, it was even probably double the number that we had in 2024. So that makes him even more insignificant. So we can do this. It is urgent and we can do this. So I have, as far as number 1, I have a suggestion. Tukifanya ile yaitwaje ile hashtag ya sabasaba, sijui tunachukua hashtag gani. Remember how we work through those hashtags, na they work. So we can do the number 1, the sabasaba one, right? And then the second one, we can do something to do with Raila didn't matter or whatever, just to drive that point home. And then the third one, whoever we think will be our best, whoever we think will take this position the best. Wenye wanasimama na Maraga, wenye wanasimama na Omtata, I don't know. Let's come up with a hashtag, okay, for that person. And it's not just saying that Maraga must be in or whatever. Request the person for maybe Maraga meet and greet. Just push that hashtag. Okay. And then when he decides to meet people, or when he decides to have a meeting with people or whatever, especially Maraga, tutokee sisi wote. The whatever quote unquote a meet and greet would be, whatever the date he chooses, tutoke kabisa, because numbers matter. The reason why what is this? The ex vice president. The reason why he's able to pull crowd is because of the way he speaks, and people just are curious to get another point of view. You understand? Maybe they don't even approve him. Some of them, like the Kikuyus, they feel, oh, they need somebody to represent them. But then for us as the young people, the person that we think can represent us, let's follow up with that hashtag so that we will have 3 hashtags trending. And what happens is that one thing will follow the other, will follow the other. Just vile tulifanya the Syrian numbers, whatnot, and then will be followed by Sabasaba, and then will be followed to whoever we choose will be pushed to meet with us at some point very soon. So that's the one that's going to follow. So we'll have a ball rolling, and the urgency will be there. So the other thing yenye nataka kuambia, which is my point number 2, do not expect any better. Okay, I'm piggybacking probably to what I said in my point number 1. Lakini, do not expect anything to be better. Do not expect for the government to come in and say, hey, the abductions are over. We are the ones who are abducting people, because for us to move on, the truth has to be told. Do not expect the truth from this government. Okay, they will not come in and start fixing healthcare, start fixing waanze kutulipia universities, waanze kufanya sijui nini. You know what I'm saying? They will not fix the essentials. So don't expect any better. All right, that's my important point number 2. Don't expect the lives to improve. So nilijikaza just the other day, like 2 days ago, kusikiza live stream yenye the president alikuwa nayo London. Let me tell you, if you guys want to be mad, don't go looking for that. Don't even try go looking for that. Okay, so that's my number 2. Number 3, it does not matter where you are. Okay, when Kiwetu, we live, tunaishi nyumbani na tunaishi makazi zetu. Wengi wetu tulikuwa tunajaribu kuretire nyumbani. You know what I'm saying? Sisi, there are those of us that love home. There are those of us, hata kama tumekuwa nje kwa muda mrefu, hata kama tuko dual citizen or whatever, we vote both sides. We vote both ways. Okay, we establish businesses both ways. Okay, so this is a very sensitive matter that I want to tell you. What were diaspora? I'm talking to you. The people in Kenya with small businesses, I want to talk to you. If they see you injecting kila wakati, anti-government every time, let me tell you, you don't even need to talk so much. They just need to earmark your account or whatever it is that they do. Okay? Watatafuta na watakupata mpaka na jina lako na whatever. Okay, we have Safaricom numbers. It's as easy as that. Once you get the Safaricom number, that's the end of it. They will get everything. They will even get the LLC businesses you have registered. They will even get, so to say that once they get your businesses, especially watu wenye, wako na advantage ya dual citizenship, now they cannot arrest you, they cannot abduct you, right? So they will be attacking your businesses. Right? So, like, in our case, of course, utakuwa na tweets, they will try to hack your account. They will send you messages. Of course, itakuwa weird and whatnot. And then, so the intelligence in the West is actually better than the intelligence at home. So you will still get to the bottom line of it, but you will get to the bottom line of it when it will be too late. So, kama business yako kwa mfano, kama umefungua tuseme kama duka la nyama, ama umefungua duka kama butchery, ama umefungua shule, ama umefungua whatever you have opened, they will come in and they will put a bigger business next to you just to beat you down. And then the other thing they will do, they will come to your employees and offer them better. Some of us have moved our businesses to Tanzania and other areas, and that's how they are affecting us. Consider that us, majority of the diaspora, sisi ndio tumekuja nyumbani, tunajaribu kuimprove nchi yetu. Kumbuka sisi ndio tunapatiana remittances ambazo the government is even budgeting for. But this is how they are beating down diasporas that are supporting, that are anti-government or whatever. Yeah. So that's one thing I wanted to say. And if you cannot fight, in other words, if you cannot fight, wakikuja, for instance, they come in and they put like 2, 3, 4 butcheries next to you, as 2, 3 bigger supermarkets next to your supermarket. Let me tell you, you'll be drained, because the first thing they do is get your employees. Don't wait to close. If your employees will be honest with you, watakuja na watakwambia, this person approached us, akatuambia atatulipa double, kwanza mimi manager akanipatia job, whatnot. And everybody in Kenya, like we had employed Gen Zs watupu. They were doing good business. But let me tell you, you cannot blame someone for looking for better, for wanting better, for being employed by bigger people. So the people that are starting off, the diasporas that are starting off at home, sisi ndio tunapigwa. So the small businesses that you are starting, you end up closing, you end up moving. So what happens is, you will remain with only big businesses which can control, who are controlling everything. Because tukija, when we were operating, we were kind of balancing the ground. You know what I mean, so to say? Because we were able to put our small businesses like in estates. We're able to put our small businesses where the big businesses could not penetrate. But if you who are anti-government, let me tell you, they'll come and set up business right next to you. They'll figure out how to bring down your business. So that's the other important thing that I wanted to say. Let me see from my notes here. So that's it. That's it. The urgency it's more dire than even before. More people will be abducted. People will continue to die. So it's so dire right now. Like I think that we should start injecting by bringing in suggestions of who we choose and pushing the person to actually make a move, meet with people, something. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Kenyan lady. Yes. There's a lot of backlash and targeting of diasporans who are investing back at home, especially those who are critiquing the government. Thank you for speaking in that regard. We are in solidarity with you. I want to give the microphone quickly to Mudomi. Mudomi, are you there? Guys, we have less than 30 minutes left. Those are like 10 speakers, 3 minutes each. Please be conservative with the time. Let's get as many comrades to speak. Mudomi, are you there? Mudomi, can you hear me? General Africa. Black man. Allah. Shamir the activist.
Afro, mambo.
Poa sana, go ahead, Mike is yours.
Thank you so much. One thing I wanted to say is, Kwanza, I don't know if Ruto and his puppets understand the war we are in, because the war we are in is simply, it is a simple war. Why am I saying it's a simple war? It's because this war, we are just reminding Ruto what he said and what he meant when he took oath he took over from Uhuru. And what he said, one thing he said about that, he will end enforced disappearance, police brutality, extrajudicial killings. I think these are the key things Ruto meant with this regime. But now he has turned against his will and wishes to the people who elected him. So I'm not seeing a situation or a scenario whereby the movement is going to end soon, and I'm seeing a situation whereby the movement is even welcoming our fathers and those people who are there before. I think the Sabasaba protest is going to ignite, and also is going to give a room for our parents to join the movement, because where we are heading, even our parents, they are not safe. They should not feel that they are safer in this government. This government, everyone, it is not safe. Secondly, I also want to add my voice on the unity of the comrades. I was taken aback during the day when some of us were quick to brush off the abduction of Ndiangui. We as the comrades, hata kama mmoja wetu maybe ameteleza kidogo, we should not side with the state, because the moment we will make any comment which seems to be siding with the state, then they will take advantage of that and they will use the same to come and fight us. I was not happy with the comments of Boniface Mwangi. Totally, I was not happy. So, comrades, let's see the best time to respond. If you see like, I'm not sure about this thing as at the moment, just restrain and sit back and get to hear from other people now and try to get the real information. Thirdly, it's about the movement. Afro, mimi kitu ningependa kusema ni kwamba sisi kama vijana, we started this movement together, and the main reason why we started the movement it was to hold the government accountable for for our taxes which they are collecting. And right now, naweza sema ya kwamba nakasirishwa kidogo kwa sababu if in real sense Shamir was here fighting for the accountability, good governance of this country, then why should I come back again and support Matiangi? Guys, we are not being sincere with the struggle we are fighting for. These are the same people. When they were there, they did very, very shady things to the citizen of Kenya. We want someone who respects the rule of law. We don't need so many manifestos, G1000 pages, G500 pages. No, the manifesto we are looking into is just simple. Anyone who respects the rule of law and uphold the 2010 Constitution. Final. We are not here about cousins. We are not here about the good manager from the World Bank. We are not here about those people who have tried fourth times, fifth times. We are not here about those people when you waliokoa Mumia Sugar wakianguka. No, we are not there. Let us stay to the struggle we have been fighting for. Let us not lose focus. Na divisions zinakuja hapa kwa sababu mtu anaona wivu, kwa sababu leo Afro amekuja na hashtag, na mimi nimeona enyewe hashtag imetrend vizuri, imecapture the attention of the people and with the mission that people should get out. Then naanza kusema Afro amelipwa. This bullshit should end. Inafaa ishe kabisa. Hizi mambo za ujinga za envy kidogo tunabehave kama watoto wa nursery, tuende nazo huko. We are here, we are very serious with this struggle, and this struggle have taken some people's life. Then you want to come here because of petty things. Kama mwenye amenyimwa, alafu unakuja hapa unaanza kutuambia sijio huyu amelipwa, sijio huyu sijini wa serikali. Bullshit. Mimi yenye naona nikiona tu any hashtag yenye naamusha watu, my friend, niko nayo. Bora mission ni moja. Ule aende. Hatutaki kusikia mambo mengine. Wale ambao wako Mombasa, manze mni DM, tunapanga 7 inaenda kukua kubwa. As you organize in Nairobi, we are also organizing in Mombasa. Those comrades who are around, please, let's organize together. This thing is not only about me. It is a collective voices. Civic space cannot be expanded. The struggle cannot be expanded when we are not going to invite collective voices from the grassroots level. Let's fight together. Let's soldier on together. Let's win this struggle together. Asanteni sana. You can also follow me so that we get together. Thank you, Afro.
Thank you so much, Amir. Thank you so much for that housekeeping that you have brought on the space. Yes, even me, I was worried. It raised eyebrows. I don't like talking about people because that brings a lot of sideshows. But we have to be cognizant of that fact that Boniface Mwangi is the second strike I'm giving him. The first strike is when he demonized Syrian numbers because it didn't originate with him. That hashtag was accomplishing our objective. If he wanted to go put flowers in parliament, he's a free man. He can do whatever he has. Yes, he has a history of fighting for the struggle. I respect that. My heart's off what he has done so far in terms of the struggle. I respect, but now he's moving funny. I don't know. Something is off with him. Alafu Leo, he has a very powerful platform for him to come and demonize Dangui. That was my second strike. Ya mwisho, I am canceling. I don't care if he's walking with Jesus and angels. He is now an enemy of the movement. That's the second strike I'm giving him. But he has moved twice funny in the last 2 weeks. But we are watching him. Tuko na macho. I'll give the microphone quickly to Black Man. Black Man, can you hear me? Hey, Black Man.
Yes,
Mike
yes,
ni
yes,
yako.
yes. Youth power. Youth
Karibia,
power.
Mike.
Youth power.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ya, asante sana Authentic KOT hapo Billy Mwangi, nawashukuru sana kwa hii space na kwa kunipatia mic. First and foremost, kitu ningependa kuambia ni moja, ni kwa mfano kama uko na ng'ombe na umeandika mfanyakazi ambapo ni mchungaji na upate ng'ombe wako ameenda kukula kwa jirani ama ameenda kula kwa shamba, mtu wa kulaumu ni mchungaji, sio ng'ombe. So in this situation, kitu naweza sema ni saizi ng'ombe yetu hapa Kenya ilikuwa ni Ruto, ambapo ilikuwa inafaa tumkamue maendeleo, tumkamue at least atuletee maendeleo. But you see now, wale wachungaji ambao tumeweka waweza wakachungia hii ng'ombe, ambapo ni our MPs, our senators and governors, they are not doing this. Why? Hii ni swali ambayo inafaa tunajiuliza, kwa nini hawachungi hii ng'ombe? That means kuna kitu hata wanajua kuhusu hii ng'ombe. Mnanipata vizuri? Kuhusu hakuna since nini hatujasikia any MP akilalamika sijapata CDF ama nini, na tujasikia pia serikali ikilalamika ikisema tuliwapatia CDF na misuse, meaning that kuna kitu yenye inaendelea. So what I can say is that watu wenye tunafaa kwanza kuoccupy, watu wenye tunafaa kwanza kuquestion ni our MPs. Hawa tuliwapatia kazi waende kule watuchungie, na hao nao wameenda kule wamekuwa MPs, wameenda kule kujilisha badala ya kuchunga. Mimi kitu ningetaka kusema ni saizi ni tufunguke. Hakuna siku wanasema ati youth we are the leader, we are the future leaders. Hiyo future ni when is that the future? When is that tomorrow? Tomorrow is now. Unaona kama Billy Monge amejitoa na yeye anataka kuwa senator pale, naona KOT anataka kuwa MP pale, ndio huyo hapa Blackman, mimi nataka nikuwe MCA huku. Unaona, ni tujitoe, tulete fresh bloods in this government na tunaenda kuleta mabadiliko, but without fresh blood hakuna mabadiliko yanaenda kuwa, because these people are the same people wale wenye tumekuwa tukilia from hiyo wakati ya wazazi wetu ambapo walitumislead. So it's saizi ndio time ya tulete fresh blood, tulete fresh minds kwa government, watu wenye tunaweza reason now. You see, saizi vitu zimebadilika, ni sisi tubadilike pia na sisi pia tujitokeze kwa wingi. You know, we have numbers but we don't have resources. Unaona, we have already proved we have numbers but ndio hatuna. Ni tujitolee na sisi wenyewe pia tubadilike, sisi wenyewe kama Gen Zs tuachane na tamaa.
Black man, you're breaking up. It's very difficult to listen to follow you.
ikifika wakati wa tunadanganywa na
Ayo, can you hear a black man?
We can't
Mnasikia
hear
black
him. Hatumsikii kabisa.
Black man.
mnanipata
Tafuta network,
na
tafuta
saizi
network.
mnanipata ama bado na break?
Tunakupata.
Mnanipata saizi?
Yeah.
Nasema it's a high time we tugutuke, tuache kutumika. You know, saizi mapolitician umetoa ujinga, watumia ujinga cause wamerealize tuko desperate, like ni kama hatuna do. Unaona, wamekataa hata kutupatia kazi cause wanaona wakitupatia kazi we will not hatutafuata mambo yao, sisi wameamua kuiba hadharani na kufanya venye wanataka cause majority of them wanajua hawatarudi. Ni sisi tufungue macho na tusikubali kutumika na tuache tamaa. You see, inaanza kwa sisi wenyewe ndio tunajipoteza pia. You see, wakati wa kampeni unapata tunadanganywa na shilingi 500 and then we suffer for 5 years. Pata hiyo 500 to resist, mtu akikuletea hiyo do muonyeshe like watutaki hiyo do saizi, we need fresh blood. Unaona, unaona mtu mwenye anaweza badilisha, mwenye anaweza tubadilishia Kenya au mwenye anaweza badilisha our constituency au mwenye anaweza badilisha leadership yetu, akikuja akiwa na ile nini ya kubadilisha, unapata sisi tunamkataa with the reason that hana pesa ya kutununua, ya kutuhonga. Sisi tumezoea kuhongwa na kuhongana. Unaona, hata sisi wenyewe ndio uende mahali upate kazi ni lazima uongane. Tukianza tukibreak that thing ya kuhongana, tutapata good leadership. Tutoe historia ya do kwanza, tutoe historia pesa mbele. Unaona, somebody like Maraga is a good leader. Tukiangalia vizuri hana pesa. Unaona, tukiangalia mtu kama Matiang'i, mimi moja nikisikia mtu anasema ati Matiang'i for president, unaona mtu amechanganyikiwa. Matiang'i huyu ni mtu mwenye ako sponsored, huyu ni mtu mwenye amekuja kutupima. Juu ni mtu mwenye amekuwa kwa state. Hiyo wakati yenye alikuwa kwa state hakuwa ileta change. So what do you expect now? Huyu ni mtu mwenye hakuna kitu anaweza tusaidia. But you see somebody like Maraga, huyu ni mtu mwenye anaweza tusaidia. Somebody who nullified election ban. Huyu ni mtu mwenye anajua nini. Huyu ni mtu anaweza tusaidia. Unaona? But you see, some of us will reject him because maybe hana do. Unaona? Sisi tumeweka pesa mbele na tunanunuliwa na ama politician wamegundua sisi hatuna do. So wamegundua tu, wanakuja wanatupatia 500, we are fighting youth for youth. Unaenda una fight youth mwenzako. Ukiona kama hao magonzi wenye walikuwa wanakuja kutusumbua wakati wa maandamano, most of them are youth like us, si wazee, na juu wamelipwa. And then after wameshalipwa hivyo, wengine hata wanakosa kupata hizo do, wanakuja wanaanza tena kucomplain. Unaona, wanakuja wanaanza kulia. Unaona, so tutabadilisha aje nchi wakati sisi wenyewe hatutaki kuunite? Unaona, tuachane kwanza na tamaa ya pesa kwanza, tupiganie kwanza nchi yetu kwanza, ndio itakuja baadaye. Unaona, like hapo nyuma ulikuwa mzazi wako kama alikuwa anafanya kwa serikali, alikuwa akifika age fulani alikuwa anakuachia kazi, anakuambia kuja kaa hapa. Sasa angalia venye hao mababu zetu wamekuwa selfish, mtu hataki hata kuretire. Unaona, Ruto alikuwa anaongea hapa mambo ya kusema 7 years, people don't want to retire na sisi tumepelekwa, tumeenda shule, tumetumia do, hatuna kazi. Hizi kazi zitatoka wapi wakati these guys don't want to retire? They have money but they don't want, hawataki kutuachia hizi kazi pia na sisi pia. Kazi yao ni kutuambia tu we are the leaders of tomorrow, we are the leaders of tomorrow. When is this tomorrow? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo ati tomorrow is now. Ni kitu kutoke. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, black man. Mwanzo uko na point kali ni tu mic imekubetray. Your mic, we are struggling to hear you, but we heard you. But we had to pay so much attention. Lakini asanti, black man. Yes, we are draining the swamp. At least everyone on the space, I believe we are on the same page, Apo. Draining the swamp. We are getting rid of the current political class that don't care about us. They are just about self-profiting. They are not, the whole parliament does not even represent our interests. If they were listening to the ground, they would know what we want. Someone would have already tabled up a bill of a vote of no confidence. But wananyamaza, wanajiongezea salaries na kutuambia ati we can't protest. Tunyamaze hadi 2027. Unfortunate. Wambo, welcome to the space. Good to have a lady on the space. Mike ni yako. Wambo, can you hear us? Wambui? Oh, Wambui can't hear us. I'll give the microphone to Uno. D.
Barabara
Levite.
kabisa Afro. Thank you for the opportunity. Sasa yangu ni very simple. Number one, shukran zote zimwendee KOT. Yesterday ali inject properly for JK Live. I hope you guys followed the program, and I'm glad that the conversations that we are having are the exact important questions that we should be having day in, day out. First of all, draining the swamp, that is non-negotiable. We need to evacuate anyone that is in the office that is not supposed to be there. Si lazima ifike 2027. Vile tumesema tunaenda kutembelea ma MPs watupikie lunch, because since they are pushing on taxes that in to oppress, why don't we just have a good lunch, or we can call it brunch, or whatever meal that we tunahitaji. Tuambie tu, hey, you know what? We are coming in our thousands, and please prepare meals for us, because we can only survive in your hands now that because umetufinya venye hatuwezi survive. And so KOT, thanks for shooting those shots yesterday and facing the camera. I love the way you kuna face camera from you. You're making your points very clear. Continue that way. We need more KOTs like you. And the fact that bado unastand pale, I think ni Kimilili there. Continue pushing, and I believe that watu wa huko wamekushikilia vizuri kabisa. Anyway, another thing, I don't talk so much about the Diangui incident. There are a lot of questions, and of course hata mimi ili raise ya alarm, and I just overheard, there's one of the kwa TikTok niliona video fulani yenye Martha Karua alikuwa na interview by some camera guy there, anakuwa anamuuliza how questioning about the victory that they were celebrating, but Martha Karua mentioned something about Ndiangui's health, something that we really need to put some question mark. I'm not questioning whatever they happen. I'm not even siding with Boniface Mwangi at all costs, because what he did was so wrong, and we are still tuna remove the chaff. We are slowly removing the chaff from the wheat, and now tunajua who is in the mix and who is not supposed to be there, and we call them out by names the way at home call out their names, and many others who are here. Today I wanted it to be short. I'm loving what Homa Bay prove. The government has been pushing so much about the narrative as we are whatever this thing is being sponsored by tribal goons and blah blah blah. I'm taking. If you are in this place and you are from Homa Bay, please kudos. I wish ndakubaiya chai siku moja, because what I thank you guys for exemplifying the kind of wrath that we who did not make it to Homa Bay were feeling. This is what we need to do. While it was accused of doing something that we didn't do now, let us now do it. Ndo wajue what we are capable of. Unaona? Tumetubeba ufala for long. For how long watakuwa wana bring this wrong narrative wanadhani you? No, it will not continue. So, and I agree with what Kenyan lady you mentioned about the hashtag. Right now, hashtag number 1, Sabasaba. Ya pili, ulikuwa umemention ingine, ilikuwa ni gani? Nimesahau. And ya tatu, ulikuwa umemention something about the president that we would want. And this is why I think this is a conversation that we need to start as early as now, not to do as a team, as the Gen Z revolution. Which candidate are we going to vie? It will be my pleasure kukwena only 3 runners in the presidential presidential whatever it is, so that tupatie tu mse a clean 7 million lead. Yani yeye ataona tu yake tuko 7-8 million, naye bado hajakanyaga mita, ndio huu mtu asugoi arudi home clean and debatable. So Afro, thank you very much. Mimi mingi ya kusema, and Sabasaba as always we must meet. Mimi I've never missed any maandamano. I am always present, though ingine tulikwamishwa pale mimi nilikuwa ile team Thika Road, so kufika pale GSU headquarters wakatufungia, tukaingia na barabara ya Roasters ila kuingia na Kiambu Road, tukapata pia tunangojea hapo karibu na DCI. So anyway, at least we did something and we made a statement, and I agree with Kenyan lady. The numbers that I saw, it was quite crazy. I wish to make it into town. I don't think if this parliament ingekuwa at peace right now. So guys, let's continue with that spirit. Let's continue soldiering on. Tuko almost. We are injecting quite well. Yeah, and to the rest, one last thing. Those who are fearing, and I understand, yes, watu wanaweza kuwa na uoga ya kwenda maandamano. It's totally understandable. But the question I've been asking in most of these spaces is, would you rather die on your knees trying to beg someone who doesn't care about your life, or would you rather die facing the bullet? Kama itakuwa ikuwe. Either way, if God ako ameplan utakufa hiyo day, it is okay. You can die by a bullet, unaweza kufa njaa, unaweza kufa na accident. There are many things that can take you away. You see? So the time for fear is not now, and I would plead that you look at the bigger picture. Hata mimi nikienda maandamano sindangi ati huko ati niko na ile psyche, I'm so much confident about the maandamano. No, I'm very fearful, but sometimes I have to beat my fear and I go face those people. Tulipatana na almost 3 barricades za makarao, and we didn't know kama tuwapita watushoot kwa kichwa once to turn their back against them. They will do anything. But right now it's high time we fight the fear and we face the government head on. I love the spirit. We are really making a good statement, and as they always say, Kenya is the capital city of Africa, and soon maybe the world will be making a statement out of Kenya, the Kenyan Gen Z. Otherwise, Viva guys, let's continue, let's push on until it's done, until Ruto is done, totally done. Back to you, Afro.
Thank you so much. Give the microphone to Nothing KE. Nothing.
Hi, Afro. Hi, everybody. I want to thank you all for injecting, for pushing the hashtag for free comrades who have been abducted, arrested, those who are missing, those who we have lost, and it's very painful. I salute you guys for your sincerity. I salute you for your resilience, and I pray that we keep up the fire to the very end. Maybe something that I could mention is about unity of purpose. We are now officially freedom fighter. We've not done this before, but we don't have to agree on everything. Like, you can teach me where I'm wrong. You can teach me something that I don't know. And something else that has worried me over time is that when we are talking about leadership, a lot of people are fronting older people. I think we have been proven wrong that age is not a sign of maturity, even fools grow old. So we should be ready to pursue and to support as many young people, credible young people as possible. So let's not point fingers. It's like people are already thinking of handing back power to the same people we want out, especially career politicians. They have to go home. When you look at the case of Albert Ojwang, when he died, politicians from his backyard were trying to absorb the blame. Someone like Kaluma was trying to absorb the. So please, Homa Bay and anyone, do not allow career politicians back in parliament. We can see what this lady Pasari is doing. We're not against female leadership. We are against bogus leadership. It doesn't matter whether it's male or female. Secondly, do not trust blindly. Even Judas attended every prayer session. So there are people who are being used to distract the movement, to contain us. Like when I look at Finance Bill 2025, there are people who are purporting to be part of the movement, but when these things when sailed through, even when Ichungwa said that 2024 finance bill, they passed it in December. I saw it as a highlight. There was no one who's purporting to be supportive of the movement who could give us heads up that this is going on. So that tells you we should not trust blindly. Some of the people who are being fronted, if you look at where they come from and you look at Auditor General's report, there's so much corruption. At the same time, people are fronting these same individuals to be the savior of a country that is in dire need for change. People are dying. People are educated. And I really don't care about level of education. The people who are brilliant, but they do not have education. The people who are falling out of school because of bad governance. So we need to focus, but we need to guard leadership jealously. We should not trust someone and say, oh, this person is nice, this person has done that. No, we want change. If you look at Burkina Faso, this guy is very chilled, but he's doing exactly what we desire for our country. So let's not be distracted by anyone. Let's not support someone just because. Let's say, hey, we need young people, the same young people who are saying we don't have jobs. We need to be the people in office. So let's encourage as many people as possible. Then let's extend grace like to Albert Ojwang's father. I don't know what it is like to be in their shoes, to lose your only child. For me, it's very painful and gets me really mad. I get really mad at the government when they think they can toss around money. We want justice. We want compensation. And guys, open your wallet and support this man. I don't want this story to die down and then he's forgotten. And it's not an issue of tokenism. Every time he speaks, it really breaks my heart because we're from different generation, and his generation, they make peace. The reason why we're where we are is because they never fought for something different. And we don't want to stand and tell a story of how we had to do what he had to labor to educate a child. So for that change to come, we have to make sure that we are kind to a generation that was not courageous enough to fight. And we should not forget that he's hurting and he doesn't have much of an advantage. So when we get angry, and I was very disappointed when Wanga was trying to untwist him to thank government of day, but at the same time I understand the position he is at. He doesn't have the advantage to fight. So he has us. It's our responsibility to defend him and not to tear him down. I'm grateful to know that Jiangwei is out, and we need to think outside the box. We need to question. Don't just believe when people say, "Oh, he was hiding." It is impossible. It is impossible to hide from the intelligence fraternity. There's so many loopholes. I did some units in forensic science, so I can tell you for a fact this thing is scripted, because DCI said he should present himself, and he did exactly that. Then he comes out looking frail. He sent a charge sheet to his family on the night he was arrested. So how is it that DCI, and this is what lawyers, there's a lawyer who explained, it was in Afrospace, that the reason why they are certain that DCI had him is because when he was arrested, he took a screenshot of the charge sheet and sent it to his family, and that is how the alarm that he had been arrested came out. So let's not be quick to be misguided. Let's be open to questioning, and perhaps that's all I want to say for today. And I thank you guys. It's very painful to be a Kenyan. It's very difficult to be a Kenyan. I always say it feels like being awake during surgery. It's very painful when we think about the people who are missing. And let's try and find as many comrades as possible, because I believe there are people who are missing. And I've also seen a screenshot from, I think it's called Osama Otero, where he says the guy will be back tomorrow and he will be very humble. And he says, and I hear in a different tweet, but on the same screenshot says that I hear he has been shaved. So what is going on? And actually the person who sent that screenshot is someone I've connected with online. I've never met anyone physically from the online connection. So kindly don't be too quick to believe anything. Let's question so that we know how do we go about this thing. I think this year I was trying to save face because this issue of Albert Ojwang, they expected probably they would get away with it, but it totally destroyed them. And they are in a position where they cannot defend themselves, and that's why we should not walk away from that. I thank you everybody for putting in the work. Thank you, KOT, for being consistent. Oh, and then there's this other issue where you call out people, they call you NIS. Don't be distracted, call them off and move on. We're going to push until the Kenya we want become a reality, because this cannot continue to business as usual. It's unacceptable. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everyone who's been posting space, retweeting. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Nothing KE. Yes, guys, focus, please. Let us not be reactionary. The government is going to bring about so many storylines for us to chase our tails. I can see a new story starting about a church in State House. Sasa, those are like 3 days now discussing nani atakuwa pastor wa hiyo kanisa, nani atakuwa kichukua offering kwa hiyo kanisa ya State House. I'm just saying, you please focus. Over here, extrajudicial killings. Eliud Lagat must be arrested. There has to be accountability. Albert Ojwang is dead. I'm telling you, I am so happy. If you meet anyone who is from Hoba Bay, give them a hug, buy them lunch, waweke bundles ya internet. They understood their assignment. Wao ndo wanajua where we are in this syllabus. We need to have accountability. They have to take accountability for what they have done to Albert Ojwang. So we are on the same page. Guys, arrest Eliud Lagat, because no one is safe. Mtu akienda Central Police Station, it could be a death sentence. And he cannot hold office. Ayo, welcome to the space.
Thanks, Afro. Good evening, everyone. I hope all of you are doing good and you had a good day. A week packed with events. Finally, it's ending as sooner. I think someone was saying at work today that a week in this country nowadays is just a lot. Leave alone a week, not just a day in this country. A lot can happen in a day. Others we don't get to hear. Others the media will try and show us. Like right now, I'm just tomorrow's issue of the Daily Nation just says that the headline is Ruto's 1.2 billion Kenyan shillings church at State House. Someone is busy building a church worth 1.2 billion at State House. Well, there are kids out there that cannot even afford to go to school because they don't have schools. There are constituencies out there that don't even have hospitals. So some people have to travel from very many kilometers to access healthcare. Very interesting. First of all, by the way, KOT, you did a good job yesterday at JKL. You guys injected, and that was quite something. I really appreciated the fact that you guys took your time to, address the nation. You thought you guys addressing, but you were literally addressing the nation on national television. So that was great. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to address this matter of forced disappearances. We live in a very tyrannical country right now, and no one is safe. You might be speaking on these spaces, we think that we're safe, but we're not safe. But we've reached a point where we are like, who cares? At the end of the day, when I'm in my house, I'm not safe. When I'm in the streets, I'm not safe. So where will I be safe? So let's just chuko mic, fungua roho, speak it out. This issue of forced disappearances, when will it end? What kind of government is this that is really threatened by its citizens, that the only way to shun down critics is by either kidnapping them, killing them, or spraying bullets to them on the streets. We really need to reach a point, and this I'm addressing the youth out there, all the young people. And when I say young, I mean as long as you have your ID, you have power. In this country, so long as you have your ID, you have power. Because once you have your ID, you have your voter's card, you have a voice. One ID is too much. I'll tell you, it's just too much. One vote goes a long way. We're headed towards 2027. I don't even want to talk about 2027. I want to talk about, because tunaongea stories are half term, half term, one term. And the only way we can do this. Yesterday I was doing an analytics that in Kenya, right now we have, I was reading a document, and this document stated that ages between, what was that? The Gen Z's population is actually estimated to be around 18.3 million. And that represents 33.42% of Kenyans, of the total Kenyan population. So this actually makes them the largest population in Kenya. And by 2027, a good percentage of these Gen Zs, a good percentage, nikiangalia age bracket ya Gen Zs, a good percentage wanafaa kuwa na ID by 2027. So my only agenda is at least we rally at least and push everyone to at least have a vote, a say by 2027. And right now, we have a crop of these tribal politicians. They feel wanatuona wajinga sana. Like, wanatuona kama wazazi. Sisemi wazazi wetu ni wajinga, but baby boomers are scared. They're afraid. Ni watu walikuwa kwa regime ya Moi wanaogopa. Walikuwa tortured hapo Nyayo House nini, wanaogopa. But for us, we are not scared. Gen Zs and the youth, when I'm saying millennials and Gen Z, we are not scared. Na tuko na the largest numbers, man, kwa hii country. Let's even forget about our parents for a moment. Let's focus on us. We are very many in this country, and our voice really counts. Na tumetetemesha hii nchi hadi WSR ametetemeka. Number one ametetemeka. So that tells you what power we have, not only in our voice, but in our actions. So what I want to encourage you guys is, we said you are tribeless, and that is one factor that imetetemesha politicians wengi sana. Because they've been using this tribal card to separate us for quite a long time. To divide for quite a long time. Wali divide wazazi wetu. Adi in our societies, kama we ni chele unaleta dem, unaulizwa, "Huyu dem ni mkabila gani?" That is how bad tribalism was. But we've decided to change the narrative. And that is one thing that inatetemesha hawa Gen X na baby boomers. Wanasema sasa hawa wanasema wako tribeless. Ni card gani tunatumia kuwa separate? So what I want to say is, can we use that strength that we have to propel us to the next level? Number one, by just sending these people home. Akina Gachagua, akina Matiang'i was there in power when we were being killed. PV, walikuwa, man. What did they say? Saizi nataka kuwa president, sijui nini. Guys, tusiache hawa watu, hii friends yenye wanakuja nayo hapa, tusiache itu blow away. Because once we'll give them the power to blow us away with their frenzy, cousins, so saizi ndo wamejua sisi ni ma-cousins. When we were trying to reject the finance bill, we were not cousins. Rigiji was there. He had a voice then, but he did not speak. Someone who comes to tell you that we did not hear you speak. You had the power to call a press conference, because when you were impeached, you called a press conference. So back then, it means you also had the power to call a press conference and say, "Hey guys, mimi nimejaribu kuambia Ruto ABCD lakini anisikii." lakini hakufanya hivyo. So right now is not the time to be called cousins or to be called brothers and sisters. We've been brothers and sisters for quite a long time, and we know that. We are Kenyans. We are not cousins here. We are Kenyans. Your cousins bullshit. We don't want to hear it. Right now, the aim is to clean the system, flush out the system. All these tribalists, all these people that saw us when we were being killed back then, last year, and even in the post-election violence, hatujawasamehea. They incited us, people killed each other because of them. Right now, they don't care. Kina Unye, they don't care. Wako kwa makwao with their biggest pieces of land. They don't give a damn. They fucked up the economy. Wako sawa. But now let's go back to the basics and look at ourselves in the mirror and say nobody shall sway us away with the tribal card. Nobody shall sway us away with the small. Pesa wakileta, tukule hiyo pesa yao, nunua nayo tokens, lipa nayo rent. But at the end of the day, ukienda kwa ballot, you know whom to vote. You know that you're making the right choice. You know that, because we will be so stupid to make the same mistake again. A mistake done once is a mistake. The same thing repeated, it's a habit. Na sisi si wajinga. And I want to caution you guys, we are not that stupid. Let's not be like other people it's like making the same mistake over and over just means you're stupid. And I don't want to categorize us as stupid. Yes, they are stupid. Us, we are not stupid. Politicians are stupid. We've come to a generation whereby we can change the narrative. Let's change that narrative. Not by just speaking and doing nothing. Let's change that. Saba is coming. We are hitting the streets. Everyone that has passed on, may their souls rest in peace. Let's fight for them. And like I always say in each and every other space, let not that life that went down with a bullet go to waste. Let's not fail them. Wakiwa kwa baba wakituangalia, wakitutazama, tusiwafail tafadhali. That is all I can ask of you. And young people that are coming up with ideologies like Akina Kioti Songo want to be MPs, want to be leaders, let's support these people. They might be the only change we have. They might be the only last bullet we have to change our country. Guys, and I want to ask you guys, right now, Ruto ako UK. Anafanya nini UK na country yake inachomeka? That tells you how much nonchalant Ruto is. He doesn't give a fuck. Atatoka naende. Nyinyi kama mnauliwa, mnawekewa bullet kwa akili, mnakufa. He doesn't move that nigga. He will still take charter flight. Do you know how much he spent on that flight? Our taxpayers' money. You pesa si yake. Taxpayers' money. Kuna budget ya taxpayers inaenda kwa hiyo flight. Do you know how much has gone to that flight to the UK? Agenda peke yake is gone with others. Wanajitanga delegates, CSs, kufanya nonsense zenye umeenda kufanya huko. And I'll tell you this for a fact. If you see Ruto making these trips, a lot of international countries like the UK, the US, or whatever, Europe, they have so much interest in Kenya. And why Kenya alone? By the Kenya in Africa stands in a standing tall, son. I wish you guys knew the reputation we have out there. Even other African countries, wanatuogopa because of the power we have. So let's not take that power for granted. I know Ruto has been summoned by watu urusha pesa kwa hii nchi. And they're like, you nigga, you're not taking charge of that country. I'm very sure, probably nobody's speaking about it. But trust me, even other countries are watching what's happening in Kenya. And this time, hatupeleki watu wa ICC. Tunamalizana tu na watu hapa. Let's take back our power. Dear Kenyans, let's take back our power. That is what I'll keep on asking you. Let's take back our power. Because we are powerful beyond measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ayo. Indeed, Kenyans, let's take our power. Guys, we're coming to the top of the hour. We have had a good space. I believe we have brought awareness to the issue and to focusing on Saba. That is literally 4 days away. We're going to take closing statements. I believe I'm going to start with Redemptor. Welcome to the space, Redemptor. If Redemptor is not ready, I'll give you the
Sorry,
Sprite. Are you ready?
nanisikia?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make it very quick, although Nasamanga if I end up talking a lot. First of all, it's just a moment of reflection on everyone who's going through a hard time. Be gentle on yourself. You're living in very hard times. You're living in a season where ukatili is what is taken center stage. Now, I used to love Tanzania, and I thought one day I'll go there to do a story about a certain cult. Boniface Mwangi. Boni. How many times have I called your name? I will never go to Tanzania because the day you are abducted, I went to the space of Tanzania. I injected with balancing tears. I was raging. I addressed the president of Tanzania. Na sasa at the age you are, 10 years older than Dangwin, you actually go and make a post without visiting him, without interrogating. That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the aftermath of every mandamano. Very strategically, I don't talk about mandamano, what people must do. What I must address, however, is being our brother's keeper. The state has brutalized our young people. And it's not just abduction, it's the terror. After June 25th, people were arrested in towns where there was demonstrations. They were told you must produce people. So when we talk about police brutality, I feel good when I see a policeman saying end police brutality. There's a misconception, one about big weakness in what is going on in this country. And the best example I think I can give again is a few people assume people go to the streets because they saw a hashtag. I can tell you the people of Homa Bay did not even know maybe Kaluma had said, and then Mukafiwe, you can't tell us how to mourn our loved one. I have stated here and I've said I was trying to trace the life of Albert Ojwang, a young, handsome man who grew up in Kilifi County. And so even when the family or the people of Homa Bay receive him, he's also a young man from Kilifi. And that is the face of Kenyans. The reason why young people say tribeless is because a lot of them cannot identify with just one place or one tribe. The misconception of big wigness, I must address so that I celebrate all the small wigs that sometimes feel unappreciated. And also the harm that got to some of our young people like Billy and Peter, because I have never encountered Peter, I only knew about him when I was hashtagging. So when I see people saying, oh, it puts a downer when you stop hashtagging, we will never stop. We will never stop. I don't know what Peter and Billy went through, but we did not have Christmas. Some of you know we had spaces on Christmas Day because of them. And that brings me back to my brother's keeper. Until you've walked in the shoes of somebody, you cannot be the expert of their lives. I don't shy away from that we have some occultism going on in this country that is targeting our young people, and especially young, handsome boys. I will say it and I will repeat it because I read everything, I follow everything. And this is what I have to say. Among human rights defenders, for which I celebrate Bonnie, and for the reason why I'm very disappointed, we never question why someone did what, was arrested, what were they doing in Kajiado, walienda kuchoko. No. You first help the person and then maswali baadaye. And one of the things we do as Brothers Keeper, in 2021, after COVID, there was very few people who could do what you are doing now online, digital activists. There were very few. So the one who used to do it would post a picture of Uhuru and say, most wanted, taking loans. He would be raided, just raided, terrorized for a few hours and sleep in a police cell. And people who don't have courage like him would actually give money for him to buy new gadgets. So we should be discussing how do we become brothers keeper for the wellness of after Mandamano. I say this as someone who does victim advocacy, the forgotten victims of every brutality that goes on. Can we have a system? Because I celebrate the young people, the genuine young people who go to the streets and they can't even leave a comrade behind. They pick them up. We saw a policewoman being hurt, and it was the same comrades with good hearts who went to rescue her. The police ran and left her. And that's what I've seen, the spirit of the genuine people, how they bundle together and how they help each other. So while people are busy fighting over hashtags, because people don't come to the streets because they read a hashtag. Something is going on. Wamejituma because the times they are living in. And I'll say, when I heard Dangwin was missing, do you know what was happening after 25th? You all, hapa X, Afrocentric nipatie tu dakika ni ranti nitoke. Instead of saying what else happened while we were doing this, the first hashtag was sit-down, and people ran with it. So there's a place we say, yes, we don't care about the hashtag, but you look at the hashtag, is this one helping us or it's hurting us? Because wengine wetu wanachukia kanisa, hatupendi kanisa, but you see, they opened their doors. Something happened. I listened to even Nothing KE explaining, and I knew that hashtag was meant to divide us further. Ule ni Mkristo bado akuwe ni enemy. So what I would say is, brothers keepers mean, I felt even bad because I see Billy going to join politicians because probably they offered him something that we did not. There needs to be a system where the people come and say simu yangu iliibiwa. It's hard to identify who took, if it was taken. But for this case of Dangwin, even without all these alifanyiwa ama alifanyiwa, simu zake zilienda. He's an IT guy. He doesn't have equipment. He's picking up his life. So can we have a system where we check on each other? I think you remember when femicide story of a young girl was brutalized, and the story came out that that person is a human rights defender. It did not stop people from being human rights defenders and having WhatsApp groups and checking on each other. You saw them recently singing in prison, Ukombozi song. Tumekataa kupiga magoti mbele yao wauaji. That song has been sung for a couple of years now. And I hope you can all learn it and sing it, because this is a season. You are born in the golden generation. And I hope, please be gentle on boomers and Xers. There are some young people who are not enlightened. And yet there are boomers and Xers who know what it means to fight for what is right. We celebrate your courage. I actually study courage. And you know why I'm interested in courage? Is because there's so much hurt in this world. If it was not for courage, if it was not for brave people, this country would crash. So this country will be, the fabric that is holding this country together is your courage. So if you're a courageous person, and if you're hurting because of that courage, be gentle on yourself. It was given to you for a very big purpose. That's my submissions today. Look for a wellness system. I saw KOT posting, I'm not well. Did anybody check on you? I look for one person who has been abducted. I've identified, and I follow on them and I check on them. And I can tell you for free, they are going through post-traumatic stress disorder. They are going through it. It's something I've not experienced at a very great length. I have documented people who've been tortured. When you hear stories of people who've been tortured, when they finally open up, you actually get traumatized yourself from those stories. So let's not get carried away with this wave that comes online. A lot of money is poured. And to anybody who gets tired and steps out of this movement, don't even feel shy about being called a sellout. You know your limits, you know how far you can go. So all I appeal is, let's not idolize. Last time, you gave people money to kutoa watu hospitali, you idolize them, you raise them on a pedestal. In Kenya, big wig will not win election. It is your voice, authentic voice. And I told you Afrocentric. I've been singing this song. The day an authentic voice calls people to the streets, they will come up. All these other kalongolongo. Bado namalizia na Boni. Boni alienda kwa TV station akasema the leaders are few, the ones who did that. Kai, sasa hii yetu tunafanyanga ya kutetea watu wakidhulumiwa, yetu si utetezi ama hii big goodness. Let's have humility even as we do our thing. It's not about the followers you have on X. It is your commitment to keep doing this even when you know your life is in danger. Please be safe. That's all I can say. Please be safe. We always believe the victim. We never doubt when someone comes and tells us, this happened to me. And there's someone is giving you 100% evidence. They know, haikufanyikia huyo mtu, please shut up, ujue amepitia nini. That's all I can say. Nasikia watu wanasema, hii story iko na question marks. Question mark gani? Ya Albert Ojwang ilikuwa na question mark, and then what happens? And lastly, again, I am happy that people are valuing human life more than money. And that's what happened in Homa Bay. We had allegations that were given 500 shillings yesterday. So for refusing to do that, and Pia, I know, I respect you. I'm just saying, let's not do this. Chukueni pesa yao mkule. Pesa yao imepelekwa kwa waganga. Hiyo pesa itafanya muguruke. Wachanani na pesa yao. Hizo handouts zinalalanga kwa choo kwanza, zimefanywa ushirikina, ndio mnakuja Unapewa mnachizi. I say that as someone who is spiritual. Afrocentric, for giving me the mic and for trusting me with the pain and the burden of this generation. I appreciate everybody who's sacrificing their life, who is putting their life. Let's just have a system that takes care of you, the aftermath of all these protests that happen, because the aftermath is painful for a lot of people. It's many people who come home, they don't have a phone, they don't have these, they don't even know where the next meal will come from, but they still step out in the street. So we focus on the people who are dead. We still want to give money to Baba Ojwang, but when we talk about all the people who've been up, has there anybody ever checked on them to see what they are doing in terms of their livelihoods? What are they doing? Actually, there's a lot of stigma after you've been abducted. That's what my findings have been, because people are always questioning. People feel uncomfortable around you. They don't know what to say about around it. It's something that I know from other brutalized Kenyans, not just in 2025. But I'll finish by saying this is the hardest I've ever seen brutality in my lifetime. This is the hardest I've ever seen. And so I wish you more courage, because you're fighting from a place of victory, and your parents who've struggled to raise you, the ones that sometimes you're very hard on, and sometimes I understand why, they want you to win. And nobody has ever fought with a younger generation and won. That's what I can tell to the monitoring spirits who come to these spaces. We are holding brief for the young people of this country, because you are the now, you are the future. We can do nothing without the young people of this country. We are nothing without the next generation taking over and bringing some light where there's a lot of darkness. Santeni.
Thank you so much, Redemptor. Thank you for standing with us, and thank you for the commitment. This struggle for freedom, this struggle for human rights is intergenerational. We have to be cognizant of that fact, that what our parents fought, what our grandparents fought, all the way until Mau Mau, until the Wazungu. I mean, it's a struggle that is fought against these forces of evil that are always on closing on us people. Thank you so much. I have never really paid so much attention to addressing bigwigs, because Kenyans are very intelligent. Me, if there's a people group that I respect, Kenyans, kwanza watakuona wanyamaze tu. I've seen a lot of bigwigs who are very relevant, and the next day deplatformed. Nobody engages them once they switch sides. Even right now, this slow fall of Boniface Mwangi, we are witnessing it live in action, because people see it. We know why we're on the streets. Even Andrew Kibe last year, June, it was the biggest, all of us who have been spacing, used to have the biggest spaces in Africa. And South Africa called him for awards, social media personality. And he came out very strongly supporting the government, still supports the government, very cynical in his attitude. Anasema wale watu kwa streets, kila mtu amelipwa, guns amelipwa, majenzi amelipwa. And Kenyans saw through his BS. And right now he can't even host a successful space. Right now he's just gone. So that's Kenyans for you. Kenya, like they judge you, they weigh you, they find you wanting. You have decided to sell your soul to the devil. Okay, but everyone who has been patriotic to the movement, everyone who has been patriotic calling for condemning the killings, we know them. I know them. I resonate with them on spaces, and we know we shall overcome. We are keeping the faith. We're keeping the faith together. I want to give the microphone very quickly to Ice Queen. We are on extra time. I think I'll give 2 more people to speak, and then we'll close the space. Guys, we have 3 days of injecting, and then to the streets. Easter Scenes, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yo. Can I speak now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry, I've been in and out of space. I was on the road, but I've been listening, and I just want to give my highlights. I know a lot has been said. Wow. First of all, my heart goes out to Darwin, that is Diangwi, and his family. I really feel for him. And I feel so sorry for anyone who thought that he was playing games on us. Definitely, we know the script. You don't expect a thief to say they were stealing. You didn't expect Amin to say that, yes, I have him, blah, blah, blah. So my heart goes out to him and his family. I hope he gets the therapy he requires, apone haraka. And I just hope the real Dagwin that we had before the abduction can come back. And just to give you a sneak peek of what some of these people go through, especially from like what Bob Njagi was saying when they were on GKL, I've never been abducted myself, and I hope I don't. And I just was trying to imagine, first of all, as a man, I'm not saying it's easier when you're a woman, but you can imagine as a man being stripped naked. Number one, that's stripping of your dignity, shaving of your hair, handcuffing you to the floor. Just try and walk that journey with me mentally. Just imagine if it were you. Umewekwa hapo for days on end with minimal food for survival, minimal water. That kind of humiliation, you can't be the same. And some of these people, by the time they're being shaved, they're usually not even in their senses. Mtu amekuchapa, you've blacked out, you're waking up, you don't have hair. And I just don't know why they do this to people. They make you feel so small. They make you feel so useless. So you don't expect him to come out smiling and laughing. Of course, I'm intimidated. Come out with this script, say this or else. I also have information. Of course, I can't disclose my sources, that they also intimidated his mom, which is very wrong. As in, the state has a lot of, I don't know what to say, machinery to do a lot of damage to people. If this is the same government that had paid for a propaganda machine to distort information, you can just imagine that today what you saw on the timeline is just a very small piece of what they can do. Distorting information, kutugonganisha, and making us look really stupid. But I'm really liking the fact that this is now coming out to show like, okay, Dagwin amedhulumiwa. I think this was a script. The government is trying to spin this. And I just hope that hatutapigana. Again, there's this thing that has been said about the big wig thing. I think one thing I would like to say, and I've just said this from another space, I'm from another space right now. Personally, mimi sijawahi kuwa mtu wa mob psychology, condom mentality. And I think one thing I would like to, don't know whether to say to beg or to request trips is kuwa na akili yako. Do research on your own. Think through things. Usiogope kuwa peke yako mwenye anafikiria kitu. Don't just say things because people are saying it. Oh, people on the timeline are saying, Dagwin, there's something fishy about this. So I also need to say this because if I don't say this, I'm going to look weird. I'm going to look different. And so what? You'll rather be wrong, going by something you're convicted with, than the opposite. Like you just want to flow with a narrative because you don't want to look like you're the black sheep. Yeah, so just some of the highlights I would like to say is that tukienda maandamano kindly, tutokeange mapema. I think that's something that I've seen on the timeline. Hatuwezi kuwa tunatoka maandamano, unatoka saa 5. Sleep early, try get some rest, eat well, get your water, get your paraphernalia, get your running shoes, do whatever you need, get your crew together, ndio usipatikane kwa kona peke yako, be in groups of 5. But I think one of the biggest weaknesses I've seen in the movement ni kuamka kwenda maandamano saa 5. And that is one strategy that the cops were able to take advantage of, because they were able to lock guys on Thika Road, Kiambu Road, and Mombasa Road, because guys were going when it was a bit too late. So I think that's one of the things I would really like to ask the movement, the people who really want to go for maandamano, tokeni mapema. And then, yeah, I think that's what I wanted to say about mtu kwa independent thinking, about us being vigilant. If you can't protest on the ground, protest through the platforms that you have, and don't look like you're wishy-washy and like you don't understand what you're saying. Simama na msimamo moja. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. Give the microphone to Namara. Namara, can you hear us? Namara can't hear us. The unfortunate soul.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, so guys, thank you for giving me the mic. Yeah, so I when the movement started last year, I wasn't so active. I guess I was some of those guys wenye walikuwa wameogopa, but venye imeendelea, you see our brothers are getting maimed. And then I stay in Kiambu Road, so kila siku I do pass where they shot down that brother hapo mbele ya Azuri. So like nikiangalia hapo makasiriko inakuja vibaya sana, yani it's like it hit home. Nilikuwa naona like bro kwenye ameangushwa hapa ndo anapita kila siku, ama bro aliangushwa hapa nini. Yani we've never lived tukiwa na hii uoga, like literally we are kids struggling, and then usahii ukipita tu Subaru iko nyuma yako unashindwa, kwani hata WhatsApp status ingeka nini? Hatufai kuishi hivyo. I'm sure hata kama wazazi wetu walipigania freedom, I mean it wasn't this bad. You see, previous regimes kind of respected watoto. They were even giving them milk hata wakawa wanaua wazazi wao. But this one is maiming us and actually maiming our parents. And then there is this old school activists. It's like wanaona the limelight inatoka kwao, so they started discrediting the generational nini yenye na grow saa hii ikiendelea ku fighting for our rights. So as long as it's not them, I mean umse yako sawa tukimfightia akienda huko Tanzania akiharibiwa masimu tu, but when this brother of ours is being angushwa duko nini na au ma DCI, I mean anaanza ku this emotional nini once it's like he's the one to write the script for what happens now. So I guess we're just going to define our path. I mean, we have numbers. Say yani the old school activists or whatever, wafanye kazi yao. I mean, let them do the corporate activism, which seems to benefit them. This year we are fighting for our life for generations to come. I mean, you see, we do have courage. Hata hiyo sabasaba tukienda, we know these animals wataangusha watu wengine, but hatuogopi. Tenda tu, tutabaki, tutarudi next time. Thank you guys for the mic.
Thank you, Unfortunate. Ice Queen, are you there? I like your evolution from being passive and now being totally involved, because I mean, I think most of us, that's how we have been. We are going about our business and then we realize, hii maovu will not change until all of us, get on the streets and demand for justice. This is not the Kenya we want. But it was beyond. I remember last year just hearing like in Nairobian have been abducted. I'm like, no, this can't be Kenya. Kwani just the abduction wanakuja na kuweka nyuma ya Mariamu without even considering getting a court order, and then you disappear. You're not even taken to the police station. This culture, this new culture of this regime is why we are against, and we are saying Ruto must go. I believe most of us will become very courageous and very bold in fighting for the freedoms that we believe we have. Ice Queen, are you there? Ice Queen, Thoughtlines. Thoughtlines, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a while since I was on a space, but well, it's a good thing. So what I'd like to say is that I'm pleased that the past 1 month or so, we've been able to remind the powers that be that we are still around. We are still here as a movement, and we still mean business. What you can see happening right now is that it's quite apparent that the government has lost, or the regime, let's say the regime, not the government itself, because the government, if you look at it today, is no longer homogeneous. They're pulling in different directions. It's quite apparent. The regime has lost the information war completely. Whatever they say, they know people will not listen. So they're only left with brute force. They're communicating to us through brute force. They will abduct, they will kill, they will do all those things. That's why people like Eliud Lagat have to be preserved within government, because he was part of that plan. And it will be very difficult for them to be let go. And that's why you're also seeing a lot of reorganization of the security sector. So we must be prepared for a very brutal fight. All right. And when someone decides to use brute force, you outwit them by engaging your brains. We must take our brains to another level. And we must have absolute unity. All right. We must stay very united and we must become very smart. We must outthink them. Because there's one thing that I can guarantee you these people do not have, and that is what we have. And those are good brains. We have superior brains to theirs. That's why we're able to push the agenda and take people away from them. They told us that, you know, the people of Nyanza are in government and they're actually very comfortable with what we are doing. They're very okay. We can just go to Homa Bay, pick Albert, promise his dad that he's going to come back with a corpse, and within 15 hours, turn his son into a corpse, and the people of Nyanza will be quiet. And I guess they've gotten the information today. The first police station to be burnt is in Nyanza, it's in Homa Bay. And Murkomen's shoot to kill orders could not work. We have outwitted them. We have defeated them in the information war. What we say from our end is what people follow, not what they say. If Kaluma had an upper hand in the information war, we would not have seen those crowds in Homa Bay. But we are seeing those crowds in Homa Bay because what Kaluma says is just like farting. It's noise which no one, you know, when you fart loudly, you just make noise. But nobody obeys the sound that comes from that farting. So that is what the government, that is what people or regime apologists are doing. They are farting and nobody's listening to them. But what we are saying is what people are following. So what I'd just like to say is, as we go on, I guess I get regularly sometimes when I online, when people write things on X and people also come here for space and the rest. There's this tendency also that I guess where we are fond of pulling people down. You know, we're saying this is a big week, let's pull them down and all that. I'd like us to avoid that. I'd like us to desist from doing that. Everyone can make a mistake. Sometimes people misstep, but that does not mean we should pull them down. The likes of Hanifa have done a lot. They have done a lot to sustain this movement. That if they did not do some of the things they did, we would not be where we are. And we really need to appreciate them, you know, even as other people also arise. So I just like to say that let us stay united. Let us continue to lift those who are already up there, whether they're big wigs or whatever. We just keep on building. Don't just become a big wig by chance. You become a big wig by what you do, performance. Someone like Hanifa raised over 30 million to assist people. You must appreciate that. That's why people recognize her up to today. Other people out here have risked their lives. All right? People like KOT have organized spaces relentlessly, done so much. That's why people listen to them. That's why they're up there. So let's continue supporting them. Let's not be obsessed with negative competition. All right? These are very, very risky times because what is happening in Kenya is we are getting into a paradigm shift. We are getting into a season where if we do things right and maintain, and if we do things right, we may end up changing. All right, we may end up changing the history of this country, kabisa, and change the system, kabisa, and rewrite everything. And it's not going to be easy. Very soon we'll be fought from two fronts, the regime and that other group that runs around, that group that has the Kinagashagwa and the Kina the rest. Don't think they like you. They thought you'd rally behind them, all right? Because they know you don't have money. They know what they've been doing in politics all these years. That when you get young people, they don't to chopper and the rest, They start following you. But what has come out with this movement is, for the first time, they're seeing a group of people who are not mesmerized by their money and what have you. People are comfortable. People will go out and say, yes, when it comes to changing the leadership, we'll go with Maraga, we will fund him. He will not give us money. So we must stay united. We must make sure that whatever we are doing continues to percolate to the ground. All right, you see what Akina KOT Sokma do every weekend. They are going around the country. Let us support such initiatives. Let us see more people doing that in their own localities, so that we are able to change this country. We are able to take control. All right, the youth vote is massive, just as KOT was saying yesterday. It is massive, it needs to be united. But even beyond that youth vote, there are so many other people who are not so young, but they support the change movement. Let us pull in our parents. Let us pull in our grandparents. Let us pull in everyone and change this country. All right? We must go beyond mandamanos. The mandamanos are not useless. They are useful. They send a very powerful statement to these people. But we must now get to a point where we are able to rally each and every person to a point where one day we can even say, now today it is labor boycott. Hakuna mtu anaenda kazi hadi mfanye 1, 2, 3, 4. No one will tear gas you for not going to work. All right? And when you paralyze the economy, every end of the country, they will listen. We will do all these things, Asanteni.
Thank you. Thought lines. Powerful points that you brought up there. Guys, crab mentality to achane nayo. This movement needs unity on all fronts. We don't have to, like some speakers have said earlier on, we don't have to agree on anything. But one thing we agree, the leadership is rotten at the head. Let us move forward together. Born I.
Yeah, thanks so much, Afro, KOT, and everyone else who are pushing the movement. And for sure, first of all, I'd like to thank each and everyone who has been in the forefront, those who have been there supporting the movement without even coming to the streets. You're sending a very good message. You're truly rallying behind this movement, and we know where we want to go. So for the last time when we were on the streets, then after that, they decided to bring a lot of mediocrity about tribal whatever, and trying to divide and rule so that they can rule us. But I'm glad that everyone stood on their ground. So first thing is, let's make sure everyone understand why they're in this movement, what they want. And what it is clear, it is that when the movement started back in 2024 about the finance bill, after that, we were very clear that we want to drain the swamp. So we don't want some of us to get lost in the middle about these issues that are being raised by some particular people, that the Gen Z movement will support the lives of the DCP party and whatever. We don't want to be dragged into such politics again, because we will have lost what we wanted. Immediately you start supporting that bullshit of parties and what, you will realize after election, one particular party, let's say like DCP, will have a lot of elected members, and maybe like 3, 4, 5 governors. And this particular party, the one who will be leading it, they will come to the table and demand they need a share, and they will they'll try to destabilize everything up there. There's no point that in that particular parliament you'll have people who will be opposing. Let's say, for example, we settle for Maraga maybe be our president, and we vote for Maraga. There's no bill that will pass in parliament, because either they do like what this Kaongo did, going to buy people, and that's the order that we want to vote in a new order. And it is by not, let's not lie to ourselves that we have to do this in 2027. No, 2027 is too far. We have to push the movement each and every day. if we get a chance, who knew that what happened in Homa Bay will have happened? It got all of us were caught offside. We never knew about that. So we would like to find whereby we just wake up in the morning and we are on the streets. We are on them. They will not find this time to go and erect some fences around Parliament and around State House, while else they have been threatening us that these are protected areas. So it is very simple. You can see these people, we have pushed them to the limits whereby washaingiwa na hiyo uoga. And when these people wameingiwa na hiyo uoga, you can see just the other day Pasaris alikuwa anataka analeta sponsor bill about where we should go and protest. And I like how people are thinking. Someone said 100 meters from Parliament ni wapi? The Central Police Station. Ukiwa on the other side from Parliament, unaenda uko kwa High Court, uko kwa High Court. So where will we protest from? And the answer is tutaenda kwa manyumba zao sasa, because if wakitukataza kuprotest in Nairobi, tunaenda kwa manyumba zao. So my point was about the protest. Kuna kitu moja ili to waste last time sana, ni kwa sababu ya those people from Thika Road na Kiambu Road wenye walifungiwa, and some fellas from Kitengela. So guys, can we try to learn also from other people? Kama we saw Julius Malema, how he did it in SA the other time when they were saying total shutdown. These people hawakulala manyumbani mwao, they really didn't sleep kwa manyumba zao, and that's what helped them. So guys, my point is, kama ni wakati wa maandamano, wacha tutoke mapema. And I know everyone in this movement, just stay awake. Hakuna haja kufuata mtu because ni big wig. Everyone should follow his own instinct. Kila mtu anatokeanga mtaa kwa sababu anajua chenye kinamleta mtaani, au sio? So ni hiyo tu guys, stay in the movement. Lazima Kaongo tumtoe anytime. Thank you so much, Afro.
Thank you. Evelyn? Evelyn? Hi, Billy Mwangi, mic is yours, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Afrocentric, for the platform that you have given us this wonderful evening, or should I say early morning. So mine will be quite, I won't say brief, because I will say lots of things that have not been said. First of all, it was quite good to see Darwin back. He's been my friend for a bit since I was released. He was one of those guys who came to my DM to tell me sorry and offered some help in terms of, mentally or psychologically. Okay, secondly, he said that he was hiding himself mahali tu, and that is the same script that I was given by the abductors. I'll just share this with you guys. Don't just jaongea sana about this story because I'm also healing from what happened. So during the night of the release, the abductors normally take you and put you around in a meeting. Uko hapo katikati and the abductors are surrounding you. So there were like 5, 6 abductors surrounding me, and I was seated alone in the middle. So after that, they told me, "Hey, how are you?" what do you do for a living, and do you know why you are here? And definitely you will not deny everything, but they know, and you know definitely huwezi jidanganya. So after they ask you numerous questions and wanakuonya na kuambia usirudie hiyo fala tena, if you repeat we will come for you, wanakuambia so unaona tulikukujia hadi kwako, so if you repeat again tunaweza kukujia tena, and tukikukujia tena now it's death. So ukiambiwa kitu kaa hiyo then you will definitely utaogopa tu kurudia the same thing. That's why Kavuli, Mweteti, myself and Kibet hatujarudia kuweka zile silos and the AI generated pictures. So at the same time the abductors will tell you that ukienda nyumbani know that you are a celeb, utaenda you'll be interviewed, utaenda you'll meet with the leaders who will tell us what happened, tell us where you are, and the abductors will tell you, please, if you love your life, don't tell them anything. Watakudanganya wakuambie tukikurelease, enda useme ulikuwa kwa manzi yako, umewekwa kwa nyumba yake ukiogopa usichukuliwe na DCI ama NIS. That's how it goes. And that's why you've seen Darwin vile alitoka. What did he say? Alisema alikuwa anajificha kwa nyumba ya mtu, but it's okay, but it's a lie. It's a lie. See, I don't blame him. People are different. Kuna ule mtu unaweza mtisha na atishike, na kuna ule mwingine unaweza mtisha na akatae kutishika. So that's it. Maybe my friend Moteti can also tell you that. See Jabba stories. And another thing that made me furious, some of the Kenyans, mkiona abductees wamerudi, naanza kusema tumejiabduct. When you guys want us to come back dead, ama domoni ilikuwa genuine. It is quite bad. And the only way that abductees are not killed, it's because of the online push, the physical push as well. Musipo push, then they are killed. That's how it goes. So I pray that they'll stop doing this, but I know they'll continue because tuliacha wengi huko. So at the same time, I also pray that we make a correct decision towards choosing the next leader. Muliona interview ya Matiang'i juzi, mmeona. What did he say? That Gen Z protest hainge happen on his watch. So you can definitely tell the kind of leader we want to select. I'm not judging anybody. We have Rigiji. We have so many people. So let's make our choices correct next general elections. Tusirudi tena tuanze kusema must go, must go, must go. Tusirudi spaces tuanze kusema ati maandamano, sijui 25th, sijui 77, mara 88, mara 99. Let's make a correct decision once and for all. Tutoke up, watu waende waoe, wengine waolewe, and they live a happily ever after life, ile tu walikuwa wamefanya ama wamepangia. Because right now many youths hawajaoa, hawajaolewa, many youths hawana kazi, many youths are being killed. It affects youths more than even the old people. So I pray to God that the next government will hear us, the next government will change, and the next government will bring change towards the people, more so the youth. Now lastly, I urge every youth, please go for those seats. Endeni hizo seats. Usitishwe, usiogope. Don't fear going. Usiseme una pesa. Useme ati hiyo kiti ni kubwa sana, anza na MCA. Many people have told me nianze na MCA, but I have told them then, If Goliath was killed by David, it shows you that I also can go for a big seat and make it. So don't be discouraged. Una pesa, sijui una finances, sijui hiyo kiti ni ya wazee. Go for it, brav. You will take it home. Asubuhi na mapema. Because trust me, 2027, mayouths ndo watachaguliwa. Don't ask me how, but mi najua. Youths wa Embu, they believed in me that I'll lead them. And that's what I'll do. Come 2027, we'll be back in this space. And I know my label will have changed from Billy Mwangi to Senator Billy Mwangi. And I hope many others in this space will have their labels changed. And we can help each other and make Kenya the best place to be. Good night, guys.
Wow. Thank you so much, Billy Mwangi. Thank you for gracing the space, especially on a day like this. I saw Kivuli here also, but he has dropped off. Thank you, Peter Muteti. These are victims of abductions, and thank you for giving us an eye into what goes on. And also thank you for every speaker and everyone in the movement who has extended a lot of grace and allowing them to heal and not being too tough on them. And I believe that's why I believe we were going hard on people who we have trusted in this movement who are very quick to discredit victims without giving them that ample time. Someone who has disappeared for days, and when they come back, like you said, do you want them to be dead? I mean, my first tweet was, thank God, Dagwin is alive. Like that is paramount. We know he's alive. Ingine ni others. Now we can now story, government twisting facts and lying. And as the speaker spoke earlier on, the government has lost the information war. With all the money they have, put 150 million, they have a group of dedicated, leave alone us, we blog in our free time, we tweet in our free time, we space in our free time. But there are people who are paid 9 to 5, they wake up, 1 hour, what is happening on the timeline? Okay, this is the spin open on this story. Oh, we're going to target IO. Yes, we're targeting Redemptor. We're going to discredit their platform. We're going to fight them. These people are pushing manufactured propaganda. And guys, I have so much faith in Kenyans being the smart people they are. Right now, we are no longer reactionary. I mean, that's why they put out this information. They abduct us so we can react. We react. And like you said, there are so many other Kenyans, and that's what my heart pains, especially people who we do not know, small wigs who don't have a following. If they disappear, no one will know. That's why I urge everyone, please engage. Follow the speakers, follow each other. Let someone at least know you. Even how the DCP chairperson, the chair lady was abducted. She just tweeted quickly, guys, I've been abducted. Kabla wakunyang'anya simu, they're still banging on the door. And we will catch it very quickly and we will push it. We'll put it on the internet and people will see it. And that way your life can be spared just by a simple tweet. So guys, check on each other. Most importantly, we'll be injecting for the next 3 days. Saba is D-Day. I think I begin to understand how Bangladesh worked. Because if you have been following the movement since last year, June, you can literally point to the day when psychological walls fell in your mind, when you believed what is possible and what is not possible. It's been like a growth. Even when the speaker said, I never used to be part of the movement, now everyone has something that integrated them into the movement. An event, whether it was the death of Rex Masai, whether it was the death of Denzel Omondi, whether it was the death of Evans, whether it was the abduction of the Nairobian, whether it was the abduction of Billy Monk, there's something that happened that you said, no, enough is enough. I don't believe it was any one space. I don't believe it was a tweet by thought lines. I don't believe it was. Everyone knows what is taking them to the streets, and everyone knows why we are agitating for this and why we are pushing in this direction. So, guys, watch out for each other's space. Let us follow each other. Let's keep the pressure on. Let's keep the pressure on. Saba tunakutana kwa streets. Anyways, thank you for joining the space. Thank you every speaker, and tutaonana kesho.
moja ni bahari yetu, Mungu ndio tukina ukabila, hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, asiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Si amani China nyekundu ni damu, kichwani ya ardhi nyeupe na amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani, hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Jeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, jani ya ardhi nyeupe ya